through appropriate theological expectations. 3. Professional integration without doctrinal uniformity. The framework would implement professional military and security integration without requiring doctrinal uniformity regarding theological matters, creating practical cooperation compatible with diverse beliefs. This integration would establish operational coordination, standardized procedures, and joint training while respecting different religious interpretations and practices not directly impacting security operations, creating effectiveness without theological compromise. This approach would create sectarian transcendence through appropriate integration domains. For historical cooperation model implementation, the security architecture would systematically apply historical precedents where Muslims cooperated effectively across sectarian boundaries when facing common threats, creating contemporary cooperation legitimacy through historical demonstration. This implementation would establish modern security collaboration with religious legitimacy derived from historical examples where security necessity transcended theological differences during existential challenges, creating cooperation framework with traditional foundation. This approach would create sectarian transcendence through historical legitimacy. 5. Focus on Maqasid al-Sharia, higher objectives. The framework would emphasize higher objectives of Islamic law including protection of faith, life, intellect, lineage, and property shared across sectarian boundaries, creating common ground transcending specific jurisprudential differences. This focus would establish collaboration foundation through shared commitment to fundamental protection objectives recognized across traditions despite varying implementation approaches, creating unity through essential purpose agreement rather than requiring procedural uniformity. This approach would create sectarian transcendence through higher objective focus. These sectarian transcendence dimensions collectively would create practical cooperation framework despite theological diversity, establishing security enhancement without requiring unrealistic doctrinal conformity. Pakistan's internal security operations effectively integrating personnel from diverse sectarian backgrounds demonstrate precisely this transcendence capability, where professional integration enables effective cooperation despite theological differences, providing concrete example of sectarian management model this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Historical continuity through contemporary application. The Muslim NATO would establish explicit connection with Islamic security tradition. 1. Prophetic precedent application. The framework would systematically apply Prophet Muhammad's security approaches to contemporary challenges, creating continuity between historical foundation and modern requirements. This application would establish security architecture drawing wisdom from prophetic examples while addressing contemporary challenges through modern methods, creating appropriate balance between tradition and innovation, honoring established principles while developing effective responses to current threats. This approach would create historical continuity through application. Prophetic wisdom contemporary. 2. Islamic military excellence tradition revival. The security architecture would explicitly revive Islamic military excellence tradition exemplified by figures from Khalid ibn al-Walid through Saladin, creating inspiration through historical achievement recognition. This revival would establish contemporary excellence aspiration through connection with historical figures demonstrating how quality defeated quantity throughout Islamic history, creating motivational framework enhancing effectiveness through historical connection. This approach would create historical continuity through excellence tradition revival. 3. Traditional concept modern implementation. The framework would implement traditional Islamic security concepts including ribat, frontier guarding, and Hizbah, public order maintenance, through contemporary methods, creating concept continuity through modern application. This implementation would establish security operations with both religious legitimacy derived from traditional concepts and operational effectiveness through modern methods, creating appropriate synthesis between religious foundation and contemporary capability. This approach would create historical continuity through concept adaptation. 4. Strategic independence emphasis maintenance. The security architecture would continue Islamic tradition emphasizing strategic independence through appropriate capability development, creating continuity with historical self-reliance emphasis. This maintenance would establish security framework continuing rather than contradicting traditional Islamic emphasis on capability development, enabling autonomy rather than dependency, creating consistency between historical values and contemporary arrangements. This approach would create historical continuity through independence emphasis maintenance. 5. Unity against external threat tradition continuation. The framework would implement traditional pattern where Muslims unify despite internal differences when facing external threats, creating continuity with historical pragmatism regarding security necessity. This continuation would establish security cooperation drawing legitimacy from historical precedent where security challenges transcended internal disputes through recognition of existential priorities, creating contemporary application of traditional wisdom regarding threat hierarchy. This approach would create historical continuity through pragmatic unity tradition implementation. These historical elements collectively would create security framework embedded within Islamic tradition rather than representing radical departure, establishing arrangements. Honoring historical principles while addressing contemporary challenges through modern methods. Pakistan's security doctrine balancing Islamic principles with modern operational requirements demonstrates precisely this synthesis capability, where traditional values enhance rather than constrain contemporary effectiveness when properly integrated, providing concrete example of integration model this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Moral purpose beyond material advantage. The Muslim NATO would establish explicit moral purpose transcending material calculation. 1. Justice beyond power implementation. The framework would explicitly recognize obligation toward justice implementation regardless of power considerations, creating moral foundation transcending purely material calculation. This implementation would establish security operations guided by justice requirements rather than merely power maximization, creating moral legitimacy through principled foundation addressing security needs while maintaining ethical integrity. This approach would create moral purpose through justice prioritization. 2. Protection responsibility acknowledgement. The security architecture would explicitly acknowledge responsibility to protect vulnerable Muslim populations regardless of strategic value, creating moral obligation implementation beyond pragmatic advantage. This acknowledgement would establish protection framework where intervention decisions reflect moral necessity rather than merely strategic advantage, creating principled approach where security capabilities serve ethical obligations rather than purely material interests. This approach would create moral purpose through protection prioritization. 3. Truth before convenience commitment. The framework would implement commitment to truthful assessment and representation even when inconvenient, creating moral foundation through integrity prioritization. This commitment would establish information framework where accuracy rather than preference determines analysis and communication, creating distinctive approach where moral integrity supersedes political convenience in both internal communication and external representation. This approach would create moral purpose through truth commitment. 4. Dignity beyond capability respect. The security architecture would explicitly value human dignity alongside material capability, creating moral framework respecting individuals beyond instrumental value. This respect would establish operational approach where human dignity consideration shapes security operations alongside effectiveness requirements, creating distinctive characteristic where moral values regarding human worth influence operational methods rather than purely instrumental considerations. This approach would create moral purpose through dignity prioritization. 5. Legacy beyond immediate advantage. The framework would explicitly consider long-term moral legacy alongside immediate security advantage, creating decision framework incorporating future judgment consideration. This consideration would establish decision processes where both immediate effectiveness and historical moral evaluation influence choices, creating distinctive approach where legacy concerns moderate expedient tendencies often dominating security decisions. This approach would create moral purpose through legacy consideration. These moral dimensions collectively would create distinctive security framework guided by principled considerations alongside practical requirements, establishing architecture implementing rather than merely invoking Islamic moral principles. Pakistan's demonstrated restraint during the May 2025 crisis, where operations maintained ethical standards despite provocation opportunities, demonstrates precisely this moral capability, where principle shapes practice despite pressure toward expediency, providing concrete example of moral leadership this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Indigenous capabilities versus technological dependency. The Muslim NATO framework would implement comprehensive indigenous capability development approach fundamentally different from dependency relationships, creating genuine sovereignty through self-development rather than subordination through externally provided capability. Comprehensive technology development strategy. The framework would implement systematic approach developing critical technologies. 1. Prioritized technology development framework. The Muslim NATO would implement systematic assessment identifying critical technologies requiring indigenous development versus those appropriate for acquisition, creating strategic framework optimizing resource allocation. This framework would establish development priorities focusing limited resources on capabilities with disproportionate strategic impact or particular vulnerability to external manipulation, creating efficient pathway toward technological independence in critical domains. This approach would create indigenous capability through strategic prioritization. 2. Collaborative development model implementation. The security architecture would establish sophisticated collaborative development mechanisms distributing research responsibilities across member states according to comparative advantages, creating capability exceeding individual development potential. This implementation would establish technology development programs leveraging particular strengths across member states including Pakistan's missile technology, Gulf states' financial resources, and Malaysia's electronics manufacturing capability, creating distributed development network magnifying individual capabilities. This approach would create indigenous capability through collaborative synergy. 3. Reverse engineering capability enhancement. The framework would develop systematic reverse engineering capabilities extracting fundamental design principles from accessible technologies, creating understanding transcending specific systems. This enhancement would establish knowledge development technologies pathway where available provide learning opportunities enabling indigenous adaptation and improvement rather than merely dependence on external sources, creating progressive capability enhancement through systematic learning. This approach would create indigenous capability through analytical knowledge development. 4. Dual-use technology prioritization. The security architecture would systematically prioritize technologies with both civilian and military applications, creating development justification through multiple applications. This prioritization would establish capability enhancement through civilian sector development simultaneously creating security applications, providing economic justification for investments ultimately serving both purposes while developing technical workforce benefiting both sectors. This approach would create indigenous capability through sector synergy. 5. Human capital development integration. The framework would systematically integrate educational development with technology acquisition decisions, creating knowledge transfer beyond specific systems. This integration would establish capability enhancement through human capital development alongside material acquisition, ensuring technology purchases include comprehensive knowledge transfer creating long-term understanding rather than temporary access. This approach would create indigenous capability through human development prioritization. These technology dimensions collectively would create indigenous capability development pathway fundamentally different from dependency relationships, establishing genuine technological sovereignty through self-development rather than disguised subordination through externally controlled access. Pakistan's nuclear and missile technology development despite international restrictions demonstrates precisely this indigenous capability, where determination overcomes constraints through creativity, prioritization, and focused effort, providing concrete example of development model this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Self-sufficient defense industrial base. Beyond specific technologies, the framework would develop comprehensive industrial foundation. 1. Critical component manufacturing prioritization. The Muslim NATO would systematically identify and develop manufacturing capabilities for critical components vulnerable to supply manipulation, creating resilience against dependency exploitation. This prioritization would establish industrial capability focusing particularly on components representing strategic vulnerability through potential supply restriction during tensions, creating genuine independence through supply chain control regarding essential elements. This approach would create industrial independence through vulnerability elimination. 2. Production capacity distribution framework. The security architecture would implement deliberate distribution of production capabilities across member states, creating resilience through geographic dispersion. This distribution would establish manufacturing network where critical capabilities exist in multiple locations, preventing single-point vulnerability while simultaneously creating shared benefit through industrial participation across membership, creating both strategic resilience and political cohesion through appropriate distribution. This approach would create industrial independence through geographic resilience. 3. Maintenance and support indigenization. The framework would systematically develop comprehensive maintenance and support capabilities for critical systems, creating life cycle independence rather than merely acquisition autonomy. This indigenization would establish capabilities addressing entire system lifecycle rather than creating initial acquisition followed by perpetual support dependency, creating genuine independence through complete capability control throughout operational lifespan. This approach would create industrial independence through lifecycle control. 4. Design capability progressive development. The security architecture would implement systematic design capability enhancement, moving progressively from adaptation through modification to original development, creating evolutionary pathway toward complete independence. This development would establish capability enhancement through deliberate progression where each stage builds necessary skills for subsequent advancement, creating realistic pathway toward technological sovereignty through incremental capability development. This approach would create industrial independence through staged advancement. 5. Islamic finance integration. The framework would systematically incorporate Islamic financing mechanisms including sukuk, Islamic bonds, musharaka, partnership financing, and waqf, endowment arrangements, creating industrial development aligned with religious principles. This integration would establish development funding through authentically Islamic mechanisms rather than conventional financing potentially contradicting religious principles, creating consistency between security development and religious values. This approach would create industrial independence through principled financing. These industrial dimensions collectively would create comprehensive manufacturing independence transcending specific capabilities, establishing complete ecosystem supporting indigenous security rather than perpetuating dependency through partial development. Pakistan's defense industrial base development despite resource constraints demonstrates precisely this industrial capability, where focused effort created substantial manufacturing capability across multiple domains, providing concrete example of industrial development model this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Intelligent sovereignty development. The framework would establish comprehensive intelligence capabilities independent from external providers. 1. Multi-source collection independence. The Muslim NATO would develop balanced intelligence collection capabilities across human, signals, imagery, and open sources, creating comprehensive information independence. This development would establish collection capabilities addressing entire intelligence spectrum rather than relying on external sources for particular collection types, creating genuine information sovereignty through independent access across multiple domains. This approach would create intelligence independence through collection sovereignty. 2. Indigenous analysis framework development. The security architecture would establish authentic analytical methodologies reflecting Islamic perspectives rather than merely adopting external frameworks, creating conceptual independence. This development would establish analytical approaches incorporating Islamic worldview, historical understanding, and cultural awareness alongside technical Methodologies: creating assessments reflecting distinctive perspective unavailable through externally provided analysis. This approach would create intelligence independence through analytical sovereignty. 3. Secure communication architecture. The framework would develop comprehensive secure communication capabilities resistant to external monitoring, creating operational security independent from foreign technology. This architecture would establish information exchange capability utilizing indigenously developed encryption, transmission security, and physical protection mechanisms, creating genuine communication sovereignty rather than vulnerability through externally controlled or potentially compromised systems. This approach would create intelligence independent sovereignty through communication. 4. Counterintelligence capability enhancement. The security architecture would implement sophisticated counterintelligence capabilities protecting against external penetration, creating organizational integrity preservation. This enhancement would establish comprehensive security measures addressing both technical surveillance and human infiltration threats, creating genuine operational security through multi-layered protection, preserving independent capability value through integrity maintenance. This approach would create intelligence independence through security enhancement. 5. Open source exploitation optimization. The framework would develop sophisticated capabilities maximizing publicly available information value, creating efficiency through readily accessible resources. This optimization would establish valuable intelligence generation without expensive technical collection through systematic open source exploitation, creating cost-effective capability enhancement particularly valuable for resource-constrained environments. This approach would create intelligence independence through resource optimization. These intelligence dimensions collectively would create genuine information sovereignty transcending mere analysis of externally provided intelligence, establishing complete capability from collection through processing to dissemination without external dependency. Pakistan's intelligence services demonstrated effectiveness despite resource constraints illustrates precisely this capability potential, where focused development created sophisticated apparatus operating without external dependency, providing concrete example of intelligence model this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Cyber domain indigenous development. The framework would establish comprehensive cyber capabilities addressing modern security requirements. 1. Operating system independence development. The Muslim NATO would implement systematic development of indigenous operating systems for critical infrastructure, creating fundamental digital sovereignty foundation. This development would establish control over basic software layer governing critical systems rather than dependency on externally controlled operating systems potentially vulnerable to backdoors, hidden surveillance, or deliberate disruption, creating genuine digital independence through fundamental software sovereignty. This approach would create cyber independence through core software control. 2. Encryption capability indigenous development. The security architecture would establish sophisticated indigenous encryption capability independent from potentially compromised international standards, creating genuine communication security. This development would establish cryptographic sovereignty through algorithms. Implementation and key management systems developed without external dependency, creating genuine security rather than illusory protection potentially vulnerable to deliberately introduced weaknesses. This approach would create cyber independence through cryptographic sovereignty. 3. Critical infrastructure protection framework. The framework would implement comprehensive protection mechanisms for energy systems, water resources, transportation networks, and communication infrastructure, creating resilience against cyber attack. This protection would establish multi-layered defense combining technical measures, redundant systems, and operational security procedures, creating genuine resilience against increasingly sophisticated cyber threats targeting essential national capabilities. This approach would create cyber independence through infrastructure protection. For offensive capability balanced development, the security architecture would establish appropriate offensive cyber capabilities for both deterrence and operational requirements, creating balanced capability addressing both defensive and offensive dimensions. This development would establish comprehensive capability addressing entire cyber spectrum rather than purely defensive posture, creating asymmetric vulnerability, creating genuine strategic capability through appropriate balance. This approach would create cyber independence through comprehensive capability. 5. Digital supply chain security. The framework would implement sophisticated mechanisms ensuring hardware integrity from design through manufacturing to deployment, creating protection against supply chain compromise. This security would establish comprehensive approach addressing increasingly sophisticated supply chain attacks, inserting malicious capabilities during manufacturing process, creating genuine security through complete lifecycle integrity verification. This approach would create cyber independence through supply integrity. These cyber dimensions collectively would create digital sovereignty essential for contemporary security, establishing independence in domain increasingly critical for both military operations and societal functioning. Pakistan's cyber capability development across both defensive and offensive dimensions demonstrates precisely this digital sovereignty pathway, where focused effort created substantial capability despite resource constraints, providing concrete example cyber development model this framework would implement throughout broader Muslim alliance. Of knowledge transfer and capability proliferation. The framework would implement comprehensive knowledge sharing, creating genuine capability enhancement. 1. Advanced education network development. The Muslim NATO would establish specialized educational institutions developing sophisticated technical knowledge across security-relevant domains, creating human capital foundation for technological independence. This development would establish knowledge generation capability through institutions similar to Pakistan's National Defense University but expanded across additional technical domains, creating sustainable expertise development pathway essential for long-term sovereignty. This approach would create capability enhancement through educational foundation. 2. Systematic personnel exchange programs. The security architecture would implement comprehensive exchange programs rotating specialists between member states, creating knowledge dissemination through human interaction. This implementation would establish expertise sharing through direct personal connection more effective than formal documentation alone, creating capability enhancement through relationship development, simultaneously building technical knowledge and essential trust. This approach would create capability enhancement through personal interaction. 3. Graduated technology transfer framework. The framework would establish systematic technology sharing mechanisms matching transfer sophistication with recipient absorption capability, creating effective knowledge transmission. This framework would establish realistic capability enhancement through appropriately graduated sharing, preventing overwhelming recipients while providing genuine understanding rather than merely superficial familiarity, creating sustainable knowledge development pathway. This approach would create capability enhancement through appropriate transfer modulation. 4. Documentation and standardization implementation. The security architecture would develop comprehensive documentation and standardization systems capturing knowledge in accessible, transferable formats, creating institutional memory transcending individual expertise. This implementation would establish knowledge preservation, preventing capability loss through personnel transitions while simultaneously creating training foundation enabling wider expertise development, creating sustainable capability through appropriate knowledge management. This approach would create capability preservation enhancement through knowledge. 5. Joint development project prioritization. The framework would systematically prioritize joint development projects with participation across member states, creating shared capability development through collaborative experience. This prioritization would establish knowledge transfer through practical cooperation more effective than theoretical instruction alone, creating both specific system development and broader capability enhancement through collaborative experience. This approach would enhancement through practical cooperation create capability. These knowledge dimensions collectively would create genuine capability sharing different from dependency relationships where providers maintain critical knowledge to ensure continuing reliance, establishing authentic partnership through comprehensive understanding development. Pakistan's technical assistance to various Muslim states demonstrates precisely this knowledge-sharing pathway, where expertise developed through indigenous effort subsequently benefits broader Muslim world, providing concrete example of knowledge transfer model this framework would implement throughout the proposed alliance. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated these indigenous capability advantages in practice, with Pakistan's domestically developed systems providing essential independence during critical decision-making periods. The effective employment of both defensive and offensive capabilities without external authorization requirements provided strategic freedom unavailable through dependency relationships despite sophisticated capability access they might provide, creating concrete demonstration of precisely the sovereignty-enhancing approach this framework would extend to broader Muslim world. Operational independence versus aligned priorities. The fundamental distinction between Pakistan's Muslim NATO concept and the Abraham Accord security framework lies in the question of operational independence versus alignment with Western strategic preferences. This distinction transcends merely symbolic or rhetorical differences to affect the practical security capabilities, decision-making processes, and strategic autonomy of participating Muslim states. While the Abraham Accords model necessarily subordinates Muslim security priorities to Western and Israeli interests through its foundational structure, Pakistan's Muslim NATO would establish operational independence that enables authentic protection of Muslim world interests. The strategic Abraham Accord subordination inherent in the Abraham Accord security framework, despite its diplomatic presentation as partnership, contains structural elements that inevitably create strategic subordination. 1. Intelligence dependency relationship. The security value proposition of Abraham Accords explicitly centers on superior Israeli intelligence capabilities regarding regional threats, creating fundamental information dependency that shapes threat perception, response options, and strategic prioritization, regardless of independent Muslim state interests. 2. Technological access conditionality. The framework offers advanced military technology access explicitly conditioned on maintaining specific regional security positions, creating leverage mechanisms that constrain independent policy formulation on critical issues including Iran, political Islam, and Palestinian rights. 3. Operational deconfliction requirements. Military cooperation under the Abraham Accords necessitates comprehensive operational deconfliction with both Israeli and American forces, establishing veto points over Muslim state security operations that apply even when addressing threats to their own territorial integrity or population safety. 4. Threat prioritization alignment. Security cooperation within the framework requires adopting harmonized threat assessments privileging Israeli security concerns, potentially diverting limited Muslim state security resources toward threats primarily affecting Israel rather than indigenous security requirements. 5. Strategic planning integration. Meaningful security cooperation requires Western-Israeli strategic progressive planning integration into processes, creating institutional pathways for external influence in foundational national security decision-making that extend beyond specific operational questions. These structural elements collectively transform what appears superficially as partnership into functional subordination, whereby Muslim state security capabilities ultimately serve priorities determined primarily by Western and Israeli interests rather than indigenous requirements. The resulting operational constraints limit genuine security autonomy regardless of formal sovereign equality within diplomatic frameworks. Pakistan's independence framework alternative, operational. In contrast, Pakistan's Muslim NATO concept establishes operational independence as foundational principle through specific institutional mechanisms. 1. Indigenous Intelligence Foundation. The security architecture would build upon Pakistan's demonstrated intelligence capabilities as foundation rather than external sources, creating autonomous information systems that enable independent threat assessment, strategic planning, and operational decision-making aligned with Muslim world interests. 2. technology transfer emphasis, rather than conditional access to external systems, the framework prioritizes technology transfer and indigenous development, building capabilities that remain operationally independent regardless of external political pressure through ownership of fundamental technologies rather than merely usage rights. 3. Muslim-determined operational parameters. Command structures would establish operational parameters based exclusively on Muslim security requirements determined through internal consensus mechanisms, eliminating external veto points over security operations addressing threats to Muslim populations, territories, or interests. 4. Autonomous threat assessment. Intelligence fusion capabilities would develop independent threat prioritization frameworks reflecting actual Muslim world security concerns, ensuring resource allocation toward genuine indigenous requirements rather than externally determined priorities regardless of local relevance. 5. Strategic planning sovereignty. The planning processes would maintain strict sovereignty throughout all levels from tactical to strategic, preserving decision-making independence while enabling coordination through consensus mechanisms rather than external direction or influence. These institutional features collectively establish operational independence that enables genuine protection of Muslim security interests rather than derivative benefits from serving external priorities. The difference lies not in complete isolation from Western security frameworks, which would be neither practical nor desirable, but in maintaining decision sovereignty regarding fundamental security questions affecting the Muslim world. The May 2025 demonstration of operational independence. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated the practical significance of operational independence versus external alignment. 1. Independent response formulation. Pakistan's response through Operation Bunyan Mahsoos reflected pure national security calculation without external constraint, demonstrating decision sovereignty impossible within frameworks requiring operational deconfliction with external powers holding different strategic priorities. 2. Intelligent self-sufficiency. Pakistan's precision targeting capabilities reflected sophisticated indigenous intelligence systems functioning without external dependencies, enabling operations despite active Western intelligence support for India that would have created paralyzing conflicts of interest within Abraham Accords-type arrangements. 3. Technological resilience. Pakistan's effective employment of diverse weapon systems from multiple sources demonstrated technological independence, contrasting with single-source dependency vulnerabilities that create operational constraints during precisely the crisis situations requiring maximum capability activation. 4. Strategic autonomy preservation. Throughout the crisis, Pakistan maintained strategic autonomy in determining escalation thresholds, acceptable risk levels, and conflict objectives, preserving the sovereign prerogative to define core security interests that necessarily becomes compromised within subordinate security relationships. 5. Muslim interest prioritization. Pakistan's response prioritized protection of Muslim population security, territorial integrity, and strategic assets based on indigenous value determination, contrasting sharply with inevitable interest compromises required within frameworks prioritizing non-Muslim security concerns. This crisis experience validated the critical importance of operational independence in security architectures intended to genuinely protect Muslim world interests. The effectiveness of Pakistan's response stemmed directly from its decision sovereignty and capability independence, precisely the qualities systematically compromised within aligned security frameworks regardless of diplomatic presentation as partnership. Preserving core Islamic principles while addressing legitimate security needs. The Muslim world faces genuine security challenges requiring sophisticated capabilities, alliance structures, and strategic frameworks. However, addressing these legitimate security needs need not require compromising core Islamic principles, particularly regarding Palestine, Jerusalem, and broader questions of justice and sovereignty. Pakistan's Muslim NATO concept demonstrates how security effectiveness and Islamic authenticity can mutually reinforce rather than contradict each other, creating a framework that simultaneously strengthens both material security and spiritual integrity. Core Islamic principles in security context. Several fundamental Islamic principles hold particular relevance for security arrangements. 1. Justice, ADL, requirement. The Quranic emphasis on justice as foundational Islamic principle, 4:135, it establishes moral framework necessarily applicable to security arrangements, requiring fair treatment of all Muslims regardless of ethnic, national, or sectarian identity rather than privileging specific populations or territories based on geopolitical calculation. 2. Unity, Ummah, obligation. The concept of Muslims as single community, 21 hours 92 minutes, creates religious obligation to consider security implications beyond narrow national interests, establishing responsibility toward all Muslim populations facing threats regardless of citizenship or geographical location. 3. Jerusalem, Al-Quds, significance. Jerusalem's status as Islam's third holiest site creates non-negotiable religious commitment to its protection and accessibility, establishing security obligation that cannot be compromised regardless of geopolitical considerations or strategic advantages. 4. Self-determination, Shura, value. Islamic governance principles emphasizing consultation and consent establish normative framework privileging self-determination, creating religious obligation to support Muslims seeking freedom from occupation or oppression regardless of countervailing strategic interests. 5. Balanced power, Tawazun, principle. Quranic frameworks regarding proportionate response and balanced power projection, 16:126, establish guidelines for security capabilities, supporting defensive strength adequate for effective deterrence while avoiding aggressive postures threatening non-Muslim communities. These principles collectively establish normative foundation for security arrangements that genuinely reflect Islamic values rather than merely Muslim participation. Any security framework claiming Islamic legitimacy must demonstrate alignment with these foundational concepts rather than merely including Muslim-majority states regardless of the arrangement's actual priorities and operations. The Abraham Accords Compromise Model. The Abraham Accords security framework necessarily requires compromise on core Islamic principles through its foundational structure. 1. Jerusalem status acceptance. The framework requires implicit or explicit acceptance of Israeli control over Jerusalem, including Al-Aqsa Mosque, compromising religious obligation regarding Islam's third holiest site through prioritizing security cooperation above Islamic principle despite rhetorical protection claims. 2. Palestinian rights subordination. Security cooperation within the framework necessitates deprioritizing Palestinian self-determination and obligation rights, subordinating Islamic toward oppressed Muslim populations to geopolitical calculation despite maintaining theoretical support. Diplomatic language. 3. Selective security provision. The security benefits flow primarily toward specific Muslim populations while ignoring or potentially exacerbating insecurity for others, violating the Islamic principle of equal concern for all Muslims through preferential protection based on political alignment rather than religious obligation. 4. Power imbalance reinforcement. The framework reinforces regional power imbalances favoring non-Muslim security dominance, contradicting Islamic principles regarding just power distribution through enhancing capability asymmetries rather than establishing balance enabling dignified coexistence. 5. External priority adoption. Participation requires progressive adoption of externally determined security priorities regardless of their alignment with Islamic principles, potentially requiring action against other Muslim populations when deemed threats by framework partners despite absence of direct security impact on participating Muslim states. These compromises reflect the fundamental contradiction at the Abraham Accords core, seeking protection through dependency on the power occupying Islam's third holiest site. This contradiction cannot be resolved through diplomatic language or theoretical distinctions between security and political dimensions, as the framework's operative reality necessarily requires these compromises regardless of rhetorical presentation. Pakistan's authentic alternative. Pakistan's Muslim NATO concept demonstrates how legitimate security needs can be addressed while maintaining fidelity to core Islamic principles. 1. Jerusalem protection capability. Pakistan's nuclear umbrella would provide credible deterrence regarding threats to Jerusalem, creating genuine protection capability for Islam's third holiest site through independent Muslim power projection rather than dependency on the very actors threatening its status. 2. Palestinian rights integration. The security architecture would explicitly incorporate Palestinian rights protection within its core mission, aligning security operations with religious obligation toward oppressed Muslim populations rather than sacrificing their interests for strategic advantage. 3. Universal security provision. The framework would extend protection to all Muslim populations facing threats regardless of geopolitical location or strategic significance, fulfilling religious obligation toward the broader umbrella rather than selecting beneficiaries based on political calculation or resource value. 4. Power balance establishment. The collective security framework would create meaningful power equilibrium, enabling dignified Muslim world position, implementing Islamic principles regarding just power relation through capability development proportionate to legitimate security requirements. 5. Internally determined priorities. Security priorities would emerge from Muslim world's consensus reflecting Islamic principles, ensuring alignment between security operations and religious obligations through indigenous priority determination rather than external influence regardless of capability implications. These figures demonstrate how sophisticated security capabilities can operate within authentic Islamic frameworks rather than requiring compromise on foundational principles. Pakistan will resolve the Abraham Accords contradiction by establishing independent protection capabilities aligned with Islamic obligations rather than the trading principle for protection from actors fundamentally misaligned with Muslim world religious commitments. The May 2025 demonstration of principled security. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated the practical compatibility of the Islamic principles with effective security operations. 1. Proportionate response implementation. Pakistan's response demonstrated sophisticated application of Islamic principles regarding proportionate force, employing precision capabilities to achieve legitimate security objectives while minimizing civilian casualties through selective targeting despite escalation pressure. 2. Muslim population protection. The operation prioritized protection of Muslim populations in Kashmir facing potential harm, fulfilling religious obligation toward fellow Muslims regardless of citizenship through capability deployment based on religious principle rather than merely state interest. 3. Defensive posture maintenance. Throughout the crisis, Pakistan maintained strictly defensive posture despite operational success, implementing Islamic principles regarding just use of force through capability restraint despite tactical advantage opportunities. 4. Religious site consideration. Operational planning explicitly incorporated protection of religious sites regardless of faith tradition, demonstrating Islamic principles regarding respect for all worship places through practical security measures despite crisis complexity. 5. Principled diplomatic position. Pakistan maintained principled position regarding Muslim rights while demonstrating openness to just resolution, reflecting Islamic emphasis on both justice and peace through flexible means pursuit while maintaining non-negotiable principled ends. This crisis experience validated the compatibility of Islamic principles with sophisticated security operations, demonstrating how religious authenticity enhances rather than constrains effective capability employment. Pakistan's response reflected precisely the integration of principle and practice necessary for legitimate Muslim world security architecture, protecting physical security while maintaining spiritual integrity. The dual qualification, nuclear capability, combined with Islamic authenticity. Pakistan stands uniquely qualified to lead Muslim world security architecture through its singular combination of two essential capabilities, demonstrated nuclear deterrence and authentic Islamic leadership legitimacy. This dual qualification addresses both material and spiritual dimensions of security, creating foundation for architecture that protects both physical safety and religious identity. Neither qualification alone would prove sufficient. Nuclear capability without Islamic authenticity would lack legitimacy for leadership, while Islamic authenticity without nuclear capability would lack credibility for deterrence. The nuclear qualification dimension. Pakistan's nuclear deterrence capability provides essential material foundation for security leadership. 1. Demonstrated capability development. Pakistan's successful development of nuclear weapons and delivery systems despite international opposition demonstrates the strategic persistence necessary for security leadership, establishing credibility through achievement rather than merely aspiration despite significant obstacles. 2. Full-spectrum deterrence doctrine. Pakistan has developed sophisticated nuclear doctrine encompassing strategic, operational, and tactical dimensions, creating comprehensive deterrence framework addressing multiple threat levels rather than merely existential scenarios through doctrinal sophistication rather than just technical capability. 3. Delivery system diversity. Pakistan's development of diverse delivery platforms including aircraft, land-based missiles, and cruise missiles ensures survivability, creating credible second strike capability essential for deterrent reliability through system redundancy rather than single-dimension capability regardless of sophistication. 4. Command and control maturity. 3 decades of nuclear stewardship have developed sophisticated command systems balancing centralized authority with operational effectiveness, demonstrating institutional maturity necessary for potential deterrence extension to broader Muslim security framework. 5. Non-proliferation responsibility. Pakistan's responsible nuclear stewardship despite non-NPT status demonstrates commitment to international stability, creating legitimacy for potential security leadership through demonstrated restraint despite capability possession. These nuclear qualifications create the material foundation necessary for credible Muslim world security leadership. Without this demonstrated capability, security guarantees would lack credibility regardless of religious legitimacy or political commitment, creating framework dependent on external protection rather than indigenous capability precisely when facing threats from nuclear-armed adversaries. The Islamic authenticity dimension. Equally important, Pakistan's authentic Islamic commitment provides the spiritual legitimacy essential for Muslim world leadership. 1. Founding Islamic vision. Pakistan's creation as explicitly Islamic Republic establishes authentic religious foundation. Providing legitimacy for leadership on Islamic security matters through constitutional identity rather than merely cultural association regardless of practical implementation variations. 2. Consistent Palestinian support. Despite significant economic and diplomatic pressure, Pakistan has maintained principled position on Palestinian rights and Jerusalem status, demonstrating prioritization of Islamic obligation over political expediency necessary for credible leadership on core Muslim world concerns. 3. Cross-sectarian integration. Pakistan's domestic experience integrating both Sunni and Shia populations within unitary state structures provides practical template, establishing credibility for managing sectarian diversity within security framework through demonstrated domestic capability rather than theoretical frameworks. 4. Islamic scholarly tradition. Pakistan hosts significant Islamic educational institutions representing diverse traditions from Deobandi to Barelvi, traditional to modernist, creating theological depth necessary for legitimizing security frameworks through authentic Islamic jurisprudence rather than merely political calculation. 5. Practical Islamic governance experience. Pakistan's ongoing experience balancing Islamic principles with contemporary governance creates practical wisdom, developing frameworks that implement religious values within modern state structures through evolutionary learning rather than rigid ideological positions. These Islamic qualifications create the spiritual legitimacy necessary for effective Muslim world leadership. Without this authentic religious foundation, security frameworks would lack legitimacy regardless of material capability, creating architecture disconnected from the very identity dimension it supposedly protects despite technical effectiveness. The synergistic combination. The transformative potential of Pakistan's leadership stems from the synergistic combination of these qualifications. 1. Capability legitimacy reinforcement. Nuclear capability provides material foundation for legitimate Islamic leadership, while Islamic authenticity provides moral foundation for responsible nuclear stewardship. creating mutually reinforcing qualifications that address both physical and spiritual security dimensions simultaneously. 2. Principal deterrence concept. The combination enables development of deterrence frameworks explicitly grounded in Islamic concepts regarding just defense, proportionate response, and protection obligation, creating authentic Muslim security doctrine rather than merely adapting Western concepts regardless of religious alignment. 3. Protection without compromise. Nuclear capability enables Pakistan to maintain principled positions on core Islamic concerns without security vulnerability, while religious commitment ensures capability employment aligned with Islamic values, resolving the protection principle dilemma central to Abraham Accords through indigenous capability rather than dependency compromise. For comprehensive security vision, the dual qualification creates capacity for security frameworks addressing both material threats and identity challenges, protecting Muslim populations from physical harm while simultaneously preserving religious values through integrated rather than compartmentalized approach. 5. Leadership credibility foundation. The combination establishes both capability credibility and moral authority necessary for effective leadership, enabling Pakistan to convene, guide, and sustain collective security architecture through demonstrated qualifications rather than merely geopolitical calculation or religious rhetoric alone. This synergistic combination directly addresses the central security dilemma facing the Muslim world: how to achieve effective protection without compromising core principles, particularly regarding Palestine and Jerusalem. Pakistan's dual qualification resolves this dilemma by providing protection capability independent from the very powers threatening Islamic principles, creating authentic security alternative impossible through frameworks dependent on those same actors regardless of diplomatic presentation. The May 2025 validation of dual qualification. The May 2025 crisis provided practical demonstration of how this dual qualification translates to effective security. 1. Deterrence effectiveness. Pakistan's nuclear capability successfully deterred escalation beyond conventional threshold despite India's numerical advantage, demonstrating precisely the capability necessary for broader Muslim world protection through practical crisis management rather than merely theoretical deterrence. 2. Islamic principle implementation. Throughout the crisis, Pakistan's operations reflected Islamic principles regarding just defense, proportionate response, and civilian protection, demonstrating the practical security value of religious commitment through operational restraint that prevented dangerous escalation. 3. Independent decision capability. The dual qualification enabled Pakistan to make sovereign security decisions despite external pressure, demonstrating the strategic autonomy necessary for leading authentic Muslim security architecture through crisis management independent of external direction. 4. Principal capability integration. Nuclear capability enabled Pakistan to maintain principled positions regarding Kashmir's Muslim population while Islamic commitment ensured responsible capability employment, showing how the dual qualification resolves tension between protection requirements and moral obligations through indigenous capability aligned with religious values. 5. Leadership demonstration effect. Pakistan's effective crisis management combining capability with principle created immediate credibility among Muslim states, generating recognition that Pakistan's model offers authentic security framework addressing both physical and spiritual dimensions through demonstrated practice rather than merely theoretical potential. This crisis experience validated the transformative potential of Pakistan's dual qualification for Muslim world security. The demonstrated combination of nuclear capability with Islamic authenticity created precisely the leadership credibility necessary for broader security architecture development, establishing Pakistan's unique qualification through practical demonstration rather than merely abstract argument. Strategic implications for Muslim world security. The strategic implications of Pakistan's dual qualification extend beyond immediate security benefits to fundamental transformation of Muslim world position. 1. End of protection dependency. The nuclear umbrella extension would terminate the historical pattern whereby Muslim states seek security through dependency on external powers frequently misaligned with Islamic interests, creating indigenous protection capability through Pakistan's leadership rather than perpetuating vulnerability regardless of numerical strength. 2. Authentic identity preservation. The Islamic Foundation ensures security arrangements aligned with core religious principles, protecting spiritual identity simultaneously with physical security through frameworks reflecting authentic Muslim values rather than merely Muslim participation in externally designed structures. 3. Strategic Autonomy Foundation. The combination creates foundation for genuine strategic independence in the international system, enabling Muslim states to pursue authentic interests through collective frameworks backed by credible capability rather than subordinating priorities to protection providers regardless of religious alignment. For capability principle integration, the dual qualification establishes template for integrating sophisticated capabilities with Islamic principles, demonstrating practically how technological advancement and religious authenticity reinforce rather than contradict each other through responsible innovation rather than reflexive traditionalism or uncritical modernization. 5. Leadership legitimacy establishment. Most fundamentally, the combination creates the essential foundation for legitimate Muslim world leadership, establishing Pakistan's qualification through demonstrated capability and authentic commitment rather than merely geographical size, population statistics, or economic resources regardless of security relevance. These strategic implications address the fundamental paradox identified in the introduction: how 2 billion Muslims find themselves seeking protection despite overwhelming numerical advantage. Pakistan's dual qualification provides the essential leadership foundation for transforming this numerical mass into effective power, combining nuclear capability that ensures credible deterrence with Islamic authenticity that ensures legitimate direction through indigenous leadership rather than external dependency. Chapter 37. Saudi Arabia at the crossroads, critical determinant of Muslim security. O you who have believed, do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are allies of one another. And whoever is an ally to them among you, then indeed, he is one of them. Indeed, Allah guides not the wrongdoing people. Quran 5:51. While Pakistan provides essential leadership through nuclear capability and Islamic authenticity, Saudi Arabia occupies equally critical position within the proposed Muslim security architecture through unique combination of economic resources, religious authority, and geopolitical significance. The kingdom stands at strategic crossroads where its decisions regarding security relationships will fundamentally determine broader Muslim world trajectory, creating either foundation for indigenous security framework or facilitating alternative model based on external guarantees. This chapter examines Saudi Arabia's pivotal role within the proposed security architecture, analyzing how its unique qualifications create both opportunity and responsibility regarding Muslim world's strategic future. The kingdom's position as custodian of Islam's two holiest sites, Mecca and Medina, creates distinctive religious obligation transcending conventional state interests. This sacred trust simultaneously provides unmatched religious authority and creates special responsibility regarding broader Islamic concerns, particularly Jerusalem's status and Palestinian rights. Similarly, Saudi Arabia's economic resources, particularly petroleum wealth, provide essential financial foundation for any meaningful collective security arrangement while simultaneously creating vulnerability to external pressure through economic interdependence. The resulting tension between security pragmatism and religious responsibility creates defining strategic dilemma where Saudi decisions will determine whether Muslim world develops indigenous security framework or accepts dependency relationships with significant religious implications. Saudi Arabia's combined economic leverage and religious authority. Saudi Arabia's unique position derives from distinctive combination of economic resources and religious significance, creating unmatched potential contribution to Muslim security architecture. Economic resources as strategic foundation. Saudi Arabia possesses economic capabilities providing essential foundation for collective security. 1. Energy-derived financial resources. The kingdom controls world's second-largest proven oil reserves with production capacity exceeding 12 million barrels daily, creating financial capability essential for meaningful security architecture development. These resources generate annual government revenues exceeding $300 billion during normal oil price periods, creating potential financial foundation for collective security arrangements requiring significant capital investment beyond capabilities available through conventional defense budgets. This capacity creates essential economic foundation for sustainable security framework without prohibitive burden on individual member economies. 2. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Strategic potential. Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, PIF, maintains assets exceeding $700 billion, representing world's sixth-largest sovereign wealth fund, creating investment capability beyond immediate budgetary resources. This fund provides financial flexibility, enabling major capability investment without direct budgetary impact, creating potential financing mechanism for long-term security development through investment approach rather than merely expenditure model. This capability creates sustainable financial foundation through sophisticated resource management rather than merely current revenue allocation. 3. Defense spending capacity. The kingdom maintains world's fourth-largest defense budget with annual expenditure exceeding $75 billion, representing nearly 10% of GDP, creating immediate capability contribution potential through existing resource allocation. This spending capacity demonstrates both available resources and established security prioritization, creating foundation for expanded collective security contribution without requiring dramatic reallocation beyond existing patterns. This capacity creates immediate contribution potential through established security investment. For economic diversification trajectory, Saudi Arabia implements Vision 2030 program establishing systematic economic diversification beyond petroleum dependency, creating sustainable resource foundation transcending current extraction-based model. This diversification creates long-term economic sustainability essential for enduring security architecture through resource foundation not solely dependent on finite resource extraction, establishing framework viable beyond eventual petroleum depletion. This trajectory creates sustainable foundation through economic evolution rather than static resource dependence. 5. Strategic reserve financial capacity. The kingdom maintains significant foreign exchange reserves typically exceeding $500 billion despite periodic fluctuations, creating strategic financial buffer enabling sustained commitment despite potential revenue volatility. This capacity creates framework resilience through financial stability, enabling consistent security investment regardless of energy market fluctuations, establishing sustainable foundation rather than volatile commitment vulnerable to external economic conditions. This capacity creates framework stability through financial resilience. These economic dimensions collectively create unmatched financial foundation for proposed security architecture, establishing resource base enabling genuine capability development without prohibitive burden on other member states. Saudi Arabia's economic resources provide essential complement to Pakistan's nuclear capability, creating synergistic relationship where financial capacity enables practical implementation of security framework built upon strategic foundation established through nuclear deterrence. Religious authority as legitimacy source. Beyond economic resources, Saudi Arabia's religious significance provides essential legitimacy. 1. Two holy mosques custodianship. The kingdom serves as guardian of Islam's two holiest sites, Makkah as Grand through comprehensive protection. These framework elements collectively create broader cooperation opportunities beyond formal membership, establishing mechanisms enabling engagement with diverse partners while maintaining appropriate distinction regarding alliance identity. The resulting structure facilitates practical security cooperation regardless of religious or political differentiation where shared interests exist, creating enhanced effectiveness through expanded relationships beyond formal alliance boundaries. Compliance mechanisms and dispute resolution. Sustainable alliance requires effective procedures addressing compliance failures and resolving inevitable disagreements. Compliance monitoring system. Effective alliance operation requires systematic commitment verification ensuring obligation fulfillment. 1. Annual Capability Certification Program. The treaty would establish annual certification process evaluating member capability maintenance, creating systematic verification ensuring continued obligation fulfillment rather than initial compliance followed by deterioration. This program would examine force readiness, equipment maintenance, training standards, and similar factors, creating sustained capability through regular verification. This program creates sustained capability through systematic verification. 2. Financial contribution tracking. The treaty would implement transparent financial monitoring system tracking member contributions against commitments, creating accountability ensuring equitable burden sharing through systematic verification rather than voluntary compliance without oversight. This system would produce regular reports detailing actual versus required contributions, creating appropriate transparency regarding equitable participation. This system creates financial accountability through transparent monitoring. 3. Independent assessment team. The treaty would authorize multinational assessment teams conducting periodic evaluation regarding member compliance, creating objective verification through neutral examination rather than self-certification potentially lacking accuracy. These teams would conduct site visits, capability demonstrations, and procedural examinations, creating reliable verification through independent assessment. This team creates objective verification through neutral examination. 4. Parliamentary reporting requirement. The treaty would require periodic reporting to member national parliaments regarding compliance status, creating domestic accountability through legislative oversight enabling popular representation engagement regarding alliance commitment fulfillment. These reports would detail national obligation status, providing appropriate transparency enabling domestic political oversight regarding government performance. This requirement creates legislative oversight. Domestic accountability through 5. Public transparency measures. The treaty would mandate appropriate public disclosure regarding compliance status, creating broader accountability through transparency beyond merely institutional oversight. These measures would include regular compliance status publication, statistical reporting regarding capability maintenance, and similar information enabling public assessment, creating enhanced accountability through broader scrutiny. This measure creates enhanced accountability through public transparency. These monitoring elements collectively create effective compliance verification, establishing systematic processes ensuring obligation fulfillment through appropriate oversight rather than merely voluntary compliance without verification. The resulting framework ensures alliance maintains actual rather than merely theoretical capability, creating credible collective security through verified rather than assumed capability maintenance. Dispute resolution framework. Inevitable disagreements require effective resolution mechanisms preventing escalation while maintaining cohesion. 1. Mediation Committee establishment. The treaty would create standing mediation committee comprising respected representatives from non-involved members, creating neutral forum addressing bilateral disputes through impartial facilitation rather than unstructured confrontation potentially escalating tension. This committee would provide structured environment for dispute examination, facilitating resolution through neutral guidance and potential compromise identification. This institution creates resolution pathway through neutral facilitation. 2. Binding arbitration option. The treaty would establish binding arbitration possibility when mediation proves insufficient, creating decisive resolution mechanism producing final determination when parties cannot reach agreement independently. This option would enable dispute submission to qualified arbitrators rendering binding decision both parties commit following, creating definitive resolution pathway beyond impasse. This option creates ultimate resolution through binding determination. 3. Advisory opinion mechanism. The treaty would authorize advisory opinion requests from qualified Islamic legal experts regarding interpretation questions, creating authoritative guidance when disagreements involve Islamic principle application within alliance context. These opinions would provide respected perspective regarding appropriate principle interpretation, creating resolution pathway through authoritative clarification from recognized expertise. This mechanism creates interpretive clarity through authoritative guidance. 4. Hierarchical escalation framework. The treaty would establish graduated escalation pathway routing unresolved disputes through progressive institutional levels, creating systematic process ensuring appropriate authority engagement matching dispute significance. This framework would begin with working-level resolution attempts before progressively involving higher authorities including Defense Ministers Committee and ultimately Supreme Council, creating appropriate attention matching significance. This framework creates appropriate attention through systematic escalation. 5. External neutral party option. The treaty would allow external neutral party involvement when internal mechanisms prove insufficient, creating alternative pathway when alliance processes cannot resolve particularly challenging disputes. This option would enable mutually acceptable third-party engagement potentially including respected Muslim leaders from non-member states, creating additional resolution possibility when internal mechanisms reach limitation. This option creates facilitation. Alternative pathway through external. These framework elements collectively create effective dispute management, establishing multiple resolution pathways preventing disagreement escalation while maintaining alliance cohesion through structured rather than unregulated conflict. The resulting system ensures inevitable differences receive appropriate management preventing minor disagreements from undermining broader cooperation, creating sustainable collaboration through effective conflict resolution rather than avoidance potentially creating larger problems through unaddressed tension. Consequence enforcement system. Meaningful compliance requires appropriate consequences addressing obligation failures. 1. Graduated sanction framework. The treaty would establish progressive consequence system matching violation severity, creating proportionate response through differentiated measures rather than binary compliance determination. These consequences would range from formal notification and compliance assistance through capability access restriction and meeting participation limitation to financial penalties and ultimately protection benefit suspension, creating appropriate correlation between violation significance and response magnitude. This framework creates proportionate enforcement through graduated options. 2. Peer review mechanism. The treaty would implement peer assessment process where members evaluate counterpart compliance, creating mutual accountability through reciprocal examination rather than hierarchical oversight potentially creating resentment through perception regarding unequal treatment. This mechanism distributes evaluation responsibility across membership, creating shared rather than imposed oversight through mutual examination. This mechanism creates mutual accountability through distributed assessment. Support 3. Compliance Assistance Program. The treaty would establish system helping members address unintentional compliance challenges, creating cooperative rather than merely punitive approach recognizing capability limitation distinction from deliberate violation. This program would provide technical assistance, expertise sharing, and capability development helping members overcome limitation through supportive rather than punitive response when appropriate. This program creates supportive enforcement through assistance provision. 4. Transparency publication system. The treaty would mandate public disclosure regarding significant compliance failures, creating reputational consequence through transparency beyond merely internal ramification. This system would publish formal findings regarding substantial violations, creating additional incentive through potential embarrassment. Beyond merely formal consequences. This system creates enhanced compliance through transparency consequences. 5. Domestic implementation verification. The treaty would require demonstration regarding domestic legal integration ensuring treaty obligations receive appropriate national implementation, creating internal enforcement foundation through local legal adoption. This verification would examine national legislation implementing treaty requirements, creating appropriate domestic foundation ensuring national legal system support rather than potentially contradict alliance obligations. This verification creates implementation foundation through legal integration confirmation. Chapter 40. Command Structure and Headquarters System. And we raised among them leaders who guided by our command when they were steadfast and had certainty in our signs. Quran 32:24. The transformation of conceptual security architecture into operational military capability requires sophisticated command arrangements enabling coherent direction, appropriate authority distribution, and effective force employment across diverse membership. This chapter examines the command structure and headquarters system necessary for a Pakistan-led Muslim security alliance, developing essential leadership frameworks enabling unified action while respecting national sovereignty and Islamic principles. Unlike previous regional security initiatives characterized by ad hoc coordination mechanisms, ambiguous authority relationships, or limited integration beyond political declarations, the proposed command structure provides institutional permanence, operational clarity, and effective capability integration necessary for genuine collective defense. Drawing inspiration from both Islamic military tradition and successful modern alliance structures while addressing unique Muslim world requirements, the proposed arrangement balances centralized direction with distributed execution essential for effective operations across geographically dispersed membership. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan, which demonstrated both Pakistan's command excellence and existing coordination limitations across the Muslim world, provides timely context for developing more sophisticated command arrangements addressing collective Muslim security requirements. The development of comprehensive command structure represents essential implementation element transforming theoretical alliance into practical capability. Beyond treaty frameworks establishing legal foundations, Muslim nations require specific leadership arrangements enabling coherent action, resource integration, and effective capability employment, converting individual national forces into collective security instrument. While existing structures including OIC military coordination provide useful foundation, they lack integrated command mechanisms enabling unified operations across member forces. The command framework proposed in this chapter would address this implementation gap through comprehensive architecture built upon existing institutions while creating new operational capabilities. As Pakistan demonstrated both its nuclear deterrent credibility and conventional command excellence. During the May 2025 crisis, the extension of this leadership capability through appropriate command structures would enhance broader Muslim world security through institutional frameworks enabling coordinated action beyond individual national limitations. Supreme Allied Command, Pakistan-based. The alliance apex requires sophisticated leadership structure enabling unified strategic direction while maintaining appropriate political oversight and national sovereignty respect. Strategic command location and facilities. The Supreme Allied Command physical infrastructure creates essential operational foundation. 1. Pakistan headquarters location. The Supreme Allied Command would be established within Pakistan's territory, specifically at a Islamabad Rawalpindi purpose-built facility area, creating in the appropriate centralization within nuclear-capable lead nation essential for credible extended deterrence. This location provides natural connection with Pakistan's existing military headquarters, facilitating coordination with national command structures while enabling appropriate nuclear consultation without compromising sensitive capability protection. This placement creates essential coordination through geographical proximity with lead nations' command infrastructure. 2. Hardened physical infrastructure. The headquarters would feature sophisticated hardening against physical and electromagnetic threats, creating essential resilience enabling continued operation during crisis or conflict when direction becomes particularly crucial. These protective measures would include underground components, redundant communications, electromagnetic pulse protection, and similar features ensuring function continuation despite potential targeting. This infrastructure creates essential resilience through deliberate protective design. 3. Comprehensive security framework. The headquarters would implement layered security system combining physical measures, personnel screening, and counterintelligence capabilities, creating essential protection against both conventional threats and sophisticated intelligence operations potentially targeting sensitive alliance information. This system would integrate Pakistani intelligence expertise with comprehensive protective measures ensuring headquarters security against diverse threat spectrum. This framework creates essential protection through multi-layered security approach. 4. Advanced Command Information Systems. The headquarters would feature sophisticated command information systems enabling comprehensive situational awareness, secure communications, and effective decision support, creating essential capability foundation beyond merely physical infrastructure. These systems would integrate intelligence feeds, operational status information, resource allocation tools, and similar capabilities enabling effective command through appropriate information support. This technology creates essential awareness through sophisticated information systems. 5. Appropriate cultural integration. The headquarters design would incorporate appropriate Islamic cultural elements reflecting alliance religious foundation, creating distinctive identity beyond merely functional military facility. These elements would include appropriate prayer facilities, architectural influences, and similar features establishing visual and functional manifestation regarding alliance Islamic identity beyond merely secular military arrangement. This integration creates distinctive identity through deliberate cultural incorporation. These location and facility elements collectively establish essential physical and technological foundation supporting Supreme Allied Command, providing appropriate infrastructure enabling effective direction through suitable operational environment. The resulting headquarters creates operational foundation supporting alliance leadership, establishing appropriate command capability enabling effective direction beyond merely conceptual authority without corresponding physical implementation. Command leadership structure beyond physical facilities. Supreme Allied Command requires appropriate leadership arrangements. 1. Supreme Allied Commander designation. The Supreme Allied Commander position would be permanently assigned to senior Pakistani general officer of 4-star equivalent rank, creating appropriate leadership from nuclear-capable lead nation essential for credible extended deterrence. This designation ensures command remains within nation providing nuclear capability foundation, establishing essential connection between conventional and nuclear capabilities through unified leadership. This arrangement creates essential credibility through appropriate leadership designation. 2. A multinational deputy system. The Supreme Allied Commander would be supported by multiple deputies drawn from different geographic regions within membership, creating appropriate representation beyond lead nation through distributed senior leadership. These deputy positions would enable regional perspective integration within command leadership, ensuring diverse viewpoints inform strategic direction while providing enhanced legitimacy through multinational rather than purely Pakistani leadership team. This system creates enhanced representation through multinational leadership. 3. Civilian Supreme Representative. The military leadership would operate alongside civilian Supreme Representative appointed by Supreme Allied Council, creating appropriate political oversight ensuring military direction remains aligned with alliance political objectives. This civilian position would provide essential connection between political direction and military implementation, ensuring appropriate subordination of military capability to civilian authority consistent with democratic principles. This position creates essential civilian control through formal oversight position. 4. Religious Affairs Advisor integration. The command leadership would include senior religious affairs advisor ensuring operations maintain appropriate alignment with Islamic principles, creating distinctive capability beyond conventional military leadership structure. This position would provide guidance regarding operations' religious dimensions, ensuring military activities maintain consistency with Islamic ethical principles beyond merely secular military considerations. This integration creates distinctive approach through religious guidance incorporation. 5. Rotation system for supporting positions. While Supreme Commander position remains Pakistani, supporting leadership positions would operate on appropriate rotation system among member nations, creating enhanced representation beyond permanent positions through periodic opportunity. This rotation ensures broader membership receives appropriate leadership representation through systematic opportunity rather than fixed allocation, potentially limiting participation. This system creates enhanced representation through deliberate rotation. These leadership structure elements collectively establish essential command apex, enabling unified direction, providing appropriate authority arrangement, balancing lead nation responsibility with broader membership representation. The resulting leadership creates effective command capability, combining Pakistani nuclear foundation with multinational participation, establishing credible direction capacity addressing both conventional and nuclear dimensions within appropriate political oversight and Islamic guidance. Strategic Planning Directorate. Effective command requires sophisticated planning capability supporting leadership decision-making. 1. Multinational planning staff. The Strategic Planning Directorate would comprise qualified officers from across membership, creating diverse expertise integration beyond merely Pakistani perspective. This multinational composition ensures planning benefits from different military traditions, operational experiences, and strategic perspectives, creating enhanced conceptual foundation through diverse rather than monolithic viewpoint. This staff creates enhanced perspective through multinational integration. Creating misalignment between concepts and capabilities. This integration creates enhanced coherence through deliberate development alignment. For scenario-based planning methodology, the planning approach would emphasize sophisticated scenario development, examining diverse contingencies, creating enhanced preparation through systematic rather than ad hoc consideration regarding potential situations. This methodology ensures leadership receives comprehensive options addressing different possible developments rather than reactive planning potentially lacking necessary depth during actual crisis situations. This methodology creates enhanced preparation through systematic contingency examination. Effective command requires sophisticated information foundation supporting decision-making. 1. Multinational Intelligence Fusion Cell. The Supreme Allied Command would include dedicated intelligence integration capability combining information from diverse sources, creating comprehensive understanding beyond individual national perspectives. This capability would synthesize intelligence from different member agencies, technical collection platforms, and open sources, creating enhanced awareness through information integration across multiple perspectives and methodologies. This cell creates comprehensive understanding through deliberate integration. 2. Strategic warning function. The intelligence capability would emphasize early identification regarding potential threats, emerging situations, and similar developments requiring command attention, creating proactive rather than reactive orientation. This function ensures leadership receives timely notification before situation development, potentially requiring alliance response, enabling appropriate preparation rather than crisis response without warning. This function creates enhanced preparation through early notification. 3. Sacred Site Monitoring Capability. The intelligence structure would include specific capability focused on Islamic sacred site status, creating distinctive collection and analysis regarding locations holding particular religious significance beyond merely conventional territorial monitoring. This capability would maintain dedicated attention regarding Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina, and similar locations, ensuring appropriate awareness regarding sites holding special technical collection coordination. The intelligence function would include sophisticated capability coordinating available technical collection assets from different member nations, creating enhanced collection through deliberate integration rather than uncoordinated parallel efforts, potentially creating inefficiency through duplication. This coordination ensures available collection platforms operate with appropriate synchronization, enabling maximum effectiveness through deliberate rather than incidental integration. This coordination creates enhanced collection through deliberate synchronization. 5. Regional expertise distribution. The intelligence structure would maintain balanced expertise distribution, ensuring appropriate understanding regarding different regions both within and beyond Muslim world, creating comprehensive perspective rather than geographically limited viewpoint, potentially missing significant developments. This distribution ensures command maintains appropriate awareness regarding relevant developments across different regions, potentially affecting alliance security rather than focus limited to particular areas. This distribution creates comprehensive awareness through balanced expertise. These intelligence elements collectively establish essential information foundation decision-making, providing supporting sophisticated command understanding through appropriate collection, analysis, and dissemination capabilities. The resulting capability creates effective support for command leadership, establishing appropriate awareness, enabling informed decision through comprehensive information rather than limited understanding, potentially undermining effectiveness through incomplete perspective during critical situations. Nuclear Consultation Group. The alliance distinctive capability. Pakistan's nuclear deterrent requires specialized command arrangements. 1. Restricted membership format. The Nuclear Consultation Group would operate with limited participation, including only Pakistani leadership and specifically authorized representatives from other member states, creating appropriate control regarding extraordinarily sensitive capability. This restriction ensures nuclear matters receive appropriately limited distribution, protecting critical information while enabling necessary consultation regarding this ultimate security guarantee. This format creates essential security through appropriate participation limitation. Two. Extended deterrence doctrine development. The group would maintain responsibility regarding extended deterrence doctrine development, creating clear understanding regarding circumstances potentially warranting nuclear response within collective defense context. This development would establish appropriate parameters, ensuring nuclear capability maintains credible deterrence without unnecessary provocation, creating appropriate balance between security provision and strategic stability. This development creates essential clarity through deliberate doctrine elaboration. 3. Crisis consultation mechanism. The group would establish specific procedures enabling rapid consultation during emerging crises, creating essential coordination capability during time-sensitive situations potentially involving nuclear dimensions. These procedures would ensure appropriate communication when circumstances potentially warrant deterrence posture adjustment, creating necessary coordination without decision delay, potentially undermining effectiveness during critical situations. This mechanism creates procedures. Essential coordination through crisis-specific. 4. Command and control protocol development. The group would establish sophisticated arrangements ensuring both appropriate Pakistani sovereign control and necessary alliance consultation, creating essential balance between national authority and collective consideration. These protocols would maintain clear Pakistani decision authority while establishing structured consultation, ensuring broader membership perspectives receive consideration without compromising security through excessive distribution. This development creates essential balance through sophisticated protocol design. Regular 5. Simulation and exercise program. The group would conduct simulations exercising consultation procedures during hypothetical crises, creating enhanced preparedness through practice rather than theoretical procedures without operational validation. These exercises would test communication systems, decision protocols, and coordination mechanisms, creating improved capability through identified shortfalls addressed before actual crisis situations. This program creates enhanced readiness through systematic validation. These nuclear group elements collectively establish essential coordination regarding ultimate security guarantee, providing appropriate consultation deterrence receives capability necessary, ensuring extended communication, maintaining appropriate security through while restricted participation. The resulting capability creates effective nuclear dimension management, establishing appropriate balance between Pakistani sovereign control over nuclear assets and necessary alliance consultation, enabling cooperative rather than unilateral employment consideration during potential crisis situations. Regional commands and geographical divisions' effective implementation across diverse geography requires appropriate regional structure beneath supreme command. Regional command architecture. The alliance geographical distribution necessitates appropriate regional structure. 1. For primary regional commands, the command structure would establish for primary regional commands addressing different geographical areas, creating appropriate operational focus matching alliance territorial distribution. These commands would include South Asia Command, Pakistan-based, Middle East Command, Saudi Arabia-based, Africa Command, Egypt-based, and Southeast Asia Command, Malaysia-based, creating operational capability matched to different regions through dedicated focus. This architecture creates appropriate geographic adaptation through regional focus. 2. Subordinate subregional headquarters. Each regional command would establish appropriate subregional headquarters addressing particular areas within broader regional responsibility, creating enhanced focus through further specialization matching specific geographic requirements. These subordinate headquarters would enable more detailed attention regarding specific areas requiring particular emphasis based on threat assessment, operational requirements, or similar considerations. This structure creates enhanced focus through appropriate specialization. 3. Mobile command element capability. Each regional command would maintain mobile command capability, enabling forward deployment during contingencies, creating operational flexibility beyond fixed headquarters potentially constrained during actual operations. This capability would enable leadership presence at critical locations during contingencies, creating enhanced command through appropriate forward presence when circumstances require on-scene direction. This capability creates enhanced flexibility through deliberate mobility provision. 4. Regional Supreme Command relationship. The command structure would establish clear relationship between regional commands and Supreme Allied Command, creating appropriate centralized direction authority with distribution regional balancing autonomy. This relationship would maintain Supreme Command ultimate authority while enabling appropriate regional initiative within established parameters, creating proper balance between unified direction and operational flexibility. This relationship creates appropriate balance through deliberate authority distribution. 5. Regional partner coordination cells. Each regional command would establish specific capability coordinating with relevant non-member partners within respective region, creating appropriate interface beyond alliance membership. These cells would maintain relationships with significant regional actors outside formal alliance structure, enabling appropriate coordination when shared interests create cooperation opportunity despite formal membership absence. This capability creates enhanced effectiveness through broader engagement. These architectural elements collectively establish essential regional implementation structure beneath Supreme Command, providing appropriate operational capability. Addressing alliance geographic distribution through deliberate regional focus. The resulting structure creates effective operational capability across diverse geography, establishing appropriate command presence across different regions while maintaining unified strategic direction through clear relationship with Supreme Command. Geographic responsibility delineation. Effective regional operation requires precise understanding regarding responsibility boundaries. 1. Formal area of responsibility definition. Each regional command would receive specific geographic responsibility formal definition, creating precise understanding regarding coverage boundaries, overlap areas, and similar spatial considerations. This definition would establish exact territorial, maritime, and airspace parameters falling under specific command responsibility, creating clear understanding regarding geographic coverage. This definition creates essential clarity through precise boundary specification. 2. International border alignment. Regional command boundaries would deliberately align with existing international borders where possible, creating reduced complexity through coincidence with established political boundaries. This alignment minimizes potential confusion regarding responsibility transition points, creating enhanced clarity through boundary harmonization with existing recognized borders rather than creating entirely new demarcation potentially generating confusion. This alignment creates enhanced clarity through existing boundary utilization. 3. Maritime boundary specification. The responsibility delineation would include specific maritime zone definition, creating appropriate understanding regarding sea area responsibility essential given Muslim world significant maritime distribution. This specification would address territorial waters, exclusive economic zones, international waters, and comprehensive similar maritime distinctions, creating understanding regarding responsibility distribution across different maritime legal classifications. This specification creates comprehensive coverage through explicit maritime inclusion. 4. Airspace responsibility allocation. The geographic definition would explicitly address airspace responsibility, creating three-dimensional understanding beyond merely surface territory coverage. This allocation would establish flight information regions, altitude parameters, and similar considerations, creating comprehensive spatial understanding regarding command responsibility across different atmospheric levels. This allocation creates comprehensive coverage through explicit vertical dimension inclusion. 5. Sacred Site Special Jurisdiction. The geographic responsibility would include specific provisions regarding sacred site locations boundaries, creating transcending special normal arrangements regional, ensuring appropriate attention regarding locations holding particular religious significance. These provisions would enable specialized focus regarding Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina, and similar locations beyond standard regional responsibility, creating enhanced protection through special attention. This jurisdiction creates appropriate emphasis through special arrangement. These delineation elements collectively establish essential understanding regarding regional responsibility distribution, providing precise definition enabling clear operation through appropriate boundary understanding. The resulting framework creates effective responsibility allocation, establishing appropriate geographic distribution, ensuring comprehensive coverage without confusion regarding transition points, potentially creating either coverage gaps or duplicate effort through overlapping responsibility without appropriate coordination. Force assignment system. Effective regional operation requires appropriate force allocation supporting command authority. 1. Tiered assignment framework. The command structure would establish graduated force assignment system where member forces receive different relationship designation regarding alliance categorization structure, creating appropriate enabling clear understanding regarding authority relationships. These designations would include fully assigned forces under direct alliance command, designated forces remaining under national command until specific conditions, and coordinating forces maintaining purely national command while enabling limited cooperation. This framework creates clear understanding through precise categorization. 2. Regional force package development. Each regional command would organize specifically tailored force combinations addressing particular regional requirements, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate composition addressing specific needs rather than generic allocation potentially lacking appropriate capability mix. These packages would combine different capabilities specifically matched to regional threat assessments, geographic considerations, and operational requirements. This development creates enhanced effectiveness through deliberate composition. 3. Rapid reaction force designation. Within each region, specifically identified units would receive rapid reaction force designation with enhanced readiness requirements, creating immediate response capability addressing emergent situations when standard forces might require additional preparation time. These forces would maintain higher readiness levels, appropriate equipment preparation, and expedited deployment procedures, creating enhanced responsiveness through deliberate readiness. This designation creates enhanced responsiveness through specific preparation. For indigenous capability emphasis, the force assignment would deliberately emphasize regionally sourced capabilities where possible, creating enhanced effectiveness through local knowledge, reduced deployment requirements, and cultural familiarity. This emphasis enables greater operational effectiveness through capabilities already present within operating region rather than exclusively external force reliance, potentially creating both practical and perception challenges. This emphasis creates enhanced effectiveness through regional sourcing. 5. Capability-based assignment. Beyond merely numerical distribution, the force allocation would emphasize appropriate capability mix within each region, creating enhanced effectiveness through complementary combination rather than potentially imbalanced distribution creating capability gaps. This approach ensures each region maintains appropriate diversity regarding available capabilities including air, ground, maritime, and specialized functions rather than potentially narrow capability spectrum. This assignment creates enhanced effectiveness through deliberate capability distribution. These assignment elements collectively establish essential force foundation supporting regional commands, providing appropriate capability enabling effective operation through suitable force availability. The resulting structure creates effective operational capability through deliberate force allocation, establishing appropriate capability distribution ensuring each regional command maintains necessary resources supporting assigned responsibility execution without excessive centralization potentially creating inefficiency or excessive dispersion concentration. Potentially. Regional command staffing. Creating inadequate. Effective regional operation requires appropriate headquarters personnel supporting command function. 1. Balanced multinational composition. Each regional command staff would maintain deliberate multinational composition drawing personnel from different nations within respective region, creating enhanced legitimacy through appropriate representation beyond merely host nation dominance. This balance ensures regional command reflects genuine multinational character rather than host nation instrument, creating appropriate legitimacy through diverse rather than narrow national composition. This composition creates enhanced legitimacy through multinational staffing. 2. Functional directorate organization. The regional staff structure would organize along functional lines including operations, intelligence, communications, creating logistics, comprehensive plans, and capability addressing different headquarters requirements through specialized focus. This organization ensures each essential function receives appropriate attention through dedicated directorate, creating enhanced effectiveness through specialized attention rather than potentially inadequate coverage through creates organization specialized attention. Differentiation. Insufficient enhanced effectiveness through this. 3. Civil-military operations integration. The regional staff would include specific civil-military operations capability addressing non-combat dimensions potentially accompanying security operations, creating comprehensive capability beyond merely kinetic focus. This integration enables appropriate attention regarding humanitarian assistance, civilian impact mitigation, governance support, and similar considerations creating enhanced effectiveness through comprehensive rather than narrow approach. This integration creates enhanced effectiveness through comprehensive capability. 4. Religious affairs element. The regional staff would include specific religious affairs element providing guidance regarding operations religious dimensions, creating distinctive capability reflecting alliance Islamic identity beyond conventional military headquarters structure. This element would provide advice ensuring regional operations maintain appropriate consistency with Islamic principles regarding military activities, creating distinctive approach reflecting alliance religious foundation. This element creates distinctive character through religious guidance integration. 5. Host Nation Relationship Office. Each regional command would maintain dedicated office managing relationship with host nation beyond merely military coordination, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate diplomatic dimension beyond purely operational matters. This office would address status of forces issues, local law considerations, cultural sensitivity matters, and similar topics creating comprehensive rather than narrowly military relationship with host government. This office creates enhanced effectiveness through comprehensive relationship management. These staffing elements collectively establish essential personnel foundation supporting regional commands, providing appropriate expertise enabling effective operation through suitable headquarters capability. The resulting structure creates effective command support through deliberate personnel organization, establishing appropriate expertise distribution ensuring regional headquarters maintains necessary capability across different functional areas while reflecting multinational composition essential for appropriate legitimacy beyond merely host nation dominance. Regional Intelligence Fusion Centers. Effective regional operation requires appropriate information foundation supporting decision-making. 1. Regionally focused collection and analysis. Each regional command would maintain dedicated intelligence capability specifically focused on respective regional security environment, creating enhanced understanding through specialized attention regarding particular area. This focus enables deeper knowledge development through concentrated rather than diffuse attention, creating superior awareness through sustained examination regarding specific geographic area rather than potentially superficial understanding through excessive breadth. This focus creates enhanced understanding through specialized attention. 2. Multilateral information sharing protocols. The regional intelligence capability would implement specific information sharing arrangements among regional members, creating enhanced awareness through deliberate cooperation beyond merely national collection, potentially lacking appropriate integration. These protocols would establish procedures regarding information classification, dissemination limitations, source protection, and similar considerations, creating effective sharing beyond ad hoc arrangement potentially lacking necessary structure. This protocol creates enhanced cooperation through structured sharing. 3. Regional threat monitoring systems. The intelligence capability would implement systematic collection regarding specific threats particularly relevant within respective region, creating focused awareness regarding especially significant security challenges beyond generic monitoring potentially lacking appropriate emphasis. These systems would maintain particular attention regarding regionally significant actors, capabilities, and activities, creating enhanced protection through deliberate rather than incidental focus. This system creates enhanced protection through threat-specific attention. 4. Open source exploitation capability. The regional intelligence would include specific open source collection and analysis, creating enhanced understanding through unclassified information effective utilization alongside traditional classified intelligence. This capability would systematically leverage publicly available information including media reporting, social networks, academic research, and similar sources, creating comprehensive awareness through multiple information stream integration. This capability creates enhanced understanding through diverse information utilization. 5. Predictive analysis emphasis. The regional intelligence would implement sophisticated methodologies attempting potential future development identification, creating enhanced preparation through forward-looking rather than merely descriptive analysis potentially lacking appropriate anticipation. This emphasis enables leadership preparation regarding emerging situations before full development, creating response advantage through early awareness rather than surprise potentially limiting effective reaction. This emphasis creates forward-looking analysis. Enhanced preparation through. These intelligence elements collectively establish essential information foundation supporting regional commands, providing appropriate understanding enabling effective operation through suitable awareness regarding security environment. The resulting capability creates effective decision support, establishing appropriate information collection, analysis, and dissemination ensuring regional leadership maintains necessary understanding regarding both current conditions and potential developments within respective areas of responsibility. Force integration mechanisms. Effective multinational operation requires appropriate integration converting separate national capabilities into coherent instrument. Standardization and interoperability programs. Operational effectiveness requires appropriate commonality enabling multinational cooperation. 1. Tiered standardization framework. The alliance would implement graduated standardization system establishing different requirement levels based on operational necessity. Creating realistic approach recognizing standardization importance while acknowledging complete uniformity in practicality. This framework would designate essential standards requiring absolute compliance, preferred standards allowing limited national variation, and guidelines providing broad direction without strict requirements, creating pragmatic approach balancing integration necessity with implementation feasibility. This framework creates practical integration through realistic expectations. 2. Communication system compatibility. The integration would emphasize particular attention regarding communication systems ensuring reliable information exchange, creating essential operational foundation through guaranteed connectivity across different national forces. This emphasis would establish both technical standards regarding equipment compatibility and procedural standardization regarding information exchange protocols, creating dependable linkage enabling coordinated action. This compatibility creates essential coordination through reliable communication. Three, command and control procedure harmonization. The integration would establish common command procedures regarding essential functions including orders format, reporting requirements, and coordination mechanisms, creating operational coherence through shared understanding regarding fundamental processes. This harmonization ensures different national forces understand how information flows, decisions transmit, and coordination occurs despite different national backgrounds, creating essential understanding. Enabling effective harmonization creates procedural commonality. Multinational operational operations. This coherence through For intelligence exchange standardization, the integration would establish specific standards regarding intelligence information classification, sharing limitations, dissemination procedures, and similar considerations, creating enhanced awareness through appropriate information flow across different national forces. These standards ensure intelligence reaches appropriate users regardless of nationality while maintaining necessary security through consistent handling requirements, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate information availability. This standardization creates enhanced awareness through appropriate information sharing. 5. Logistics support commonality. The integration would develop specific standards regarding essential logistics elements including fuel specifications, ammunition compatibility, supply classification systems, and transportation interfaces, creating enhanced sustainability through appropriate support interoperability. These standards ensure different national forces can provide mutual support when necessary, creating enhanced effectiveness through cross-national sustainment capability, reducing exclusive national supply line dependence. This commonality creates enhanced sustainability through support interoperability. These standardization elements collectively establish essential interoperability foundation supporting multinational operations, providing appropriate commonality enabling effective cooperation despite different national military backgrounds. The resulting framework creates effective operational integration, establishing appropriate standardization where necessary while allowing reasonable national variation where absolute uniformity proves unnecessary, creating realistic approach balancing integration requirements with implementation practicality. Multinational force training. Effective cooperation requires appropriate preparation developing necessary skills and relationships. 1. Progressive exercise program. The alliance would implement graduated training system beginning with limited participation before expanding toward comprehensive involvement, creating realistic development pathway building capability through incremental rather than immediate integration potentially creating excessive complexity. This progression would start with staff exercises and small unit participation before expanding toward larger formations and complex scenarios, creating sustainable development through appropriate capability building. This program creates realistic development through incremental progression. 2. Command Post Exercise Series. The training would include specific emphasis regarding headquarters function through dedicated command post exercises, creating enhanced coordination capability through leadership and staff-specific preparation beyond merely tactical level integration. These exercises would test communication systems, decision processes, information management, and similar headquarters functions, creating enhanced effectiveness through improved command capability. This series creates enhanced coordination through deliberate headquarters preparation. 3. Regional exercise focus. The training program would emphasize regionally relevant scenarios and challenges, creating enhanced preparation through appropriate focus regarding likely rather than hypothetical situations potentially lacking operational relevance. This focus ensures training addresses plausible contingencies within specific operating environments rather than generic scenarios potentially lacking. Sufficient realism regarding actual employment conditions. This focus creates enhanced preparation through realistic scenario development. 4. Sacred site protection specialization. The training would include specific emphasis regarding sacred site protection operations, creating specialized capability addressing distinctive alliance mission beyond conventional territorial defense. These exercises would address Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina, and similar location defense, creating enhanced capability regarding particularly sensitive religious sites requiring specialized approach beyond standard military operations. This specialization creates enhanced capability through mission-specific preparation. 5. Certification and evaluation process. The training system would include formal certification regarding forces meeting established readiness standards, creating quality assurance through verification rather than assumption regarding operational capability. This process would evaluate equipment status, personnel preparation, procedural understanding, and performance demonstration, creating confirmed rather than presumed capability through objective assessment. This process creates assured capability through formal verification. These training elements collectively establish essential preparation supporting multinational operations, providing appropriate skill development enabling effective cooperation despite different national military backgrounds. The resulting capability creates effective operational integration, establishing improved coordination through deliberate preparation rather than ad hoc cooperation potentially lacking. Necessary foundations developing operational effectiveness. Through systematic rather than incidental preparation. Doctrine and concept development. Effective cooperation requires appropriate conceptual foundation guiding operations. 1. Islamic military principle integration. The doctrine development would explicitly incorporate relevant Islamic principles regarding military operations, creating distinctive conceptual foundation reflecting alliance religious identity beyond conventional military thinking. This integration would include appropriate concepts regarding just war initiation, jus ad bellum, ethical conduct during operations, jus in bello, and proper conflict termination, jus post bellum, creating authentic approach reflecting alliance Islamic foundation. This integration creates distinctive identity through religious principle incorporation. 2. Specialized sacred site protection doctrine. The conceptual development would include specific doctrine addressing Islamic sacred site protection, creating specialized guidance regarding particularly significant locations requiring different approach beyond conventional territorial defense. This doctrine would address Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina, and similar locations, creating distinctive capability regarding religiously significant areas requiring specialized approach balancing security provision with location sanctity. This doctrine creates specialized capability through focused conceptual development. 3. Asymmetric advantage emphasis. The doctrinal development would emphasize quality over quantity approaches leveraging specialized capabilities compensating numerical disadvantage, creating realistic operational concepts recognizing potential adversary material superiority. This emphasis would develop concepts maximizing alliance capabilities through asymmetric approaches rather than attempting symmetrical confrontation potentially creating vulnerability through resource limitation. This emphasis creates enhanced effectiveness through realistic conceptual approach. 4. Regional cultural adaptation. The doctrine would include appropriate variation addressing different regional cultural contexts, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate adaptation rather than monolithic approach potentially lacking necessary sensitivity regarding operating environment variation. This adaptation ensures operational concepts reflect regional particularities regarding social structures, cultural norms, and similar considerations creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate contextual sensitivity. This adaptation creates enhanced effectiveness through appropriate cultural awareness. 5. Multinational development process. The doctrinal development would implement collaborative process incorporating different national perspectives, creating enhanced concepts through diverse viewpoint integration beyond merely Pakistani concepts potentially lacking broader perspective. This process ensures doctrine benefits from different operational backgrounds, security perspectives, and military traditions, creating improved guidance through intellectual diversity rather than narrow conceptual foundation. This process creates enhanced concepts through diverse perspective integration. These doctrinal elements collectively establish essential conceptual foundation supporting multinational operations, providing appropriate guidance enabling effective cooperation through shared understanding regarding operational approach. The resulting framework creates effective operational integration, establishing common conceptual foundation guiding operations while allowing appropriate variation addressing different regional requirements, creating balanced approach between necessary conceptual commonality and appropriate regional adaptation. Combined intelligence architecture. Effective cooperation requires appropriate information sharing enabling common understanding. 1. Multilevel classification system. The intelligence architecture would establish specific classification system enabling appropriate information sharing while protecting sensitive sources and methods, creating enhanced cooperation through deliberate information management. This system would create categories balancing security requirements with operational necessity, enabling necessary information flow while maintaining appropriate protection regarding particularly sensitive intelligence potentially requiring stricter dissemination limitation. This system creates enhanced cooperation management through balanced information. Two, common database access. The architecture would include shared information repositories enabling authorized personnel access regardless of nationality, creating enhanced awareness through deliberate information consolidation beyond merely bilateral exchange, potentially creating incomplete understanding. These repositories would contain appropriately classified information accessible based on individual clearance and operational requirement rather than nationality, creating improved understanding through consolidated rather than fragmented information access. This access creates enhanced awareness through information consolidation. 3. Joint analysis capability. The intelligence structure would include multinational analytical elements producing assessments reflecting different national perspectives, creating enhanced understanding through collaborative rather than parallel analysis potentially lacking appropriate integration. This capability enables comprehensive assessment benefiting from different analytical traditions, regional expertise, and information access, creating superior understanding through intellectual diversity beyond merely national perspective potentially lacking appropriate breadth. This capability creates enhanced understanding through collaborative analysis. 4. Collection coordination mechanism. The architecture would include specific procedures synchronizing available collection capabilities from different nations, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate asset integration beyond merely parallel collection potentially creating either duplication or gaps. This mechanism ensures collection platforms operate with appropriate coordination maximizing cumulative capability while avoiding unnecessary redundancy, creating improved information through deliberate collection management. This mechanism creates enhanced effectiveness through coordinated collection. 5. Distributed processing capability. The intelligence system would implement distributed analysis enabling local processing addressing time-sensitive requirements, creating enhanced responsiveness through appropriate decentralization beyond merely centralized capability potentially creating unnecessary delay. This capability ensures intelligence receives appropriate processing near operating forces when circumstances require rapid exploitation without headquarters transmission delay, creating improved timeliness through appropriate processing distribution. This capability creates enhanced responsiveness through appropriate decentralization. These architectural elements collectively establish essential information foundation supporting multinational operations, providing appropriate cooperation through awareness shared enabling understanding effective regarding operational environment. The resulting capability creates effective intelligence integration, establishing improved information collection, processing, and dissemination ensuring forces maintain necessary awareness supporting operations while protecting sensitive sources and methods through appropriate security measures balanced with operational requirements. Multinational logistics framework. Effective cooperation requires appropriate sustainment system supporting operations. 1. Host nation support agreements. The logistics framework would include formal arrangements with nations hosting alliance forces, creating enhanced sustainment through local resource utilization beyond exclusively deployed capability, potentially creating excessive transportation requirements. These agreements would address facility access, local procurement, transportation support, and similar considerations, creating improved sustainment through appropriate local resource integration. These agreements create enhanced sustainment through local resource utilization. 2. Common logistics terminology. The framework would establish standardized supply classification, transportation routing, support request formats, and similar terminology, creating enhanced support through clear communication despite different national systems. This standardization ensures logistics requirements receive appropriate understanding regardless of nationality differences, creating improved support through communication clarity regarding essential sustainment functions. This terminology creates enhanced support through communication standardization. 3. Multinational logistics units. The support structure would include specifically designed multinational logistics formations, creating enhanced sustainment through shared capability beyond purely national support, potentially creating either redundancy or gaps. These units would combine capabilities from different nations into integrated formations, providing consolidated support, creating improved efficiency through appropriate functional integration rather than parallel national systems. These units create enhanced support through capability integration. 4. Role specialization framework. The logistics approach would implement deliberate specialization where different nations assume primary responsibility regarding particular support functions, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate division of labor beyond duplicative capability, potentially wasting limited resources. This framework would assign specific nations particular support responsibilities matching their comparative advantages, creating improved efficiency through appropriate specialization. This framework creates enhanced specialization. Effectiveness through deliberate. 5. Islamic financial instrument integration. The logistics funding would incorporate appropriate Islamic financial instruments including sukuk, Islamic bonds, and similar mechanisms, creating logistics funding aligned with religious principles beyond conventional arrangements, potentially contradicting Islamic financial requirements. This integration ensures resource generation maintains appropriate compliance with Islamic financial principles, creating distinctive approach. Reflecting alliance religious foundation. This integration creates authentic approach through religious principle compliance. These framework elements collectively establish essential sustainment foundation supporting multinational operations, providing appropriate support enabling effective cooperation through necessary logistics capability beyond merely operational integration. The resulting capability creates effective sustainment integration, establishing improved logistics support enabling sustained operations through appropriate resource provision, ensuring forces maintain necessary supplies, transportation, maintenance, and similar support functions essential for effective operation despite different national support systems and geographic dispersion, creating particular challenges addressed through deliberate logistics integration mechanisms. Civil-military integration capacity. Effective cooperation requires appropriate coordination regarding non-military dimensions. Structure 1. Humanitarian Assistance Coordination Cell. The alliance would include specific capability coordinating military support toward humanitarian requirements, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate integration between security operations and civilian assistance. This capability would establish appropriate coordination with humanitarian organizations, develop relevant military support concepts, and provide specialized expertise regarding civilian assistance operations, creating improved effectiveness through appropriate coordination beyond merely separate operation. This cell creates enhanced effectiveness through deliberate coordination. 2. Cultural property protection teams. The structure would include specialized capability protecting significant cultural and religious sites during operations, creating enhanced legitimacy through deliberate attention regarding heritage preservation beyond merely combat focus. These teams would provide expertise regarding cultural property identification, appropriate protection measures, and damage mitigation strategies, creating improved legitimacy through demonstrable concern regarding culturally significant locations. These teams create enhanced legitimacy through heritage preservation. 3. Religious Leader Liaison Program. The Alliance would implement systematic outreach toward significant religious figures within operating areas, creating enhanced understanding through deliberate dialogue beyond merely security focus, potentially lacking appropriate community connection. This program would establish communication channels, develop mutual understanding, and create cooperation opportunities regarding shared concerns, improving effectiveness through appropriate religious community engagement. This program creates enhanced understanding through deliberate engagement. 4. Civil Infrastructure Preservation Planning. The operational concepts would include specific emphasis regarding essential civilian infrastructure protection, creating enhanced legitimacy through deliberate attention beyond merely military objective focus, potentially creating unnecessary civilian impact. This planning would identify critical civilian services including water, electricity, medical facilities, and similar considerations, creating improved post-conflict conditions through appropriate preservation during operations. This planning creates enhanced legitimacy through deliberate preservation. 5. Post-conflict stability operations capability. The Alliance would develop specific capacity regarding operations following major combat, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate attention beyond merely combat termination, potentially lacking appropriate stabilization capability. This capability would address security maintenance, essential services restoration, governance support, and similar requirements, creating improved conditions through appropriate transition beyond merely military victory, potentially lacking sustainable resolution. This capability creates enhanced comprehensive approach. Effectiveness through. These integration elements collectively establish essential civil-military coordination supporting operations, providing appropriate capability enabling effective cooperation with non-military entities beyond merely security focus. The resulting capability creates effective operational integration beyond purely military dimension, establishing improved coordination with civilian organizations, enhanced cultural sensitivity, and appropriate attention regarding post-conflict requirements essential for sustainable rather than merely temporary security improvement, requiring comprehensive rather than narrowly military approach for lasting effectiveness. National Forces relationship with Alliance. Structure. Effective multinational operation requires appropriate balance between alliance integration and national sovereignty. Command authority distribution. Operational effectiveness requires clear understanding regarding decision authority. 1. Graduated authority framework. The command structure would establish differentiated authority relationships based on specific circumstances, creating appropriate balance between integration requirement and sovereignty preservation through deliberate rather than uniform approach. This framework would include full command, complete authority including reorganization and separate employment, operational command, authority for specific mission without reorganization, operational control, authority for specific tasks within established parameters, and tactical control, local direction for limited duration, creating precise understanding through explicit categorization. This framework creates clear understanding through deliberate differentiation. 2. National command retention. The structure would explicitly acknowledge continuing national command concurrent with alliance authority designation, creating appropriate sovereignty preservation through explicit recognition regarding ultimate national authority retention despite alliance integration. This acknowledgement ensures clear understanding that alliance authority exists alongside rather than replacing national command, creating appropriate balance between integration and independence. This retention creates appropriate balance through explicit acknowledgement. 3. Transfer of authority procedures. The command system would establish specific procedures documenting authority transfer from national to alliance control, creating clear understanding through deliberate process beyond informal arrangement, potentially creating confusion. These procedures would include formal documentation, specific activation conditions, explicit limitations, and similar considerations, creating precise understanding through deliberate process rather than assumption. These procedures create enhanced clarity through formal process. 4. Right of appeal provision. The command structure would include specific mechanism enabling national commanders appeal regarding potentially inappropriate orders, creating essential safeguard ensuring legitimate concerns receive appropriate attention despite multinational context. This provision would establish formal process addressing orders potentially contradicting national policies, limitations, caveats, or similar considerations, creating appropriate protection against potentially problematic direction. This provision creates appropriate protection through formal appeal mechanism. 5. Caveat management system. The command framework would include specific procedures addressing national caveats restricting force employment under certain circumstances, creating practical management regarding inevitable limitations beyond merely theoretical authority potentially lacking actual implementation capability. This system would document specific restrictions, incorporate limitations within planning, and develop appropriate alternatives addressing constraints, creating realistic operation capability despite inevitable limitations. This system creates practical capability through realistic limitation management. Chapter 41. Force contribution. Models and standards. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy and others besides them whom you do not know but Allah knows. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. Beyond command structures and treaty frameworks, effective alliance implementation requires detailed arrangements regarding force provision, capability development, and quality assurance transforming political commitments into operational reality. This chapter examines force contribution models and standards necessary for a Pakistan-led Muslim security alliance, developing essential mechanisms enabling meaningful capability integration while accommodating significant economic, technical, and military disparities across diverse membership. Unlike previous initiatives characterized by well-intentioned declarations without corresponding implementation mechanisms, the proposed model provides specific contribution structures, distribution approaches, and quality verification systems ensuring practical capability matches rhetorical commitment. Drawing inspiration from both Islamic principles regarding collective defense and successful alliance experiences while acknowledging unique Muslim world circumstances, the proposed system balances equitable burden sharing with realistic capability expectations, creating sustainable framework accommodating different member circumstances while maintaining necessary operational effectiveness. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan, which demonstrated both the effectiveness of quality-focused defense approaches and the limitations of ad hoc security cooperation, provides timely context for developing more structured contribution models addressing collective Muslim security requirements. The development of comprehensive force contribution model represents essential element translating alliance concept into operational capability. Beyond treaty frameworks establishing legal obligations and command structures providing leadership arrangements, Muslim nations require specific contribution systems enabling appropriate burden distribution while developing necessary capabilities, converting organizational concept into practical security instrument. While existing organizations including OIC provide useful foundation, they lack specific force contribution mechanisms enabling operationalization beyond political declarations. The model proposed in this chapter would address this implementation gap through detailed contribution architecture building upon Islamic principles regarding mutual obligation while recognizing significant disparity across potential membership. As Pakistan demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis, superior quality can effectively counterbalance greater quantity through appropriate capability development, organization, and integration, providing conceptual foundation for contribution system emphasizing specialized excellence rather than merely numerical mass potentially creating unsustainable burden particularly for smaller or economically challenged members. Percentage-based force contribution system. Equitable burden distribution requires systematic approach balancing responsibility with capability. Equitable distribution principles. The force contribution system requires appropriate foundation balancing fairness with practicality. 1. Islamic Mutual Support Foundation. The contribution model would explicitly reference Islamic principles regarding mutual assistance and proportionate obligation, creating faith-based foundation establishing moral dimension beyond merely technical arrangement. This foundation would draw upon relevant Quranic guidance including help one another in righteousness and piety, 5:2, and prophetic traditions regarding proportionate contribution according to capability, creating authentic approach reflecting alliance religious identity. This foundation creates moral obligation through religious principle incorporation. 2. Proportional burden framework. The system would establish contribution expectations correlated with national capability rather than equal distribution, creating realistic approach recognizing significant disparity across potential membership regarding resource availability. This framework would establish appropriate contribution levels reflecting actual rather than theoretical capability, creating sustainable approach through realistic rather than unsustainable expectations particularly regarding economically challenged members. This framework creates sustainable participation through realistic expectations. 3. Multidimensional assessment approach. The contribution determination would consider various factors beyond merely economic metrics, creating comprehensive evaluation regarding actual capability through multifaceted rather than one-dimensional assessment. This approach would examine economic strength, military capability, geographic significance, strategic position, and similar considerations creating balanced understanding regarding appropriate contribution levels through nuanced rather than simplified evaluation. This approach creates accurate assessment through comprehensive consideration. For transparent contribution methodology development, the system would implement clear formula determining specific national responsibilities, creating necessary legitimacy through understood rather than opaque process potentially undermining commitment through perception regarding arbitrary assignment. This methodology would establish specific calculation procedures creating visible connection between national circumstances and contribution expectations, enhancing legitimacy through demonstrated fairness rather than unexplained determination. This development creates enhanced legitimacy through process transparency. 5. Periodic reassessment mechanism. The contribution system would include regular review updating national responsibilities based on changing circumstances, creating dynamic rather than static framework addressing inevitable capability evolution. This mechanism would systematically examine changing national situations including economic development, military capability enhancement, and similar evolutions, ensuring continuing contribution expectations maintain alignment with actual capability. This mechanism creates sustained fairness through dynamic adjustment. These distribution elements collectively establish essential foundation for equitable burden sharing, providing moral and practical framework enabling sustainable participation through appropriate contribution determination beyond arbitrary assignment potentially creating either excessive burden or inadequate participation. The resulting approach establishes justifiable expectations through deliberate connection between capability and responsibility, creating sustainable participation through realistic requirements balanced with necessary effectiveness recognizing that proportionate rather than equal contribution represents both religious principle and practical necessity given significant disparity across potential membership. GDP-based contribution tiers. Practical implementation requires specific methodology translating principles into concrete expectations. 1. Percentage of GDP foundation. The contribution model would establish defense spending targets a specific percentage of national GDP, creating concrete expectation through clear metric beyond ambiguous commitment potentially lacking meaningful standard. This foundation would establish explicit numerical target creating specific understanding regarding appropriate national contribution, enhancing accountability through measurable rather than subjective expectation. This foundation creates concrete obligation through specific metric. 2. Progressive tier structure. The system would implement graduated contribution percentage based on economic development level, creating differentiated expectation acknowledging significant economic disparity across potential membership. This structure would establish higher percentage requirements for wealthier nations while implementing reduced expectations for developing economies, creating fair distribution through differentiated rather than uniform standards, potentially either overburdening developing members or undertaxing developed nations. This structure creates equitable requirements. Distribution through differentiated. 3. Minimum threshold establishment. The contribution system would define minimum spending floor regardless of economic circumstances, creating baseline capability ensuring fundamental participation despite development challenges. This establishment would identify essential contribution level necessary for meaningful participation, ensuring alliance maintains necessary operational foundation through appropriate resource provision despite economic diversity. This establishment creates essential capability through baseline requirement. 4. Maximum expectation cap. The system would implement upper limit regarding expectation as percentage of GDP, creating protection against excessive burden, potentially creating domestic political challenges undermining sustainable participation. This cap would establish reasonable maximum, potentially creating domestic tension through perception regarding disproportionate contribution, potentially exceeding public acceptance even among wealthier members. This cap creates sustainable participation through reasonable limitation. 5. Non-financial alternative valuation. The contribution framework would include specific methodology valuing non-financial contributions, including territory access, facility provision, or specialized capability, creating comprehensive accounting beyond merely monetary measurement. This valuation would establish formal process recognizing different contribution forms beyond financial provision, creating enhanced participation opportunity through diverse rather than exclusively monetary participation, potentially creating barrier for financially constrained members with significant non-financial contribution potential. This valuation creates enhanced participation through comprehensive accounting. These tier elements collectively establish concrete methodology implementing equitable contribution principle, providing specific mechanism enabling precise expectation determination beyond general commitment, potentially lacking practical impact. The resulting approach creates effective burden distribution through deliberate tier construction, balancing necessary resource generation with realistic capability assessment, creating sustainable participation framework recognizing different member circumstances while maintaining necessary operational foundation through appropriate resource provision despite significant economic diversity across potential membership. Alternative contribution mechanisms. Diverse membership requires flexible participation options beyond merely financial provision. 1. Specialized capability provision. The contribution model would establish formal recognition regarding specialized capability as legitimate alternative satisfying contribution requirements, creating participation opportunity beyond financial provision potentially unavailable from economically constrained members with particular military excellence. This provision would establish specific valuation methodology regarding unique capabilities including special operations forces, cyber expertise, intelligence assets, or similar specialized contributions, creating valuable alliance enhancement beyond ordinary capability. This provision creates enhanced contribution participation through specialized. 2. Territorial access valuation. The system would implement formal methodology valuing strategic territory access as legitimate contribution, creating recognition regarding significant security enhancement through geographic position potentially exceeding financial capability, particularly regarding strategically located members with limited economic resources. This valuation would establish specific assessment regarding different access types including basing rights, overflight permission, port utilization, and similar accommodations, creating substantial operational enhancement through territorial advantage. This valuation creates enhanced contribution participation through geographic. 3. Personnel secondment recognition. The contribution framework would formally acknowledge personnel provision toward alliance headquarters, training facilities, or similar institutions as legitimate contribution, creating participation opportunity through human resource provision beyond financial allocation potentially constrained, particularly regarding developing members with significant personnel resources. This recognition would establish specific valuation methodology regarding different personnel types, including staff officers, technical specialists, trainers, and similar positions, creating enhanced capability through human capital contribution. This recognition creates diverse participation through personnel provision. For equipment transfer accounting, the system would include formal valuation regarding equipment transfer toward less resourced members as contribution credit, creating burden-sharing incentive beyond merely national capability, potentially enhancing broader alliance effectiveness through deliberate distribution. This accounting would establish specific credit against contribution requirements regarding equipment provision, enhancing capability among potentially strategic members with resource limitations, creating improved alliance capability through deliberate rather than incidental capability enhancement. This accounting creates enhanced capability through deliberate distribution. 5. Host nation support recognition. The contribution model would formally acknowledge support provided toward alliance facilities, exercises, or operations as legitimate contribution, creating participation opportunity beyond direct capability provision, particularly regarding members hosting significant alliance presence. This recognition would establish specific valuation methodology regarding facility provision, local service delivery, infrastructure development, and similar support, creating substantial operational enhancement through appropriate accommodation beyond merely deployed capability. This recognition creates enhanced participation through support provision. These mechanism elements collectively establish essential participation flexibility beyond merely financial provision, providing diverse contribution options, enabling meaningful participation despite significant economic disparity across potential membership. The resulting framework creates genuine inclusion opportunity through contribution diversification, establishing multiple participation pathways beyond financial capability, potentially creating excessive limitation, particularly regarding members combining limited economic resources with significant alternative contribution potential through territory, specialized capability, personnel, or similar assets, representing valuable alliance enhancement despite financial limitation. Contribution verification system. Effective implementation requires appropriate monitoring, ensuring commitment fulfillment. 1. Annual expenditure certification. The contribution system would require formal documentation regarding actual defense spending, creating accountability through specific verification beyond merely declaration, potentially lacking correspondence with reality. This certification would establish regular process confirming expenditure against established target, enhancing compliance through deliberate verification rather than voluntary adherence without corresponding examination, potentially creating implementation gap between commitment and action. This certification creates enhanced compliance through formal verification. 2. Alternative contribution documentation. The verification would include specific procedures confirming non-financial contributions, creating accountability comprehensive beyond merely monetary examination, potentially undervaluing significant alternative provision. This documentation would establish formal process verifying territory access, personnel provision, specialized capability maintenance, and similar alternative contributions, creating balanced assessment beyond purely financial measurement. This documentation creates comprehensive accountability through multidimensional verification. 3. Independent assessment team. The verification process would utilize multinational evaluation team examining national contributions, creating enhanced credibility through objective rather than self-assessment, potentially lacking appropriate critical examination. This team would conduct thorough review through direct examination rather than merely documentation analysis, enhancing reliability through independent verification beyond potentially biased self-reporting. This team creates enhanced credibility through independent verification. Formal 4. Contribution shortfall notification. The system would establish procedure identifying contribution deficiencies, creating enhanced compliance through explicit notification rather than unacknowledged shortfall, potentially continuing without recognition. This notification would provide specific awareness regarding shortfall nature, magnitude, and correction requirements, creating accountability through formal rather than incidental recognition, enhancing correction likelihood through deliberate attention. This notification creates enhanced compliance through explicit acknowledgement. 5. Progressive consequence framework. The verification would implement graduated response regarding identified deficiencies, creating appropriate motivation through proportionate consequence beyond either insignificant reaction potentially undermining compliance or excessive penalty potentially creating alienation. This framework would establish progressive measures ranging from private notification through public acknowledgement to capability access limitation, creating appropriate incentive through balanced consequence matched with violation significance. This framework creates enhanced compliance through appropriate motivation. These verification elements collectively establish essential accountability, promoting commitment fulfillment, providing appropriate monitoring beyond merely declaration, potentially creating implementation gap between theoretical and actual contribution. The resulting approach creates effective accountability through deliberate verification, establishing appropriate compliance mechanism, ensuring actual provision matches established expectation, creating genuine rather than merely rhetorical capability through appropriate accountability, promoting both proper financial expenditure and alternative contribution provision against established standards, reflecting equitable distribution circumstances. Considering pooled funding mechanisms. Different national. Beyond individual national expenditure, collective investment enables particular capability development. 1. Common Capability Development Fund. The contribution model would establish specific funding pools supporting particular capability development benefiting entire alliance, creating enhanced effectiveness through collective investment beyond individual national acquisition, potentially creating either unnecessary duplication or capability gaps through uncoordinated development. This fund would support strategic airlift, space-based systems, advanced intelligence platforms, and similar capabilities, creating disproportionate collective benefit while exceeding individual acquisition potential, particularly among smaller members. This fund creates enhanced capability through collective investment. 2. Islamic Financing Instrument Integration. The pooled funding would incorporate Islamic financial principles and instruments including sukuk, Islamic bonds, and similar mechanisms, creating resource generation aligned with religious requirements beyond conventional arrangements, potentially contradicting Islamic financial principles. This integration ensures funding mechanisms maintain compliance with religious requirements regarding interest prohibition and ethical investment, creating authentic approach reflecting alliance religious foundation. This integration creates authentic approach through religious principle compliance. 3. Transparent governance structure. The common funding would implement specific oversight mechanisms, ensuring accountability expenditure, creating necessary appropriate through deliberate supervision beyond unlimited discretion, potentially undermining confidence regarding proper resource utilization. This structure would establish clear decision process, expenditure documentation, and regular auditing, creating enhanced legitimacy through demonstrated integrity regarding collective resource management. This structure creates enhanced confidence through deliberate accountability. 4. Proportional contribution framework. The pooled funding would implement graduated contribution requirement based on national capability, creating equitable participation through differentiated rather than equal provision, potentially overburdening smaller members while insufficiently engaging larger nations. This framework would establish specific methodology determining appropriate national contribution toward common fund, creating sustainable participation through realistic expectation aligned with actual capability. This framework creates equitable participation through differentiated contribution. 5. Just retard limitation. The common funding would establish appropriate balance between national contribution and resulting benefit, creating collective rather than nationalistic perspective regarding capability development beyond merely proportional return, potentially undermining genuine pooled approach. This limitation would restrict excessive focus regarding national return on investment while maintaining sufficient reciprocity, ensuring sustainable participation through reasonable relationship between contribution and benefit. This limitation creates genuine cooperation through appropriate balance. These mechanism elements collectively establish essential collective investment enabling particular capability development beyond individual national capacity, providing enhanced effectiveness through deliberate cooperation regarding especially significant systems potentially exceeding individual acquisition capacity. The resulting approach creates improved capability through pooled resources, establishing appropriate development regarding particularly valuable assets requiring substantial investment potentially impossible through purely national funding, particularly regarding smaller members or capabilities creating disproportionate collective benefit compared to individual utility, potentially creating insufficient incentive through purely national capability development. Capability specialization approach. Effective contribution requires appropriate task distribution, maximizing individual strength beyond universal requirement. National Center of Excellence Framework. Specialized contribution enables enhanced effectiveness through focused development. 1. Comparative advantage identification. The specialization approach would include systematic assessment regarding particular national strengths, creating enhanced contribution through deliberate focus beyond universal capability, potentially creating either inadequate quality through excessive breadth or unsustainable burden through comprehensive requirement. This identification would examine historical expertise, existing infrastructure, industrial capacity, and similar factors, creating understanding regarding appropriate specialization opportunity. This identification creates enhanced contribution through deliberate focus. 2. Formal specialization designation. The alliance would establish specific process formally recognizing particular national responsibilities regarding certain capability areas, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate rather than incidental distribution. This designation would establish clear understanding regarding primary responsibility beyond merely individual decision, creating deliberate rather than accidental capability development, ensuring comprehensive coverage without unnecessary duplication. This designation creates enhanced effectiveness through deliberate distribution. 3. Specialized training center distribution. The framework would include specific assignment regarding specialized training facilities across different member nations, creating both enhanced capability through focused development and equitable participation through deliberate distribution. This distribution would establish particular national responsibility regarding specific military function training, including special operations, peacekeeping, cyber defense, and similar specializations, creating both capability enhancement through focused excellence and participation opportunity through deliberate responsibility allocation. This distribution creates both enhanced capability and equitable participation. 4. Specialized equipment development assignment. The approach would include formal responsibility designation regarding particular equipment development, creating both enhanced capability through focused expertise and participation opportunity through deliberate distribution. This assignment would establish specific national responsibility regarding certain technology development, including drones, electronic warfare systems, naval platforms, and similar equipment, creating both capability enhancement through concentrated expertise and participation opportunity through deliberate responsibility allocation. This assignment creates both enhanced capability and equitable participation. 5. Knowledge transfer obligation. The specialization framework would establish specific requirement regarding expertise sharing beyond merely specialized capability provision, creating alliance-wide benefit through deliberate dissemination beyond merely isolated excellence, potentially creating dependency. This obligation would establish formal programs sharing specialized knowledge across membership, creating enhanced overall capability through deliberate expertise distribution beyond merely concentrated excellence, potentially limiting broader benefit. This obligation creates enhanced alliance capability through deliberate knowledge sharing. These framework elements collectively establish essential specialization, enabling enhanced effectiveness through focused development, providing appropriate task distribution, maximizing individual strength while ensuring comprehensive alliance capability through deliberate rather than incidental allocation. The resulting approach creates improved effectiveness through specialization, establishing appropriate focus, enabling superior quality through concentrated development rather than diluted effort, potentially creating mediocre capability through excessive breadth beyond realistic capacity, particularly regarding members with limited resources, potentially creating more valuable contribution through specialized excellence rather than inadequate comprehensiveness. Regional capability clusters. Geographic proximity enables enhanced cooperation through regional specialization. 1. Regional specialization identification. the capability approach would include deliberate assessment regarding particular regional strengths, creating enhanced focus through geographic concentration beyond merely individual national specialization potentially lacking appropriate synergy. This identification would examine regional industrial capacity, historical expertise, educational infrastructure, and similar factors, creating understanding regarding appropriate regional focus areas offering particular development potential. This identification creates enhanced effectiveness through regional concentration. 2. Geographic proximity leverage. The specialization would deliberately utilize physical closeness, enabling enhanced cooperation, creating improved capability through practical collaboration beyond merely theoretical relationship potentially lacking necessary interaction frequency. This leverage would establish specific cooperation mechanisms benefiting from geographic proximity, including regular training interaction, equipment sharing, personnel exchange, and similar activities, creating practical rather than merely conceptual relationship. This leverage creates enhanced capability through practical cooperation. 3. Complementary capability development. The regional approach would emphasize deliberately complementary rather than duplicative specialization, creating comprehensive capability through coordinated development beyond unaligned focus, potentially creating either gaps or unnecessary redundancy. This development would establish coordinated specialization, ensuring appropriate capability coverage while avoiding unnecessary duplication, creating enhanced regional self-sufficiency through deliberate integration. This development creates enhanced capability through coordinated specialization. 4. Shared training infrastructure. The regional framework would emphasize common training facility development, creating enhanced capability through resource combination beyond individual development, potentially creating either inferior facilities through resource limitation or unnecessary duplication through parallel development. This infrastructure would establish regionally shared rather than exclusively national facilities, creating superior capability through collective rather than individual investment. This infrastructure creates enhanced capability through resource combination. 5. Subregional response force development. The approach would include specific rapid reaction capability within different regions, creating enhanced responsiveness through proximity beyond central capability, potentially requiring excessive deployment time, particularly regarding time-sensitive situations. This development would establish regionally based quick reaction forces, ensuring prompt response capability regarding regional contingencies, creating improved effectiveness through appropriate positioning. This development creates enhanced responsiveness through appropriate positioning. These cluster elements collectively establish essential regional cooperation, enhancing effectiveness through geographic proximity, providing improved capability through practical collaboration beyond merely conceptual relationship, potentially lacking necessary interaction frequency. The resulting approach creates enhanced effectiveness through regional focus, establishing appropriate capability distribution, enabling superior performance through coordinated specialization rather than either isolated excellence, potentially lacking appropriate integration or comprehensive requirement, potentially creating excessive burden, particularly regarding smaller members, potentially making more valuable contribution through regional collaboration toward particular excellence areas rather than inadequate attempt toward comprehensive capability beyond realistic capacity. Functional specialization distribution. Appropriate task allocation enables enhanced effectiveness through deliberate assignment. 1. Military function categorization. The specialization approach would establish specific capability categories requiring different member leadership, creating clear understanding regarding different responsibility areas beyond generic military capability, potentially creating confusion regarding particular function responsibility. These categories would include air defense, maritime security, special operations, peacekeeping, cyber defense, counterterrorism, and similar functional areas, creating explicit understanding regarding particular capability components requiring specialized attention. This categorization creates clear understanding through explicit function identification. 2. Lead nation assignment system. the alliance would implement formal process designating specific countries holding primary responsibility regarding particular functions, creating clear responsibility through explicit assignment beyond ambiguous arrangement, potentially creating accountability gap. This system would establish specific understanding regarding primary development. Responsibility, creating clear expectation through formal designation rather than informal assumption, potentially creating either omission through mutual expectation regarding other party responsibility or unnecessary duplication through parallel development without appropriate coordination. This system creates clear responsibility through explicit designation. 3. Functional working group structure. The specialization would include specific coordination bodies addressing particular capability areas, creating necessary integration beyond merely separate development, potentially lacking appropriate synchronization. These working groups would include representatives from different members sharing specific function interest, creating improved cooperation through regular interaction addressing particular capability development, standardization, and employment. This structure creates enhanced integration through deliberate coordination. 4. Function-specific exercise program. The approach would include dedicated training events addressing particular capabilities, creating improved proficiency through focused preparation beyond general exercise, potentially lacking necessary specialist attention. This program would establish specific events addressing particular functions including air defense, maritime security, special operations, and similar capabilities, creating enhanced expertise through deliberate focus beyond generic training, potentially lacking necessary depth. This program creates enhanced proficiency through focused preparation. 5. Cross-functional integration mechanism. The specialization would include specific procedures ensuring appropriate coordination between different functional areas, creating comprehensive capability through deliberate integration beyond merely separate excellence, potentially lacking necessary synchronization. This mechanism would establish regular interaction between different functional components including joint exercises, planning coordination, and capability development integration, creating effective combined capability beyond merely isolated excellence, potentially lacking appropriate coordination. This mechanism creates effective interaction through deliberate integration. These distribution elements collectively establish essential functional allocation, enabling enhanced effectiveness through deliberate assignment, providing regarding particular capability clear understanding responsibility beyond ambiguous arrangement, potentially creating either omission or unnecessary duplication. The resulting approach creates improved effectiveness through appropriate specialization, establishing clear function responsibility while ensuring necessary integration, creating balanced approach between specialized excellence, enabling superior quality through focused development, and appropriate coordination, ensuring comprehensive capability through deliberate integration rather than merely isolated excellence, potentially lacking necessary synchronization, creating comprehensive effectiveness through both specialization, enabling superior quality, and integration, ensuring appropriate coordination. Niche capability development. Particular excellence enables valuable contribution beyond conventional military power. 1. Specialized unit identification. The capability approach would include specific program identifying particular excellence opportunities beyond conventional military formations, creating valuable contribution possibility beyond traditional capability, potentially limiting participation from members with resource constraints regarding conventional force development but particular specialized potential. This identification would examine cyber expertise, special operations capability, medical specialization, engineering excellence, and similar niche opportunities, creating participation opportunity through specialized contribution beyond conventional limitation. This identification creates enhanced participation through specialized contribution. 2. Low-density high-impact focus. The specialization would emphasize capabilities creating disproportionate security enhancement relative to required investment, creating valuable contribution opportunity beyond resource-intensive conventional forces, potentially exceeding realistic capacity, particularly regarding economically constrained members. This focus would examine intelligence assets, electronic warfare capability, specialized aviation assets, and similar capabilities, creating significant security enhancement through relatively modest investment compared to major conventional formations. This focus creates enhanced contribution through efficient capability selection. 3. Religious site protection specialization. The approach would include particular emphasis regarding specialized forces capable protecting Islamic sacred locations, creating distinctive capability reflecting alliance religious foundation beyond conventional territorial defense. This specialization would develop expertise regarding operations concerning Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina, and similar locations, creating unique capability addressing particular religious responsibility beyond merely secular security provision. This specialization creates distinctive capability through religious focus. 4. Counterterrorism Center Network. The framework would establish distributed expertise centers addressing extremist threats, creating enhanced capability through specialized focus beyond conventional military orientation, potentially lacking necessary expertise regarding particular security challenge. This network would develop dedicated capability regarding prevention, intelligence, response, and recovery, creating comprehensive approach through specialized attention beyond merely occasional consideration, potentially lacking necessary depth given threat significance. This network creates enhanced capability through specialized focus. 5. Humanitarian response specialization. The approach would include specific capability addressing disaster relief and similar humanitarian operations, creating enhanced legitimacy through demonstrated concern beyond merely combat capability, potentially creating incomplete security concept. This specialization would develop expertise regarding natural disaster response, refugee management, humanitarian assistance, and similar operations, creating improved effectiveness regarding increasingly significant security dimensions beyond conventional conflict. This specialization creates enhanced capability through deliberate development. These development elements collectively establish essential specialized capability, enabling valuable contribution beyond conventional military power, providing participation opportunity for members combining limited resources with particular excellence potential. The resulting approach creates improved contribution opportunity through specialization, establishing alternative conventional capability participation potentially pathway beyond creating excessive requirement, particularly regarding members with limited resources but specialized potential, creating valuable security enhancement through particular excellence despite broader constraint. This specialization enables quality-focused contribution, demonstrating central thesis regarding superior capability through focused excellence rather than merely numerical mass, creating genuine security enhancement through specialized quality beyond merely quantity, potentially lacking necessary excellence through excessive breadth beyond realistic capacity. Technology-based specialization. Particular technical focus enables valuable contribution through industrial capacity leverage. 1. Defense Industrial Capability Assessment. The specialization approach would include comprehensive evaluation regarding existing manufacturing capacity, creating understanding regarding appropriate technology focus beyond arbitrary assignment, potentially misaligned with actual industrial foundation. This assessment would examine current production infrastructure, technical expertise, scientific capability, and similar factors, creating insight regarding realistic specialization opportunity aligned with existing capacity. This assessment creates appropriate focus through realistic capability understanding. 2. Research and development distribution. The framework would include deliberate allocation regarding particular technology development responsibility, creating enhanced capability through focused attention beyond universal requirement, potentially creating inadequate progress through excessive diffusion. This distribution would establish specific national responsibility regarding drone technology, electronic warfare systems, cyber capability, and similar areas, creating enhanced development through concentrated effort beyond fragmented approach, potentially lacking necessary resource concentration. This distribution creates enhanced development through focused attention. 3. Dual-use technology emphasis. The specialization would deliberately prioritize capabilities offering both military application and civilian benefit, creating enhanced development incentive beyond purely defense orientation, potentially limiting economic justification, particularly regarding developing members with significant non-security priorities. This emphasis would identify technologies including secure communications, remote sensing, transportation systems, and similar capabilities, creating mutually reinforcing development through deliberate dual-purpose identification. This emphasis creates enhanced development through complementary application. 4. Technology transfer framework. The approach would include specific arrangements facilitating appropriate sharing beyond originating nation, creating alliance-wide benefit through deliberate dissemination beyond merely isolated excellence, potentially limiting collective advantage. This framework would establish specific protocols enabling controlled technology sharing, ensuring broader benefit creation while protecting sensitive information, creating enhanced collective capability through appropriate innovation distribution. This framework creates enhanced capability through deliberate sharing. 5. Joint development program structure. The specialization would include collaborative technology creation mechanisms, creating enhanced capability through resource combination beyond purely national effort, potentially insufficient regarding particularly complex or resource-intensive development. This structure would establish specific arrangements enabling multinational innovation. Regarding especially significant technologies, creating improved development opportunity through deliberate cooperation compared to isolated effort, potentially lacking necessary resources. This structure creates enhanced development through resource combination. These specialization elements collectively establish essential technical focus, enabling enhanced capability through industrial capacity leverage, providing improved development through deliberate concentration beyond universal requirement, potentially creating excessive diffusion. The resulting approach creates enhanced capability through appropriate technology distribution, establishing focused responsibility while ensuring broader benefit through appropriate sharing, creating enhanced collective capability through both specialized excellence, enabling superior development through concentrated effort, and appropriate dissemination, ensuring widespread advantage through deliberate distribution beyond merely isolated achievement, potentially limiting collective benefit despite significant development, potentially creating greater security enhancement through appropriate sharing, extending advantage beyond originating nation. Training and equipment standardization. Effective multinational operation requires appropriate commonality, enabling interoperability beyond merely conceptual relationship. Common operational procedures. Procedural standardization enables effective cooperation through shared understanding. 1. Core procedure identification. The standardization approach would include specific selection regarding essential commonality areas, creating appropriate focus through deliberate prioritization beyond universal standardization, potentially creating excessive requirement. This identification would select particularly significant procedures including communications protocols, reporting formats, operational planning methodology, and similar areas, creating enhanced cooperation through focused standardization regarding especially critical interaction aspects. This identification creates enhanced prioritization. Cooperation through appropriate. 2. Tiered standardization structure. The approach would implement graduated requirement levels regarding different procedures, creating realistic implementation through differentiated expectation beyond uniform standardization, potentially creating excessive burden, particularly regarding less critical areas. This structure would establish distinct categories including mandatory procedures requiring absolute compliance, preferred procedures allowing limited national variation, and guidelines providing general direction without strict requirements, creating practical approach balancing necessary commonality with implementation feasibility. This structure creates realistic implementation through graduated approach. 3. NATO procedure adaptation. The standardization would leverage existing NATO procedures where appropriate, creating implementation efficiency through established foundation beyond complete development, potentially creating unnecessary duplication. This adaptation would utilize proven methodologies, particularly regarding technical matters, while maintaining appropriate modification reflecting alliance distinctive character, creating practical approach through appropriate utilization regarding existing standards while ensuring necessary customization reflecting particular requirements. This adaptation creates implementation efficiency through appropriate leverage. For Islamic military heritage integration, the procedure development would incorporate relevant Islamic military traditions where appropriate, creating distinctive approach reflecting alliance religious foundation beyond merely Western concept adoption. This integration would examine classical Islamic military concepts, historical Muslim operational approaches, and traditional command principles creating authentic methodology reflecting alliance distinctive character. This integration creates authentic approach through religious heritage incorporation. 5. Standardization Center establishment. The framework would create dedicated facility developing, maintaining, and disseminating common procedures, creating implementation support beyond merely requirement without corresponding assistance potentially creating compliance challenge. This center would provide documentation, training support, implementation guidance, and compliance verification creating enhanced standardization through deliberate support beyond merely expectation without corresponding assistance potentially limiting actual implementation despite formal requirement. This establishment creates implementation through deliberate support. Enhanced. These procedure elements collectively establish essential operational commonality enabling effective cooperation through shared understanding, providing necessary standardization regarding especially significant interactions beyond excessive requirement potentially creating implementation barrier. The resulting approach creates effective multinational operation capability, establishing appropriate common foundation while allowing reasonable national variation unnecessary, where absolute uniformity proves creating realistic framework balancing standardization requirements with implementation practicality recognizing that excessive requirement potentially creates compliance failure through unrealistic expectation while insufficient standardization potentially creates operational friction through incompatible procedures regarding critical interactions requiring multinational operations. Interoperability 4. Equipment interoperability standards. Effective. Technical compatibility enables effective interaction through appropriate interface specification. 1. Critical interface identification. The standardization approach would include comprehensive assessment regarding essential compatibility requirements, creating appropriate focus through deliberate prioritization beyond universal standardization potentially creating excessive requirement. This identification would select particularly significant interfaces including communication systems, ammunition specifications, fuel types, connector formats, and similar technical requirements creating enhanced interoperability through appropriate standardization regarding especially critical interaction points. This identification creates enhanced interoperability through appropriate prioritization. 2. Legacy system integration. The approach would specifically address existing equipment interoperability, creating practical solution regarding current inventories beyond merely future acquisition potentially neglecting immediate compatibility requirements. This integration would develop specific interface solutions, conversion systems, and similar accommodations enabling effective interaction despite equipment variation, creating practical approach regarding actual rather than merely theoretical circumstance. This integration creates practical capability through realistic accommodation. 3. Communication system emphasis. The standardization would place particular importance regarding information exchange capability, creating essential foundation through focused attention on especially critical requirement beyond general equipment consideration potentially lacking appropriate significance recognition. This emphasis would establish specific standards regarding frequency utilization, encryption methodology, message format, connector type, and similar considerations creating fundamental interaction capability without which other standardization delivers limited benefit due to inability sharing essential operational information. This emphasis creates essential foundation through focused attention. 4. Logistics interface standardization. The approach would specifically address supply system compatibility, creating enhanced sustainability through deliberate attention regarding critical support requirement beyond merely operational equipment, potentially neglecting essential sustainment dimension. This standardization would establish common packaging specifications, transportation interface requirements, supply classification systems, ammunition compatibility standards, and similar considerations, creating improved mutual support capability, enhancing operational endurance through appropriate interoperability regarding critical sustainment functions. This standardization creates enhanced sustainability through deliberate attention. 5. Minimum requirements approach. The standardization would deliberately limit mandatory standards, addressing only essential compatibility, creating realistic implementation through appropriate limitation beyond excessive standardization, potentially creating compliance barrier. This approach would establish clear distinction between absolutely necessary interoperability requirements and desirable but non-critical standards, creating practical implementation pathway through appropriate requirement limitation, avoiding excessive specification, potentially undermining actual compliance through unrealistic expectation. This approach creates realistic limitation. Implementation through appropriate. These interoperability elements collectively establish essential equipment compatibility, enabling effective interaction through appropriate interface specification, providing necessary standardization regarding especially significant technical requirements beyond excessive expectation, potentially creating implementation barrier. The resulting approach creates effective establishing multinational appropriate technical operation capability foundation while acknowledging practical limitations, including existing inventories, resource constraints, and implementation challenges, creating realistic framework balancing standardization requirements with practical considerations, recognizing that excessive requirement potentially creates compliance failure through unrealistic expectation, while insufficient standardization potentially creates operational limitation through incompatible systems regarding critical functions requiring interoperability for effective multinational operations. Common training standards. Shared preparation enables effective cooperation through compatible capability development. 1. Individual qualification standardization. The training approach would establish common certification requirements regarding essential individual skills, creating compatible capability through consistent preparation beyond disconnected national systems, potentially creating significant proficiency variation. This standardization would establish specific performance requirements, assessment methodologies, and certification procedures, creating comparable capability through consistent training regarding especially significant individual capabilities. This standardization compatible capability through consistent preparation creates 2. Core collective training requirements. The approach would establish common unit training standards regarding fundamental collective capabilities, creating enhanced interoperability through consistent preparation beyond disconnected national programs, potentially creating operational friction through inconsistent capability. This requirement would establish specific performance standards, evaluation criteria, and certification procedures, creating improved multinational effectiveness through consistent collective capability development, enabling seamless integration during operations. This requirement creates enhanced interoperability through consistent preparation. 3. Combined training event program. The standardization would include regular multinational exercises applying established standards, creating practical validation beyond merely theoretical requirement, potentially lacking operational verification. This program would implement progressive events testing different capability levels, operational scenarios, and geographic environments, creating enhanced multinational proficiency through actual rather than merely conceptual integration. This program creates enhanced capability through practical application. 4. Training audience rotation. The approach would implement systematic participation, ensuring different units experience multinational interaction, creating widespread familiarity beyond limited exposure, potentially creating inconsistent understanding regarding standardized operations. This rotation would ensure broad participation rather than concentration among limited force elements, creating enhanced organizational understanding through expanded interaction beyond merely specialized elements, potentially creating isolated rather than widespread proficiency. This rotation creates enhanced familiarity through widespread participation. 5. Performance measurement system. The standardization would include specific assessment methodology evaluating actual proficiency against established standards, creating accountability through measurable evaluation beyond merely declaratory compliance, potentially lacking actual performance validation. This system would implement objective examination through established criteria, independent evaluation, and formal certification, creating enhanced compliance through demonstrated rather than merely claimed capability. This system creates enhanced implementation through performance verification. These training elements collectively establish essential preparation enabling effective cooperation through compatible capability development, providing necessary standardization regarding especially significant skills beyond excessive requirement, potentially creating implementation barrier. The resulting approach creates effective multinational operation capability, establishing appropriate preparation, ensuring compatible proficiency despite different national military backgrounds and traditions, creating realistic framework balancing standardization requirements with implementation practicality, recognizing that excessive requirement potentially creates compliance failure through unrealistic expectation while insufficient standardization potentially creates operational friction through incompatible capability levels regarding critical functions requiring interoperability for effective multinational operations. Certification and compliance system quality assurance requires appropriate verification ensuring requirement fulfillment. 1. Multinational evaluation team. The standardization approach would establish independent assessment capability examining requirement compliance, creating enhanced credibility through self-certification objective verification beyond potentially lacking appropriate critical examination. This team would conduct thorough evaluation through direct observation rather than merely documentation review, creating improved confidence through impartial assessment beyond potentially biased national self-reporting. This team creates enhanced credibility through independent verification. 2. Graduated readiness certification. The compliance system would implement differentiated categories reflecting varying capability levels, creating realistic assessment beyond binary determination, potentially creating discouraging evaluation, providing insufficient recognition regarding progress despite continuing limitation. This certification would establish multiple levels reflecting different proficiency stages, creating appropriate recognition regarding improvement through nuance rather than simplistic assessment, providing enhanced motivation through achievable progression rather than potentially discouraging assessment, perceiving anything below complete compliance as equivalent failure. This certification creates realistic assessment through graduated categorization. 3. Standardization visit program. The compliance approach would implement standardization regular examination implementation, creating regarding enhanced understanding through direct observation beyond merely documentation review, potentially providing incomplete assessment. This program would conduct periodic visits examining actual rather than merely reported compliance, creating improved verification through direct examination beyond documentary evidence, potentially providing insufficient insight regarding actual implementation despite formal policy compliance. This program creates enhanced verification through direct observation. For annual compliance reporting, the system would require formal documentation regarding standardization status, creating enhanced accountability through structured reporting beyond incidental awareness, potentially lacking appropriate comprehensiveness. This reporting would establish specific examination across different requirement areas, creating systematic rather than haphazard assessment, ensuring comprehensive rather than selective evaluation, potentially missing significant deficiencies through incomplete examination. This reporting creates enhanced accountability through comprehensive assessment. 5. Assistance team capability. The compliance system would include specific support capability helping members address identified deficiencies, creating enhanced implementation through deliberate assistance beyond merely evaluation without corresponding support, potentially creating correction challenges, particularly regarding complex requirements or resource-constrained members. This capability would provide technical expertise, procedural guidance, training assistance, and implementation support, creating improved compliance through deliberate help beyond merely identification without corresponding assistance. This capability creates enhanced implementation through deliberate support. These compliance elements collectively establish essential quality assurance, enabling effective standardization through appropriate verification, providing necessary evaluation, ensuring actual rather than merely declaratory requirement. Fulfillment. The resulting approach creates genuine rather than merely theoretical standardization, establishing appropriate verification while providing necessary support, creating balanced system combining necessary accountability, ensuring genuine compliance with practical assistance, recognizing that evaluation without corresponding support potentially creates limited improvement, particularly regarding complex requirements or resource-constrained members potentially requiring assistance achieving desired standards. Despite genuine commitment, potentially insufficient without appropriate implementation support regarding technically complex or resource-intensive requirements. Equipment modernization coordination. Capability development requires appropriate synchronization, ensuring compatibility through deliberate planning. 1. Future acquisition coordination. The standardization approach would include specific consultation regarding planned equipment procurement, creating enhanced compatibility through deliberate synchronization beyond uncoordinated acquisition, potentially creating future interoperability challenges through incompatible system selection. This coordination would establish regular information exchange regarding planned acquisitions, creating improved future compatibility through awareness, enabling appropriate alignment or interface development, addressing potential compatibility challenges before procurement commitment, potentially creating costly rectification requirement. This coordination creates enhanced compatibility through deliberate synchronization. 2. Common procurement initiative. The approach would include specific programs enabling joint acquisition regarding particularly significant systems, creating enhanced compatibility through identical equipment beyond merely interface development, potentially providing incomplete interoperability despite significant standardization. This initiative would establish collaborative procurement regarding especially important capabilities including air defense systems, communications equipment, ammunition types, and similar requirements, creating absolute compatibility through identical rather than merely compatible systems. This initiative creates enhanced compatibility through common acquisition. 1. Technology standardization roadmap would development include the long-term planning regarding capability evolution, creating enhanced future compatibility through deliberate alignment beyond merely current standardization, potentially neglecting evolving requirement, creating future incompatibility despite initial standardization. This development would establish shared understanding regarding planned technology advancement, creating improved capability planning through coordinated rather than isolated evolution, potentially diverging without appropriate consultation. This development creates enhanced future compatibility through deliberate planning. Rotation systems for key positions. The equitable distribution of leadership responsibility represents a critical dimension of any multinational security framework. Within the proposed Muslim security architecture, rotation systems for key positions would serve multiple functions beyond mere representational symbolism, creating institutional mechanisms that balance effectiveness, sovereignty concerns, and proportionate influence while developing leadership depth across member states. The approach would transform traditional rotation systems focused primarily on political representation into sophisticated mechanisms enhancing alliance capabilities through leadership diversity rather than merely satisfying national prestige considerations. Islamic foundations for rotational leadership. The proposed rotation system draws from specific Islamic principles regarding leadership and collective action. 1. Shura, consultation, implementation. The Quranic principle of Shura, 42:38, establishes consultation as fundamental governance approach, finding practical manifestation in rotation systems that ensure diverse perspectives inform decision-making through institutionalized participation rather than merely discretionary consultation. 2. ADL, justice, in opportunity distribution. Islamic emphasis on justice creates theological foundation for equitable access to leadership positions, ensuring opportunity distribution proportionate to capability and contribution rather than power concentration regardless of formal equality commitments. 3. Musawwat, equality, among believers. the fundamental Islamic principle that believers stand equal before Allah provides normative framework for rotation systems, creating institutional expression of spiritual equality through leadership opportunity regardless of national origin, ethnicity, or economic resources. 4. Kifar competence, requirement. Islamic governance traditions emphasizing leadership competence establish merit foundation for rotation systems, ensuring positions require demonstrated capability rather than merely representational qualification regardless of national prestige considerations. 5. Ta'awun, cooperation, enhancement. The Quranic injunction toward cooperation in righteousness, 5:2, creates theological basis for shared leadership responsibility, transforming potential competition into cooperative framework through institutionalized participation regardless of relative power position. These Islamic principles collectively establish rotational leadership as expression of religious values rather than merely political compromise. The approach recognizes that just distribution of authority reflects fundamental Islamic teachings regarding governance, cooperation, and community, creating spiritually authentic framework for multinational leadership sharing rather than pragmatic accommodation of competing national interests. Tiered position classification system. The rotation system would establish sophisticated classification determining appropriate rotation parameters for different position types. 1. Strategic leadership positions. The highest alliance positions including Supreme Allied Commander, Military Committee Chair, and regional command leaders would follow formalized rotation among major contributing states, ensuring strategic direction reflects diverse perspectives through predetermined succession patterns while maintaining stability through appropriate term lengths. 2. Functional command positions. Specialized functional commands including Special Operations Command, Strategic Deterrence Command, and Cyber Command would follow capability-based rotation limited to states demonstrating specific expertise, balancing representation with effectiveness through qualification-based eligibility while maintaining operational excellence through merit criteria. 3. Staff leadership positions. Key staff positions within command structures would utilize broader rotation encompassing all member states regardless of size, creating developmental opportunities through deliberate capability building rather than merely symbolic representation despite experience disparities. 4. Technical specialty positions. Critical positions requiring specialized expertise including intelligence analysis, cybersecurity, and nuclear operations would employ limited rotation based on demonstrated capability, prioritizing effectiveness through technical qualification while developing broader capability through targeted training programs. 5. Operational deployment leadership. Tactical and operational deployment command positions would utilize mission-specific rotation systems responding to particular operation requirements, maintaining effectiveness through context-appropriate leadership selection while ensuring broad participation through portfolio distribution across multiple operations. This classification system would transform rotation from simplistic turnover mechanisms to sophisticated capability development frameworks tailored to position requirements. Rather than applying uniform rotation regardless of position criticality or specialization requirements, the tiered approach optimizes both representation and effectiveness through context-appropriate parameters based on specific function characteristics. Temporal coordination mechanisms beyond position classification. Sophisticated temporal coordination would enhance rotation system effectiveness. 1. Staggered transition schedules. Key positions would follow carefully staggered rotation schedules preventing simultaneous leadership transitions, maintaining institutional continuity through deliberate transition management rather than disruptive synchronization regardless of national rotation preferences. 2. Crisis interruption protocols. Formal procedures would temporarily suspend scheduled rotations during active crisis situations, preserving operational continuity through leadership stability when most critical while resuming normal rotation after situation resolution. 3. Deputy position alignment. Deputy positions would be filled by officers from different nations than their superiors with offset rotation cycles, creating built-in continuity through knowledge transfer while establishing multinational command teams despite formal hierarchy structures. 4. Seasonal consideration frameworks. Rotation timing would consider major seasonal factors including training cycles, exercise schedules, and religious observances, optimizing transitions through contextual awareness rather than rigid calendar adherence regardless of operational implications. 5. Term length variance. Different position categories would maintain appropriate term lengths for their function, allowing technical positions longer tenures for expertise development while rotating representation positions more frequently to enhance participation despite efficiency trade-offs. From these temporal coordination mechanisms would transform rotation potentially disruptive obligation to capability enhancing system. The sophisticated scheduling approach recognizes that effective rotation requires careful transition management, creating stability through deliberate temporal design rather than accepting institutional disruption as inevitable rotation cost. Merit representation balance mechanisms. The most sophisticated dimension of the proposed rotation system involves specific mechanisms balancing merit and representation considerations. 1. Qualification-based eligibility pools. Each rotating position would establish specific qualification requirements, creating eligible candidate pools, ensuring minimum capability thresholds through standardized criteria while maintaining representational diversity through inclusive pool development rather than rigid formulaic allocation. 2. Performance-based term extensions. Exceptional performance could trigger conditional term extensions through formalized evaluation, rewarding excellence through continued service opportunity while maintaining eventual rotation through clear limitation parameters regardless of performance quality. 3. Capability development pathways. Member states would receive support developing capabilities for positions where they lack required expertise, creating inclusive preparation programs through targeted assistance while maintaining standards through rigorous qualification regardless of developmental support. 4. Shadow position systems. Incoming position holders would serve alongside outgoing officials for predetermined transition periods, creating knowledge transfer through structured overlap while preventing capability gaps through continuity management regardless of rotation frequency. 5. Graduated responsibility progression. Officers would progress through increasingly responsible positions within rotation systems, building capability through progressive experience while creating natural leadership pipeline through deliberate development rather than abrupt transitions to senior roles. These mechanisms would transform the fundamental trade-off between merit and representation into sophisticated synthesis beneficial to both dimensions. Rather than sacrificing effectiveness for inclusivity or representation for capability, the approach creates reinforcing system that enhances both through institutional design rather than accepting inherent conflict between competing values. The May 2025 validation experience. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated key principles relevant for multinational rotation systems. 1. Operational political integration. Pakistan successfully integrated officers from diverse backgrounds including different service branches, regional origins, and educational experiences into unified command structure, demonstrating how diversity enhances rather than diminishes effectiveness through complementary perspective integration. 2. Crisis transition management. Several key command positions experienced scheduled transition shortly before crisis emergence, yet maintained operational effectiveness, showing how proper transition procedures prevent capability gaps through systematized knowledge transfer despite leadership changes. 3. Partnership force integration. Pakistani commanders effectively incorporated partner force elements from China and selected Muslim states into operations, demonstrating multinational command capability through flexible integration mechanisms despite limited prior exercise experience. 4. Delegation effectiveness. The crisis validated Pakistan's approach to subordinate commander empowerment within clear parameters, showing how well-trained officers from diverse backgrounds maintain operational coherence through doctrinal consistency despite decentralized execution requirements. Nations. 5. Merit identity balance. Throughout operations, Pakistan maintained both operational excellence and representation of the diverse regional, ethnic, and religious backgrounds, demonstrating compatible relationship between effectiveness and inclusion through appropriate institutional design. These observations from the May 2025 crisis validate key principles underlying the proposed rotation system. Pakistan's success integrating diverse leadership within coherent command framework provides practical evidence that rotation systems emphasizing both merit and representation can maintain operational effectiveness, demonstrating that properly designed diversity enhances rather than diminishes military performance through perspective integration despite coordination challenges. Quality verification and readiness. Certification. The effectiveness of any collective security framework ultimately depends on the actual capability of contributed forces rather than merely their numerical strength or formal designation. Within the proposed Muslim security architecture, sophisticated quality verification and readiness certification systems would transform paper commitments into reliable capabilities, ensuring that alliance forces meet established standards through rigorous evaluation rather than accepting untested declarations or ceremonial inspections. This approach directly implements the book's central thesis that quality defeats quantity, creating institutional mechanisms guaranteeing qualitative excellence regardless of numerical considerations. Islamic excellence principles as foundational framework. The proposed verification system derives legitimacy from specific concepts: accountability. 1. Regarding excellence and Ihsan, excellence, requirement. The Prophet Muhammad's teaching that Allah loves when one of you does something that he does it with excellence establishes religious obligation for quality, creating theological foundation for rigorous standards through spiritual duty rather than merely technical requirement. 2. Amanah, trust, fulfillment. The Quranic concept of amanah, trust, creates religious framework for verification, establishing mutual accountability through recognition that commitments to fellow Muslims represent sacred trust, requiring fulfillment verification rather than assumed compliance. 3. Muhasaba, self-accounting. Islamic emphasis on self-accounting before external judgment provides spiritual foundation for readiness self-certification, creating internal quality culture through religious practice rather than merely responding to external inspection regardless of intrinsic motivation. 4. Shahada, witnessing, responsibility. The Islamic concept of witnessing truth creates framework for honest capability reporting, establishing religious obligation for accurate representation through spiritual commitment rather than bureaucratic compliance regardless of political pressures. 5. Itqan, perfection. Seeking the Prophet's guidance to perfect your work establishes continuous improvement obligation, creating theological foundation for progressive standard enhancement through spiritual commitment rather than competitive pressure or external demand. These Islamic principles transform quality verification from bureaucratic procedure to religious obligation aligned with spiritual values. The approach recognizes that excellence represents fundamental Islamic teaching rather than merely technical requirement, creating authentication systems reflecting spiritual commitment to quality rather than simply mechanical compliance with external standards regardless of internal values. Multilevel certification framework. The verification system would implement sophisticated multilevel approach addressing various force components. 1. Personnel readiness certification. Individual soldier, sailor, airman, and officer certification would verify training completion, skill demonstration, and physical readiness, ensuring human capability through standardized evaluation rather than merely assuming preparedness based on service affiliation or time in position. 2. Unit cohesion verification. Beyond individual qualification, unit performance evaluation would assess collective capabilities through standardized scenarios, verifying effective integration through demonstrated performance rather than aggregating individual qualifications regardless of coordination requirements. 3. Equipment functionality confirmation. Technical verification would assess both material condition and operational capability of contributed equipment, ensuring functional reality through actual demonstration rather than paper inventory regardless of maintenance history or operational environment challenges. 4. Command system validation, communications, control procedures, and leadership functions would undergo specific evaluation, validating command effectiveness through scenario-based assessment rather than organizational chart review regardless of formal structure appropriateness. 5. Sustainment capability verification, logistical systems, maintenance capabilities, and supply chains would receive dedicated assessment, confirming support infrastructure through demonstrated performance rather than theoretical capacity regardless of resource allocation claims. This multi-level approach recognizes that force capability emerges from integrated systems rather than isolated components. By verifying readiness across interconnected dimensions, the framework ensures comprehensive capability assessment, identifying potential weaknesses through systematic evaluation rather than fragmented inspection regardless of individual component quality. Standardized evaluation methodologies. Ensuring consistent assessment across diverse forces requires sophisticated standardized methodologies. 1. Scenario-based evaluation protocols. Standardized operational scenarios incorporating varied conditions would assess actual performance, measuring capability through realistic simulation rather than checklist compliance regardless of anticipated deployment contexts. 2. Observable standards implementation. Evaluation would focus on observable performance against established metrics, creating objective assessment through demonstrated capability rather than subjective judgment or declaratory claims regardless of political sensitivities. 3. Multinational evaluation teams. Assessment teams would integrate personnel from multiple member states, ensuring impartial evaluation through diverse perspective inclusion rather than potential national bias regardless of bilateral relationships or political considerations. 4. Technology-enhanced verification, advanced simulation, instrumentation, and recording technologies would augment human evaluation, creating objective performance records through data collection rather than merely observer impressions regardless of scenario complexity. 5. Progressive difficulty scaling. Evaluation scenarios would implement graduated difficulty levels appropriate to unit type and mission, establishing realistic standards through context-appropriate challenges rather than uniform requirements regardless of specialized function or mission parameters. These methodologies transform verification from subjective judgment to evidence-based assessment through standardized approaches. The system creates consistent evaluation across diverse forces through methodological rigor, enabling meaningful comparison through uniform processes rather than variable standards that undermine collective capability development regardless of individual force quality. Sovereignty-respecting implementation. Perhaps the most sophisticated dimension involves reconciling rigorous verification with legitimate sovereignty concerns. 1. Transparent standards publication. All certification requirements would be established through consensus and published in advance, respecting sovereignty through clear expectations rather than arbitrary or evolving requirements regardless of political relationships or capability disparities. 2. Reciprocal evaluation mechanisms. The verification system would implement reciprocal assessment where states evaluate each other, balancing sovereignty concerns through mutual vulnerability rather than hierarchical inspection by dominant powers regardless of capability differences. 3. Remediation before consequence. Identified deficiencies would trigger support mechanisms before affecting certification status, respecting sovereignty through capability enhancement rather than merely punitive measures regardless of performance gaps. 4. National variation accommodation. While maintaining core standards, the system would accommodate legitimate national doctrine variations, respecting sovereignty through flexibility on implementation approaches, achieving equivalent outcomes rather than forcing standardization on all dimensions regardless of strategic culture differences. 5. Tiered integration options. States could pursue different integration levels with corresponding verification requirements, respecting sovereignty through graduated participation options rather than binary all-or-nothing certification regardless of national readiness variations. These mechanisms transform the inherent tension between verification requirements and sovereignty concerns into sophisticated synthesis. Rather than sacrificing standards for sovereignty or imposing verification regardless of national sensitivities, the approach creates a mutually reinforcing system that respects sovereignty while ensuring reliable capability through institutional design rather than accepting inherent conflict between competing values. Pakistan's readiness system as prototype. Pakistan's military readiness systems provide practical template for multinational adaptation. 1. Combat readiness evaluation. Pakistan's systematic combat readiness evaluation process integrates personnel, equipment, and command assessment, demonstrating comprehensive approach through integrated verification rather than compartmentalized constraints. Inspection despite resource. 2. Tiered readiness classification. Pakistan maintains sophisticated readiness classification system with multiple preparedness levels, showing how graduated readiness designation creates realistic force management through transparency regarding actual capabilities rather than binary ready or not ready oversimplification. 3. Islamic values integration. Pakistan's military culture explicitly incorporates Islamic values including excellence and accountability within readiness systems, demonstrating practical integration of spiritual principles with technical standards through culture development rather than segregating religious and professional domains. 4. Remediation emphasis. Pakistan's approach emphasizes capability improvement rather than merely deficiency identification, showing how developmental focus enhances rather than undermines readiness through constructive engagement rather than punitive assessment regardless of resource limitations. 5. Realistic scenario development. Pakistan has developed sophisticated scenario-based evaluation incorporating actual combat experiences, demonstrating contextual relevance through experience integration rather than theoretical challenges disconnected from likely operational requirements. Pakistan's May 2025 performance validated this readiness system's effectiveness, with forces demonstrating capability levels precisely matching their certified readiness status. This validation provides practical evidence supporting broader application within multinational framework, showing how rigorous yet sovereignty-respecting verification creates reliable capability through institutional design rather than compromising standards for political considerations regardless of multinational complexities. Continuous improvement framework. Beyond initial certification, the system would implement sophisticated continuous improvement mechanisms. 1. Lessons learned integration. Operational experiences throughout the alliance would systematically inform standard evolution, creating continuous improvement through experience integration rather than static requirements regardless of changing security environment. 2. Technology-driven standard progression. Emerging technologies would trigger appropriate standard adjustments, ensuring contemporary relevance through capability evolution rather than obsolete requirements regardless of traditional practices or established procedures. 3. Threat-based requirement adaptation. Intelligence regarding evolving threats would drive requirement updates, maintaining effectiveness through responsive adaptation rather than fixed standards regardless of changing adversary capabilities or operational approaches. 4. Best practice exchange systems. Verification processes would include mechanisms identifying and sharing superior approaches, accelerating improvement through excellence propagation rather than merely minimum standard enforcement regardless of innovative potential within diverse member practices. 5. Islamic scholarship engagement. Religious scholars would participate in standard evolution ensuring alignment with Islamic principles, maintaining spiritual authenticity through continuous guidance rather than merely initial consultation regardless of operational or technological changes. This continuous improvement dimension transforms verification from static requirement to evolutionary process, enhancing alliance capabilities over time. By systematically incorporating operational lessons, technological developments, threat evolution, and spiritual guidance, the framework ensures standards remain both militarily effective and Islamically authentic, creating dynamic capability development through institutional learning rather than merely enforcing compliance with fixed requirements regardless of changing security environment. May 2025 verification lessons. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed specific insights regarding verification importance. 1. Training reality correlation. Pakistani units performed precisely as indicated by their readiness certification levels with no significant capability gaps, validating assessment accuracy through operational confirmation despite complex and challenging combat conditions. 2. Scenario validation importance. Units that had completed scenario-based evaluation similar to actual combat conditions demonstrated superior performance, confirming realistic assessment value through operation verification alignment despite the inherent unpredictability of actual combat. 3. Integration impact verification. Combined units that had undergone integration verification demonstrated superior coordination, validating collective assessment importance through operational effectiveness despite the additional complexity of integration evaluation beyond individual component certification. For command certification significance, command elements that had completed certification demonstrated superior decision processes during crisis, confirming command verification importance through operational decision quality despite the difficulty of objectively assessing leadership capability. 5. Readiness transparency value. Pakistan's clear understanding of each unit's verified capabilities enabled optimal employment decisions, demonstrating how honest assessment creates strategic advantage through appropriate force utilization despite potential political pressure to overstate capabilities. These observations from actual combat operations provide compelling validation for the proposed verification system's core principles. The demonstrated correlation between certification and performance confirms that rigorous, transparent assessment creates genuine capability enhancement, providing practical evidence that quality verification directly contributes to operational effectiveness through accurate capability understanding regardless of potential political sensitivities regarding honest assessment. Chapter 42. Decision-making and governance. And their affairs are conducted by mutual consultation. Quran 42:38. Effective alliance operation requires sophisticated governance mechanisms enabling timely action while maintaining democratic accountability and sovereign respect essential for sustainable multinational cooperation. This chapter examines decision-making and governance systems necessary for a Pakistan-led Muslim security alliance, developing essential procedures enabling efficient determination while accommodating diverse perspectives across culturally, politically, and economically varied membership. Unlike previous initiatives characterized by either paralysis through excessive consensus requirements or legitimacy deficits through insufficient consultation, the proposed framework provides balanced approach enabling both necessary effectiveness through streamlined processes and essential legitimacy through inspiration from appropriate both Islamic inclusivity. Drawing governance traditions. Emphasizing consultation, shura, and practical experience. Regarding successful alliances while acknowledging unique Muslim world characteristics, the proposed system balances necessary efficiency with essential representation, creating sustainable framework accommodating different national circumstances while maintaining operational effectiveness. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan, which demonstrated both rapid decision necessity during emerging threats and importance regarding deliberate consideration concerning strategic matters, provides timely context for developing governance systems addressing collective Muslim security requirements. The development of comprehensive decision-making architecture represents essential element transforming alliance concept into operational reality. Beyond treaty frameworks establishing legal obligations, command structures providing leadership arrangements, and force contribution models enabling capability development, Muslim nations require sophisticated governance mechanisms enabling timely determination while maintaining democratic accountability, converting organizational potential into practical security instrument. While existing organizations including OIC provide useful foundation, they often demonstrate either paralysis through excessive unanimity requirements or legitimacy deficits through insufficient consultation. The framework proposed in this chapter would address these limitations through balanced approach building upon Islamic consultation tradition while implementing practical mechanisms enabling necessary effectiveness. As Pakistan demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis, effective decision-making combining appropriate deliberation regarding strategic matters with necessary rapidity concerning urgent situations provides essential foundation for successful security operations, requiring sophisticated governance distinguishing between different decision types rather than applying identical procedures regardless of circumstance, creating either dangerous delay through excessive deliberation regarding time-sensitive matters or inadequate consideration concerning fundamental questions requiring thorough examination. Council of Defense Ministers structure. Providing alliance strategic governance requires appropriate ministerial forum, civilian leadership, accountability, and political authorization. Composition and representation. Democratic. The Ministerial Council requires appropriate membership enabling both necessary authority and essential inclusivity. 1. Universal Membership Foundation. The Council would include defense ministers from all alliance members regardless of size, capability, or contribution, creating essential political equality through universal participation beyond potential categorization, potentially undermining sovereign equality principle. This foundation ensures every nation receives identical formal standing regardless of asymmetric practical influence, creating necessary legitimacy through demonstrated respect for fundamental sovereign equality principle essential for political sustainability. This foundation creates essential legitimacy through universal inclusion. 2. Delegation Authorization Framework. The Council structure would establish specific protocol regarding ministerial representation when actual ministers cannot personally attend, creating necessary functionality through appropriate alternate arrangements beyond rigid physical presence requirement, potentially limiting operational effectiveness. This framework would establish specific delegation guidelines, credential verification procedures, and authority parameters, creating practical operation capability, while maintaining necessary legitimacy through appropriate representation standards. This framework creates functional effectiveness through appropriate flexibility. 3. Supporting staff integration. The ministerial structure would include appropriate personnel support ensuring necessary preparation beyond merely ministerial participation, potentially lacking adequate technical foundation. This integration would establish specific support capabilities including subject matter experts, technical specialists, administrative personnel, and similar support, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate preparation beyond merely political presence without corresponding expertise, potentially undermining decision quality. This integration creates enhanced effectiveness through appropriate support. 4. Host nation rotation system. The Council would implement systematic meeting location rotation among different members, creating enhanced commitment through shared responsibility beyond concentration, potentially creating perception regarding disproportionate influence. This rotation ensures different members experience hosting opportunity, creating balanced participation through deliberately distributed responsibility beyond fixed location, potentially creating appearance regarding particular nation centrality, potentially undermining collective ownership perception. This system creates enhanced commitment through shared responsibility. 5. Islamic protocol integration. The Council procedures would incorporate appropriate Islamic traditions regarding consultation, consensus building, and collective decision-making, creating distinctive approach reflecting alliance religious foundation beyond merely secular arrangement. This integration would include relevant ceremonial elements, deliberation traditions, and similar features, establishing authentic character reflecting member shared religious heritage beyond purely technical process. This integration creates distinctive identity through religious heritage incorporation. These composition elements collectively establish essential representation foundation enabling both necessary authority and appropriate inclusivity, providing governance forum reflecting both democratic accountability through civilian leadership and sovereign equality through universal membership. The resulting structure creates appropriate political foundation for alliance operations, establishing legitimate authorization mechanism through representative body embodying collective will beyond merely technical arrangement, lacking necessary political foundation, potentially undermining sustainability through insufficient democratic connection. This representative approach enables appropriate governance through ministerial direction, ensuring security operations maintain necessary political oversight through civilian leadership reflecting democratic accountability essential for sustained member commitment beyond merely military arrangement, potentially lacking necessary political foundation. Decision authority parameters. Effective governance requires clear understanding regarding Council authority scope. 1. strategic direction primacy. The governance framework would establish council as primary authority regarding fundamental alliance orientation, creating appropriate civilian control through explicit responsibility regarding essential matters beyond operational detail, potentially exceeding political leadership appropriate focus. This primacy would include mission determination, strategic objective, definition, fundamental policy establishment, and similar high-level decisions, creating proper civilian oversight through appropriate concentration regarding especially significant matters requiring political rather than merely technical judgment. This primacy creates appropriate civilian control through responsibility concentration. 2. Force employment authorization. The decision structure would require specific council approval regarding significant force utilization, creating necessary political accountability through explicit civilian authorization beyond purely military determination, potentially lacking appropriate democratic oversight. This authorization would establish formal requirement regarding deliberate military operations, major capability deployments, significant force activations, and similar matters, creating essential civilian control through deliberate authorization requirement beyond autonomous military decision, potentially undermining necessary political oversight. This authorization creates essential accountability through civilian control. 3. Resource allocation oversight. The governance would establish council authority regarding significant resource decisions, creating appropriate democratic supervision through civilian direction beyond purely military distribution, potentially lacking necessary political judgment. This oversight would include major acquisition approvals, substantial budget determinations, significant infrastructure investments, and similar resource matters, creating proper prioritization through political leadership reflecting broader considerations beyond purely military perspective. This oversight creates appropriate prioritization through civilian direction. For membership decision exclusivity, the decision structure would establish council as sole authority regarding membership matters, creating appropriate political control regarding particularly sensitive question beyond technical determination, potentially lacking necessary diplomatic consideration. This exclusivity would include accession approval, suspension determination, membership condition establishment, and similar particularly political matters, creating appropriate national leadership involvement regarding especially significant questions, potentially creating substantial diplomatic implications. This exclusivity creates appropriate treatment through political responsibility. Identify 5. Delegation limitation specification. The governance would specific determination without matters delegation necessary accountability through requiring council possibility, creating direct ministerial involvement regarding especially significant questions beyond subordinate determination, potentially lacking appropriate political sensitivity. This specification would identify decisions including collective defense activation, nuclear consultation initiation, formal alliance position declaration, and similar particularly consequential matters, creating proper attention through explicit reservation requiring ministerial determination without delegation option. This specification creates enhanced accountability through mandatory direct involvement. These authority elements collectively establish essential understanding regarding council responsibility scope, providing appropriate civilian control through explicit reservation regarding especially significant matters requiring political rather than merely technical judgment. The resulting framework creates balanced governance through deliberate authority distribution, establishing appropriate civilian oversight regarding particularly consequential decisions while enabling delegation regarding operational matters, potentially exceeding detailed political attention capacity. This balanced approach enables effective governance through appropriate authority concentration reflecting matter significance rather than uniform treatment regardless of consequence, potentially creating either excessive ministerial burden through unnecessary involvement regarding technical matters or insufficient oversight concerning especially significant questions requiring direct political judgment beyond delegated determination. Meeting frequency and format. Effective governance requires appropriate interaction balancing necessary oversight with practical limitation. 1. Scheduled meeting cadence. the governance framework would establish regular council sessions with predetermined frequency, creating necessary predictability through established schedule beyond merely reactive assembly, potentially creating insufficient interaction during normal periods. This cadence would implement quarterly ordinary sessions, creating reliable interaction, ensuring appropriate oversight maintenance during routine conditions beyond merely crisis-driven meetings, potentially creating oversight gap during normal circumstances. This cadence creates essential continuity through reliable interaction. 2. Emergency Session Protocol. The governance would establish specific procedures enabling rapid extraordinary meetings during urgent situations, creating necessary responsiveness beyond scheduled interaction, potentially insufficient addressing time-sensitive developments. This protocol would establish streamlined convocation procedures, abbreviated notification timelines, secure virtual participation options, and similar provisions, creating timely assembly capability essential addressing urgent situations, potentially requiring immediate collective determination. This protocol creates essential responsiveness through adapted procedure. 3. Format Flexibility Framework. The meeting structure would include different interaction options, including formal plenary sessions, informal consultations, working groups, and private bilateral discussions, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate format matching different requirements. This framework would enable varied interaction approaches, creating improved outcome through deliberate format selection beyond uniform method, potentially unsuitable regarding certain matters requiring particular approach reflecting specific circumstances. This framework creates enhanced effectiveness through appropriate adaptation. 4. Virtual participation option. The governance would establish secure remote interaction capability enabling participation despite physical presence impossibility, creating enhanced inclusion through technology utilization beyond exclusively physical gathering, potentially limiting participation during certain circumstances. This option would implement secure communication systems, appropriate authentication procedures, and similar safeguards, creating reliable interaction without physical assembly requirement, potentially creating participation barrier, particularly during urgent situations, preventing timely travel. This option creates enhanced inclusion through alternative participation. 5. Informal interaction opportunities. The meeting structure would deliberately include unofficial exchange beyond formal sessions, creating enhanced understanding through relationship development beyond merely official interaction, potentially insufficient building necessary interpersonal foundation. This opportunity would establish social events, informal discussions, cultural activities, and similar unofficial interactions, creating improved cooperation through personal rather than merely official relationship, potentially enhancing formal process effectiveness through established trust beyond purely procedural connection. This opportunity creates enhanced cooperation through relationship development. These frequency elements collectively establish essential interaction system enabling effective governance through appropriate communication, providing necessary oversight through regular interaction while enabling rapid assembly during urgent situations. The resulting framework creates balanced structure through deliberate approach, establishing appropriate consultation frequency reflective of both routine oversight requirements and urgent situation necessity. This structured approach enables effective governance through appropriate interaction frequency, ensuring sufficient ministerial involvement through regular sessions while providing responsiveness capacity through emergency procedures addressing potential crisis situations requiring timely determination beyond scheduled meetings, potentially creating dangerous delay during time-sensitive developments requiring rapid collective decision beyond routine interaction timeline. Voting and decision procedures. Effective determination requires appropriate methodology balancing inclusive participation with necessary decisiveness. 1. Differentiated decision categories. The governance framework would establish distinct determination types requiring different approval standards, creating appropriate methodology through deliberate procedure variation beyond uniform approach, potentially creating either excessive delay regarding routine matters or insufficient consideration concerning fundamental questions. This differentiation would establish distinct categories including strategic decisions requiring unanimous approval, operational matters utilizing qualified majority voting, administrative questions employing simple majority determination, and procedural issues using chair ruling with objection possibility, creating appropriate process matching decision significance. This differentiation creates enhanced methodology effectiveness through appropriate. 2. Consensus-seeking emphasis. The decision approach would emphasize extensive consultation, seeking broad agreement before formal voting, creating enhanced acceptance through deliberate consensus building beyond merely mechanical tabulation, potentially creating implementation challenges despite technical approval. This emphasis would establish significant discussion, perspective accommodation, position reconciliation, and compromise seeking before formal determination, creating improved outcome through enhanced legitimacy beyond merely counting, potentially insufficient, ensuring subsequent implementation without genuine acceptance beyond formal approval. This emphasis creates enhanced implementation through acceptance development. 3. Constructive abstention mechanism. The voting system would enable members withhold affirmative support without blocking collective action, creating enhanced flexibility through nuanced participation beyond binary choice, potentially limiting cooperation through excessive rigidity. This mechanism would establish formal procedure allowing nations express reservation without preventing others proceeding, creating operational possibility despite partial disagreement beyond universal requirement, potentially creating paralysis through single objection capacity regardless of overall support level. This mechanism creates enhanced flexibility through nuanced participation. 4. Weighted voting implementation. The procedure would establish differentiated influence regarding certain decisions reflecting different capability, contribution, and responsibility levels, creating appropriate impact distribution through deliberate weight allocation beyond purely equal voting, potentially creating disparity between practical implementation burden and formal influence level. This implementation would establish specific formula determining voting weight regarding operational matters, creating appropriate relationship between actual execution responsibility and formal decision influence beyond purely equal distribution, potentially disconnecting involvement level from corresponding determination impact. This implementation creates appropriate influence through deliberate weight allocation. 5. Override safeguard protocol. The governance would establish exceptional procedure addressing emergency situations requiring immediate action despite normal procedure impossibility, creating necessary responsiveness capability through extraordinary methods beyond standard process, potentially creating dangerous delay during particularly urgent situations. This protocol would establish specific parameters regarding exceptional determination, subsequent justification requirement, mandatory retroactive review, and similar safeguards, creating essential balance between necessary emergency capability and appropriate accountability regarding extraordinary procedure utilization. This protocol creates extraordinary procedure essential capability through these procedure elements collectively establish essential determination methodology, enabling effective governance through appropriate decision-making, providing necessary resolution capability while maintaining appropriate inclusivity and accountability. The resulting framework creates balanced system through deliberate procedure differentiation, establishing appropriate methodology matching different decision types rather than uniform approach regardless of significance, potentially creating either inefficiency through excessive consultation regarding routine matters or insufficient consideration concerning fundamental questions. This graduated approach enables effective governance through appropriate decision methodology, ensuring thorough deliberation regarding especially significant matters while enabling efficient determination concerning routine questions requiring timely resolution without extensive consultation, potentially creating unnecessary delay without corresponding benefit regarding matters lacking fundamental significance. Ministerial leadership selection. Effective council operation requires appropriate presiding officer enabling efficient function. 1. Rotational chairmanship system. The governance framework would implement systematic rotation regarding presiding responsibility, creating equitable distribution through deliberate alternation beyond permanent assignment, potentially creating perception regarding disproportionate influence. This system would establish specific succession sequence ensuring different members receive leadership opportunity, creating improved legitimacy through demonstrated equality beyond concentration, potentially undermining collective ownership perception. This system creates enhanced legitimacy through equitable distribution. 2. A merit consideration integration. The selection approach would incorporate qualification consideration within rotation framework, creating enhanced effectiveness through appropriate expertise beyond purely mechanical succession, potentially creating leadership without necessary capability. This integration would establish specific adjustment possibility regarding predetermined sequence when particular circumstances recommend modified arrangement, creating improved function through appropriate leadership selection beyond rigidly sequential approach, potentially placing unprepared individual during especially challenging circumstances. This integration creates enhanced effectiveness through appropriate qualification consideration. 3. Term duration standardization. The governance would establish fixed chairmanship periods with clear parameters, creating necessary predictability through established timeline. Beyond undefined duration, potentially creating uncertainty. Regarding transition, this standardization would implement specific timeframe, providing appropriate balance between necessary continuity and desirable rotation, creating enhanced planning capability through clear understanding regarding leadership tenure and succession timing. This standardization creates enhanced planning through duration clarity. 4. Vice chair complementary selection. The leadership framework would implement deliberate pairing where chair and vice chair positions receive different regional assignment, creating enhanced representation through complementary approach beyond identical regional perspective, potentially limiting broader viewpoint integration. This selection would ensure different regional perspective within leadership team, creating improved multinational character through deliberately balanced composition rather than potentially narrow regional viewpoint through coincidental geographic concentration. This selection creates enhanced representation through complementary approach. 5. Transition process specification. The governance would establish detailed procedure guiding leadership transfer, creating enhanced continuity through deliberate methodology beyond informal approach, potentially creating disruption through insufficient attention regarding orderly transfer. This specification would establish specific activities including documentation transfer, key relationship introduction, current issue briefing, and procedural guidance, creating improved council function through systematic rather than coincidental transition, potentially creating unnecessary disruption through inadequate preparation. This specification creates enhanced continuity through deliberate methodology. These selection elements collectively establish essential leadership arrangement, enabling effective council operation through appropriate presiding function, providing necessary direction while maintaining appropriate representation beyond excessive concentration, potentially undermining collective ownership perception. The resulting framework creates balanced leadership through deliberate approach, establishing appropriate direction capability while preserving multinational character through systematic rotation. This rotational approach enables effective governance through appropriate leadership distribution, ensuring necessary functional effectiveness through qualification consideration while maintaining equitable representation through systematic succession beyond permanent assignment, potentially creating perception regarding disproportionate influence inconsistent with alliance multinational character requiring visible representation. Through leadership distribution reflecting diverse membership. Beyond concentration, potentially undermining collective ownership perception and political sustainability. Military committee composition. Professional military advice requires appropriate forum, enabling effective security expertise provision to political leadership. Service chief participation model. The professional military body requires appropriate composition, enabling comprehensive security perspective. 1. Senior military leadership representation. The committee would comprise highest-ranking military officer from each member nation, creating necessary authority through appropriate seniority beyond lower-level representation, potentially lacking sufficient standing, providing credible advice to ministerial council. This representation ensures committee recommendations carry appropriate weight through participant status, creating improved influence through suitable authority beyond insufficient standing, potentially undermining advice impact regardless of content quality. This representation creates enhanced impact through appropriate authority. 2. Multi-service integration requirement. The participation model would require comprehensive military perspective beyond single service representation, creating necessary breadth through complete security viewpoint beyond potentially narrow comprehensiveness. Focus. This lacking integration appropriate would ensure representation includes land, naval, air, and special operations perspectives, creating improved recommendation through comprehensive rather than potentially limited viewpoint regarding complex security matters potentially involving multiple military dimensions requiring integrated approach. Requirement: this comprehensive perspective creates enhanced quality through 3. National Military Advisor Status. The framework would stipulate committee members serve simultaneously as principal military advisor within respective nations, creating essential connection between alliance and national security structures beyond potentially disconnected representation lacking appropriate integration. This status ensures multinational deliberation directly influences national security thinking through identical individuals serving both functions, creating improved coordination through integrated perspective beyond potentially separated viewpoint lacking necessary connection between national and multinational security consideration. This status creates enhanced coordination through direct connection. 4. Specialized capability inclusion. The composition would incorporate particular expertise regarding nuclear forces, cyber operations, space capabilities, and similar specialized domains, creating necessary technical knowledge beyond conventional focus potentially lacking appropriate comprehensiveness. This inclusion ensures committee deliberation benefits from specialized viewpoint regarding increasingly significant security dimensions beyond traditional domains, creating improved recommendation through appropriate technical perspective integration addressing complex modern security environment. This inclusion creates enhanced quality through specialized perspective. 5. Islamic military heritage expertise. The committee would include specific knowledge regarding Islamic military tradition, ethical frameworks, and religious considerations, creating distinctive capability reflecting alliance religious foundation beyond purely conventional security expertise. This expertise ensures recommendations maintain appropriate alignment with Islamic principles regarding military matters, creating authentic approach reflecting alliance distinctive character beyond purely secular perspective potentially lacking necessary sensitivity regarding religious dimension particularly significant within Muslim security alliance. This expertise creates distinctive approach through religious knowledge integration. These participation elements collectively establish essential professional composition enabling comprehensive military advice through appropriate representation, providing necessary expertise while ensuring suitable authority supporting credible influence within alliance governance. The resulting framework creates balanced military perspective, establishing appropriate recommendation foundation through comprehensive viewpoint beyond potentially limited focus potentially missing significant security dimensions requiring integrated perspective. This thorough approach enables effective governance through appropriate military advice, ensuring political decision-making benefits from comprehensive security expertise through properly constituted professional body providing credible guidance beyond potentially inadequate perspective lacking necessary breadth, authority, or integration potentially undermining recommendation quality and impact despite potentially significant content unable achieving appropriate influence without suitable delivery mechanism through properly constituted advisory body combining necessary expertise, authority, and integration creating credible military perspective supporting effective political governance. Advisory role parameters. Effective military committee function requires clear understanding regarding responsibility scope. 1. Advisory nature definition. The governance framework would establish explicit committee role providing professional military advice without decision authority, creating appropriate relationship through clear functional definition beyond potential confusion potentially creating civil-military tension. This definition ensures clear understanding regarding committee responsibility providing military perspective informing rather than making political decisions creating proper relationship maintaining civilian control essential within democratic frameworks beyond potentially inappropriate authority extension potentially undermining political leadership appropriate primacy. Relationship this through delineation. Definition clear creates responsibility. 2. Proactive assessment authorization. The parameters would explicitly permit independent security evaluation beyond merely responding to specific requests, creating enhanced effectiveness through proactive capability beyond purely reactive function potentially missing significant developments lacking specific inquiry. This authorization would enable committee-initiate analysis regarding emerging threats, evolving capabilities, developing technologies, and similar matters, creating improved security awareness through independent perspective beyond merely directed examination, potentially insufficient, identifying important developments without specific political attention initiation. This authorization creates enhanced awareness through proactive capability. 3. Implementation planning responsibility. The framework would establish committee central role developing execution methodology regarding political decisions, creating essential connection between strategic direction and operational implementation beyond potentially disconnected approach lacking appropriate integration. This responsibility would focus developing practical methods implementing political decisions, creating improved effectiveness through purposeful connection between strategic guidance and operational execution beyond potentially unsuccessful implementation without appropriate planning, translating political direction into practical action. This responsibility creates enhanced effectiveness through deliberate integration. For capability assessment function, the parameters would include specific responsibility evaluating alliance military readiness, identifying capability gaps, and recommending enhancement priorities, creating necessary technical foundation regarding military effectiveness beyond purely political perspective, potentially lacking appropriate expertise. This function would establish systematic examination regarding alliance capabilities, creating improved development through professional assessment beyond potentially unfocused enhancement lacking appropriate prioritization without systematic evaluation, identifying most significant capability requirements. This function creates enhanced development through systematic assessment. 5. Ethical framework integration. The advisory role would explicitly include responsibility ensuring recommendations maintain consistency with both Islamic principles and international legal standards, creating appropriate attention regarding normative dimensions beyond purely technical considerations potentially lacking ethical perspective. This integration would establish explicit necessary evaluation regarding moral aspects, creating improved recommendations through appropriate principle consideration beyond purely operational perspective potentially lacking necessary attention regarding ethical dimensions particularly significant within Muslim alliance requiring specific Islamic principle consideration compliance. This alongside integration international creates legal enhanced recommendations through principle consideration. These parameter elements collectively establish essential understanding regarding military committee responsibility, providing appropriate military expertise while maintaining necessary subordination to civilian authority. The resulting framework creates balanced advisory function, establishing improved decision-making through military perspective integration while preserving appropriate civil-military relationship through clear role definition. This approach enables effective governance through appropriate expertise. Integration ensuring political decisions benefit from professional military perspective while maintaining necessary civilian control through explicit advisory nature beyond decision authority potentially undermining democratic governance requiring appropriate relationship between political leadership and military expertise through advisory rather than decision-making function regarding fundamental policy matters, requiring political judgment beyond purely military consideration regarding complex security questions involving significant dimensions transcending purely technical assessment. Technical working group structure. Specialized examination requires appropriate organization enabling thorough analysis beyond plenary discussion. 1. Functional domain organization. The committee structure would establish specific subordinate bodies examining particular security dimensions, creating enhanced analysis through focused attention beyond plenary discussion potentially lacking necessary depth regarding complex specialized matters. This organization would create specific working groups addressing land operations, maritime security, air defense, space capabilities, cyber operations, and similar functional domains, creating improved understanding through concentrated examination beyond generalist consideration potentially insufficient addressing technical complexity regarding modern warfare specialized dimensions. This organization creates enhanced understanding through focused analysis. 2. Cross-functional integration mechanism. The working group framework would include specific coordination ensuring appropriate connection between different specialized bodies, creating essential synthesis through deliberate integration beyond potentially disconnected analysis, potentially missing important relationship between different security dimensions. This mechanism would establish regular interaction, joint assessment requirements, and integrated reporting, creating comprehensive improved perspective understanding beyond merely through separate examination, potentially creating fragmented viewpoint lacking necessary connection between increasingly interrelated security dimensions requiring integrated rather than merely parallel analysis. This mechanism creates enhanced understanding through deliberate integration. 3. Subject matter expert integration. The structure would incorporate specialized expertise beyond formal military committee membership, creating enhanced analysis through appropriate knowledge integration beyond standing representation, potentially lacking necessary depth regarding particularly complex or emerging matters. This integration would enable participation from technical specialists, academic experts, defense industry representatives, and similar sources, creating improved understanding through expanded perspective beyond purely military viewpoint, potentially insufficient addressing multidimensional security challenges requiring broader expertise. This integration creates enhanced analysis through expanded knowledge. For permanent analytical support, the working group framework would include dedicated professional staff providing continuity beyond rotating military representation, creating enhanced effectiveness through institutional memory maintenance beyond potentially disconnected examination through purely rotating participation without supporting consistency. This support would establish professional analysts with particular specialization, creating improved function through continuity provision beyond changing membership, potentially creating fragmented understanding without corresponding persistent capability maintaining. Comprehensive perspective beyond individual participation. Change. This support creates enhanced effectiveness through continuity provision. 5. Islamic Perspective Working Group. The structure would include specific body addressing religious dimension regarding military operations, creating distinctive capability reflecting alliance religious foundation beyond conventional security examination, potentially lacking appropriate consideration regarding particularly significant aspect within Muslim context. This working group would examine ethical frameworks, religious guidance, historical precedent, and scholarly perspectives, creating authentic approach addressing distinctive alliance character beyond purely secular analysis, potentially insensitive regarding important religious dimension requiring specific consideration within Muslim security alliance. This working group creates distinctive approach through religious consideration. These structural elements collectively establish essential specialized framework enabling thorough technical analysis beyond general discussion, providing detailed examination through appropriate organizational structure beyond plenary deliberation, potentially lacking necessary depth regarding complex modern security dimensions. The resulting framework creates comprehensive understanding through appropriate specialized structure, establishing improved analysis capability regarding diverse security domains while maintaining necessary integration, ensuring coherent perspective beyond fragmented viewpoint. This structured approach enables effective advice through appropriate specialization, ensuring military perspective benefits from detailed examination regarding different security dimensions while preserving necessary synthesis through appropriate coordination mechanisms, preventing potentially disconnected analysis through systematic rather than coincidental integration, creating coherent understanding regarding different security aspects, increasingly requiring comprehensive perspective beyond merely separate examination, potentially insufficient understanding complex modern security environment characterized through domain interconnection requiring appropriate analysis integration beyond purely separate examination, potentially missing relationship between different security dimensions. Regional perspective integration. Important. Diverse geographic viewpoint requires appropriate structure enabling comprehensive consideration. 1. Regional assessment cells. The committee structure would establish specific capability examining particular geographic areas, creating enhanced understanding through focused attention beyond potentially generalized perspective. Insufficient addressing significantly different regional security environments. This capability would create specialized capacity analyzing South Asia, Middle East, Africa, and Southeast Asia, creating improved awareness through concentrated examination regarding different geographic contexts beyond monolithic approach, potentially overlooking important regional variation requiring specific consideration. This capability creates enhanced understanding through regional focus. 2. Regional experience utilization. The integration would emphasize service chiefs' particular geographic expertise based on operational background, creating enhanced understanding through practical knowledge beyond merely theoretical awareness, potentially lacking necessary depth regarding operational reality. This utilization would deliberately leverage personal experience from different regional contexts, creating improved assessment through practical rather than merely conceptual understanding regarding different security environments based on actual operational background beyond purely academic knowledge. This utilization creates enhanced understanding through practical expertise. 3. Regional threat assessment standardization. The integration would establish common methodology examining different geographic areas, creating enhanced comparability through consistent approach beyond potentially disconnected analysis, potentially creating assessment variation reflecting methodological rather than substantive difference. This standardization would implement unified analytical framework, creating improved understanding through comparable rather than divergent assessment, enabling appropriate prioritization through consistent rather than potentially incomparable evaluation regarding different regions. This standardization creates enhanced prioritization through comparable assessment. 4. Multinational analysis teams. The regional integration would establish deliberately diverse examination groups, creating enhanced perspective through different national viewpoints beyond potentially narrow interpretation through single-nation-dominated analysis. This approach would create multinational composition within regional assessment, creating improved understanding through viewpoint diversity beyond potentially limited perspective through excessive analytical homogeneity, potentially missing important aspects through insufficient perspective variation. This approach creates enhanced understanding through deliberately diverse examination. Include 5. Geopolitical context integration. The regional framework would specific international relationships attention beyond regarding broader purely military consideration, creating enhanced understanding through comprehensive perspective beyond potentially narrow security focus, potentially insufficient addressing complex regional dynamics. This integration would examine diplomatic relationships, economic connections, historical interactions, and cultural factors, creating improved assessment through multidimensional rather than purely military analysis regarding regional security environments, increasingly characterized through complex interconnection between different factors beyond purely military dynamics. This integration creates enhanced comprehensive examination. Understanding through these integration elements collectively establish essential regional perspective, enabling comprehensive geographic understanding beyond potentially monolithic viewpoint. Providing differentiated examination through appropriate regional focus reflecting significant security environment variation across alliance extensive geographic scope. The resulting framework creates balanced assessment through appropriate regional consideration, establishing improved understanding through appropriate attention regarding different contexts while maintaining necessary standardization, enabling prioritization through comparable rather than inconsistent evaluation. This geographic approach enables effective governance through appropriate regional perspective, ensuring decision-making benefits from suitable understanding regarding different security environments, characterizing alliance extensive coverage requiring differentiated rather than monolithic analysis through appropriate focus regarding diverse geographic contexts, creating comprehensive understanding beyond potentially insufficient perspective. Through inadequate attention regarding significant regional variation, potentially creating incomplete awareness through excessive generalization despite important security environment differences requiring specific examination through appropriate regional focus. Relationship with national military structures. Effective committee requires appropriate connection with national security institutions beyond purely multinational operation. 1. Dual hat leadership model. The relationship framework would establish identical individuals serving both national military chief and alliance committee roles, creating essential connection through personal integration beyond institutional separation, potentially creating perspective disconnection. This model ensures multinational deliberation directly influences national security thinking through integrated leadership, creating improved coordination through unified rather than potentially separated command perspective regarding matters simultaneously affecting both national and multinational security considerations increasingly interconnected regarding modern security challenges. This model creates enhanced coordination through leadership integration. 2. National Staff Liaison System. The connection would include specific coordination between alliance and national military headquarters, creating enhanced integration through institutional relationship beyond merely personal connection potentially insufficient, ensuring appropriate organizational alignment. This system would establish dedicated positions, communication protocols, information sharing arrangements, and similar mechanisms, creating improved coordination through systematic rather than coincidental interaction beyond purely personal relationship potentially lacking necessary organizational foundation supporting sustained connection transcending individual relationship. This system creates enhanced coordination through institutional connection. 3. Alliance National Exercise Integration. The relationship would include deliberate connection between different training activities, creating enhanced cooperation through practical interaction beyond merely conceptual relationship potentially lacking necessary operational manifestation. This integration would establish appropriate coordination between national and multinational exercises, creating improved capability through deliberate rather than coincidental relationship, ensuring practical rather than merely theoretical connection through actual operational interaction beyond purely administrative relationship. This integration creates enhanced cooperation through practical interaction. 4. Strategic planning synchronization. The framework would establish specific coordination regarding long-term capability development, creating enhanced alignment through deliberate connection beyond potentially disconnected evolution, potentially creating incompatibility despite parallel development. This synchronization would implement regular consultation regarding future planning, creating improved compatibility through coordinated rather than separate development beyond unconnected evolution, potentially creating divergence despite general cooperation without specific long-term alignment regarding fundamental capability evolution. This synchronization creates enhanced compatibility through deliberate coordination. 5. Information Sharing Protocol. The relationship would include specific arrangement facilitating appropriate knowledge exchange, creating enhanced awareness through systematic information flow beyond ad hoc sharing, potentially creating awareness gaps through insufficient consistency. This protocol would establish regular communication, standardized formats, appropriate classification management, and timely transmission, creating improved understanding through deliberate rather than coincidental information exchange beyond irregular communication, potentially insufficient, maintaining necessary awareness regarding developments relevant toward both national and multinational security considerations. This protocol creates enhanced awareness through systematic information exchange. These relationship elements collectively establish essential connection, enabling effective coordination between alliance and national military structures, providing necessary integration beyond institutional separation, potentially creating counterproductive divergence despite shared membership. The resulting framework creates appropriate alignment through deliberate connection, establishing improved coordination through systematic rather than coincidental relationship. This integrated approach enables effective governance through appropriate national-multinational connection, ensuring alliance benefits from appropriate coordination with member militaries through systematic rather than haphazard relationship, creating necessary alignment between different security structures, simultaneously addressing interconnected challenges requiring coordinated rather than separate approach through appropriate relationship beyond institutional isolation, potentially creating unnecessary disconnection despite shared purpose, requiring systematic rather than merely coincidental cooperation through appropriate institutional relationship, supporting effective coordination through deliberate rather than accidental connection. Fast-track approval for emergency response. The temporal dimension of security crisis response often proves decisive, with hours or even minutes potentially determining outcome effectiveness, civilian protection capability, and escalation trajectories. Conventional multinational decision procedures prioritizing thorough consultation frequently generate response latency incompatible with crisis dynamics, creating fundamental tension between deliberative legitimacy and operational effectiveness. The proposed Muslim security architecture would resolve this tension through sophisticated fast-track approval mechanisms that maintain legitimacy while enabling rapid response through institutional innovation rather than procedural compromise. Islamic decision-making foundations for expedited. The proposed fast-track mechanisms draw legitimacy from specific Islamic principles regarding emergency decision authority. 1. Darura, necessity, doctrine. Islamic jurisprudence recognizes necessity as legitimate basis for modified procedures during emergency situations, establishing theological foundation for expedited processes through recognized exception principles rather than procedural violation regardless of urgency. 2. Maslahah, public interest, priority. Islamic legal tradition emphasizes overriding importance of public welfare during crisis, creating religious justification for accelerated response through harm prevention priority rather than procedural adherence regardless of consequence. 3. Wile, guardianship, responsibility. Islamic governance principles establish special obligations for those entrusted with protection responsibilities, creating theological basis for decisive action through responsibility fulfillment rather than procedural delay regardless of consultation value. 4. Shura, consultation, adaptation. The Quranic principle of consultation implicitly recognizes context-appropriate implementation, allowing modified consultation formats during emergencies through principle adaptation rather than principle abandonment regardless of time constraints. 5. Tawakkul ma'e asbab, trust with preparation. The Islamic concept of reliance on Allah while taking necessary measures establishes balance between preparation and decisive action, creating theological framework for pre-delegated authority through appropriate preparation rather than fatalistic acceptance of procedural limitations. These Islamic principles collectively establish expedited decision-making during crisis as religiously legitimate rather than procedural compromise. By grounding fast-track mechanisms in recognized Islamic jurisprudential concepts, the framework transforms potential tension between deliberation and action into integrated system reflecting sophisticated understanding of Islamic governance principles adapted to contemporary security requirements. Tiered emergency classification system. The foundation of effective fast-track approval lies in sophisticated emergency appropriate response parameters, classification determining 1. Level Alpha, imminent threat situations involving confirmed attacks underway or demonstrably imminent within minutes, hours would authorities, enabling activate immediate maximum response fast track through pre-delegated authority without real-time approval requirement regardless of conventional procedures. 2. Level Beta, emerging crisis situations involving highly credible intelligence regarding developing threats within hours, days would activate intermediate fast-track procedures, enabling abbreviated consultation through streamlined processes while maintaining essential review regardless of standard consultation timeframes. 3. Level Gamma, escalating tension situations involving deteriorating security conditions without immediate attack indicators would utilize modified standard procedures, accelerating regular processes through prioritization rather than procedural bypassing regardless of mounting concern. 4. Level Delta, persistent threat situations involving enduring security challenges without specific timeline triggers would employ enhanced normal procedures, maintaining full consultation through efficiency improvement rather than procedural modification regardless of threat seriousness. 5. Level Epsilon, potential concern situations involving ambiguous indicators or early-stage developments would utilize standard decision processes, preserving complete deliberation through normal channels without modification regardless of monitoring continuation. Binary. This classification system transforms decision acceleration from emergency and non-emergency distinction to sophisticated spectrum reflecting crisis characteristics. By calibrating procedural modification to specific situation attributes, the deliberation and framework optimizes both legitimate timely response through contextual adaptation rather than procedural compromise regardless of situation complexity. Pre-authorized response frameworks. For highest urgency scenarios, the architecture would establish specific pre-authorized response options. 1. Defensive action authorization. The Supreme Allied Commander would receive standing authorization for defensive measures protecting alliance forces, installations, and designated critical infrastructure, enabling immediate protection through pre-approval rather than consultative delay regardless of attack scale or attribution clarity. 2. Counterforce response options. Pre-approved counterforce options proportionate to specific aggression types would be established through advanced consultation, enabling rapid response through predetermined parameters rather than real-time deliberation regarding appropriate retaliation scope regardless of crisis pressure. 3. Population protection measures. Specific civilian protection actions including evacuation assistance, medical deployment, and defensive perimeter establishment would receive advance authorization, prioritizing human security through immediate availability rather than approval delay regardless of jurisdictional complexities. 4. Sacred Site Protection Protocols. Special pre-authorization would cover defense of Islamic sacred sites including immediate protective architecture's foundational deployment, reflecting mission through the automatic activation rather than deliberative prioritization regardless of responsible authority location. 5. Intelligence collection intensification. Standing authorization would permit immediate intelligence collection escalation during emerging threats, enabling improved awareness through automatic capability escalation rather than graduated approval regardless of normal operational constraints. These pre-authorized frameworks transform potential response gaps into prepared capabilities through advanced deliberation. By conducting thorough consultation during non-crisis periods regarding specific contingencies, the system creates legitimately authorized rapid response options, reconciling deliberative legitimacy with operational immediacy through temporal separation rather than value prioritization. Streamlined consultation mechanisms for situations requiring real-time approval without pre-authorization. Streamlined consultation would enable accelerated legitimate decision-making. 1. Digital concurrent approval. Secure communication systems would enable simultaneous rather than sequential consultation with key decision authorities, reducing temporal footprint through parallelization rather than elimination regardless of geographical distribution. 2. Quorum modification rules. Emergency quorum requirements would adjust based on crisis classification level, enabling legitimate decision through present authority subset rather than complete participation regardless of availability challenges during crisis emergence. 3. Silent consent protocols. Carefully defined circumstances would implement limited silent consent procedures where non-response within specified timeframes constitutes provisional approval, enabling progress through non-objection rather than active endorsement while preserving subsequent review regardless of immediate authorization needs. 4. Delegated consultation authority. Specific officials would receive authority to represent their nations during rapidly emerging situations, enabling streamlined participation through appropriate pre-delegation rather than comprehensive engagement regardless of time constraints. 5. Progressive consultation expansion. Initial decisions could proceed with limited consultation followed by expanding engagement as time permits, enabling essential response through minimal legitimate authorization while building broader consensus through deliberate expansion regardless of initial urgency. These streamlined mechanisms transform consultation from potential response obstacle to crisis-adapted process through institutional innovation. Rather than sacrificing legitimacy for speed or effectiveness for procedure, the approach creates crisis-appropriate consultation adapted to temporal requirements through sophisticated design rather than procedural abandonment. Post-action validation requirements. To maintain accountability while enabling rapid response, comprehensive post-action review would complement fast-track approval. 1. Mandatory after-action review. All fast-track authorizations would require comprehensive post-action assessment by appropriate governance bodies, maintaining accountability through guaranteed review rather than procedural exemption regardless of outcome validation. 2. decision documentation requirements. Fast-track decisions would require structured documentation regarding authorization basis, intelligence assessment, and consideration factors, enabling meaningful review through information preservation rather than reconstructed justification regardless of operational pressure. 3. Suspension authority balance. The Council of Defense Ministers would maintain authority to suspend specific pre-authorizations based on implementation concerns, creating accountability through revocation possibility rather than irrevocable delegation regardless of original approval legitimacy. 4. Religious compliance certification. Post-action review would include Islamic principles compliance assessment by appropriate religious authorities, ensuring spiritual authenticity through structured evaluation rather than operational exemption regardless of security justification. 5. Remedial action frameworks. Identified procedural violations would trigger specific remediation requirements including possible compensation, process modification, and responsibility attribution, creating meaningful accountability through consequence rather than merely symbolic review regardless of security outcomes. These validation requirements transform potential accountability concerns into integrated system component through sophisticated review mechanisms. By establishing mandatory assessment within framework design rather than imposed oversight, the system creates self-correcting architecture that maintains legitimacy despite procedural modification through inherent accountability rather than external control. The May 2025 Emergency Response Lesson. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated specific insights regarding emergency decision mechanisms. 1. Decision speed impact. Pakistan's ability to implement immediate defensive measures without prolonged approval processes proved decisive during initial crisis hours, demonstrating how appropriate pre-authorization creates tactical advantage through response speed despite complex civilian-military governance interfaces. 2. Phased consultation effectiveness. Pakistan successfully employed progressive consultation expansion starting with core leadership followed by broader engagement as situation developed, showing how temporal adaptation maintains both effectiveness and legitimacy through sophisticated process rather than binary trade-off. 3. Religious operational integration. Throughout crisis response, Pakistan maintained Islamic principles compliance despite compressed decision timeframes, demonstrating compatibility between religious authenticity and operational effectiveness through cultural integration rather than domain separation. 4. Documentation amid crisis. Pakistani command maintained comprehensive decision documentation despite operational pressure, enabling subsequent assessment through contemporary record rather than retrospective justification despite urgent circumstances. 5. Accountability preservation. The post-crisis review process identified specific decision process improvements without undermining leadership authority, showing how appropriate accountability enhances rather than undermines effective crisis management through learning orientation rather than punitive focus. These observations from Pakistan's crisis experience provide practical validation for proposed fast-track mechanisms. The demonstrated compatibility between rapid decision capability and legitimate governance offers empirical support for institutional innovation, confirming theoretical framework through operational implementation despite the inevitable tension between deliberation and action during security emergencies. Consensus versus majority models in different scenarios. Perhaps the most fundamental governance question facing any multinational security architecture concerns the decision threshold, specifically, whether various decisions require consensus, effective unanimity, qualified majority, or simple majority support. This question transcends mere procedural detail to address fundamental sovereignty considerations, operational effectiveness requirements, and strategic autonomy balances. The proposed Muslim security architecture would implement sophisticated differential thresholds tailored to decision type rather than applying uniform standard across all determinations, creating contextually appropriate legitimation requirements through decision categorization rather than procedural standardization. Islamic jurisprudential foundations. The proposed differential threshold approach draws from sophisticated Islamic jurisprudential tradition regarding collective decision legitimacy. 1. Ijma', consensus, tradition. Classical Islamic jurisprudence recognizes consensus as highest legitimation standard, particularly for fundamental matters, establishing theological foundation for requiring unanimity on core issues through religious tradition rather than merely political accommodation. 2. Jumhur, majority, recognition. Islamic legal methodology acknowledges majority position as carrying significant weight, though below consensus, providing theological basis for majority decision mechanisms through recognized religious concept rather than merely secular democratic importation. 3. Maratib al-Masali, hierarchy of interests. Islamic jurisprudence establishes sophisticated interest classification from essential to complementary, creating theological framework for differential thresholds through religious understanding that different matters require different decision standards depending on their nature and consequence. 4. Wali al-Amr, leadership authority. Islamic governance traditions recognize legitimate leadership authority within appropriate boundaries, establishing theological foundation for delegated decision-making through religious concept rather than merely bureaucratic efficiency. 5. Ikhtilaf, legitimate disagreement. Islamic tradition acknowledges legitimate scholarly disagreement within bounds, creating theological space for non-unanimous decisions through religious recognition that different viewpoints can represent legitimate interpretations rather than necessarily indicating error. These Islamic concepts collectively establish sophisticated jurisprudential foundation for differential decision thresholds calibrated to matter significance, consequence, and nature, rather than applying secular diplomatic standards or conventional alliance practices. The approach grounds governance mechanisms in authentic Islamic tradition, demonstrating how classical religious concepts provide sophisticated frameworks for contemporary security governance through theological application rather than merely symbolic reference. Decision category framework. The architecture would classify decisions into specific categories determining appropriate approval threshold. 1. Core commitment decisions, fundamental matters affecting alliance foundation, treaty obligations, or Islamic principle application would require consensus among all member states, preserving full sovereignty through unanimity requirement on existential matters. Implementation efficiency implications. 2. Territorial. Regardless of consequence, decisions, operations, deployments, or activities with direct physical impact on member state territories would require affirmative consent from affected states plus qualified majority from broader membership, protecting territorial sovereignty through veto right for directly impacted members while enabling collective action through appropriate majority from non-affected states. 3. Strategic direction determinations. Major strategic decisions including priority setting, resource allocation frameworks, and capability development directions would require qualified majority, typically 7,580%, balancing broad support requirements with practical decision capability through elevated threshold without unanimity requirement. 4. Operational implementation choices, specific decisions within approved strategic frameworks would utilize lower qualified majority, typically 6,570%, enabling practical progress through workable threshold while maintaining substantial support requirement despite operational necessity. 5. Administrative and procedural matters. Organizational, administrative, and procedural decisions without direct security implications would employ simple majority, 50% plus 1, facilitating institutional function through practical threshold while distinguishing from consequential determinations regardless of organizational significance. This categorization transforms decision threshold from uniform standard to sophisticated framework aligned with decision characteristics. By matching legitimation requirement to decision significance and sovereignty implication, the system optimizes both legitimacy and functionality through contextual calibration rather than procedural standardization regardless of matter diversity. Weighted voting considerations. Beyond approval thresholds, the system would implement carefully calibrated voting weight distribution. 1. Capability contribution weighting. Voting influence would partially reflect concrete capability contributions including personnel, equipment, and financial commitments, creating alignment between responsibility and authority through proportionate influence allocation despite formal sovereign equality. 2. Population representation factor. Member state population would constitute weighting element particularly for decisions with potential human impact, ensuring appropriate population representation through demographic consideration despite potentially creating tension with contribution-based allocation. 3. Special religious site weighting. States hosting or having custodial responsibility for major Islamic religious sites would receive additional influence regarding decisions affecting those sites, acknowledging special religious responsibility through appropriate authority allocation regardless of other contribution metrics. 4. Territorial exposure consideration. States facing greater territorial risk from specific threat vectors would receive enhanced influence regarding related decisions, aligning authority with consequence through exposure-based allocation despite creating differentiated influence across different decision domains. 5. Progressive weight integration. The system would implement graduated weight expansion as alliance matured, beginning with minimal differentiation emphasizing sovereign equality while progressively introducing greater contribution-based weighting as trust developed through demonstrated respect rather than immediate authority disparities. This weighted voting approach transforms formal equality into sophisticated influence distribution reflecting actual role, contribution, responsibility, and exposure differentials. Rather than maintaining diplomatic fiction of absolute equality despite dramatic capability differences or imposing purely contribution-based hierarchy undermining sovereign dignity, the system creates balanced framework acknowledging both sovereign equality and practical differentials through nuanced design. Domain-specific consensus requirements. Beyond general categories, specific decision domains would maintain special consensus requirements regardless of normal classification. 1. Nuclear employment decisions. Any decision regarding nuclear capability employment, deployment, or posture would require absolute consensus among nuclear capability providers plus supermajority of potentially affected states, establishing maximum threshold through capability responsibility alignment regardless of general decision framework. 2. Sacred site operations. Activities directly affecting Islamic sacred sites including Jerusalem, Mecca, and Medina would require consensus among custodial authorities plus qualified majority of general membership, preserving religious responsibility through appropriate authority allocation regardless of contribution metrics or other factors. 3. External partnership frameworks. Relationships with non-member states, particularly non-Muslim powers, would require consensus for framework establishment followed by variable thresholds for implementation decisions, maintaining sovereign foreign policy through appropriate threshold while enabling practical cooperation through differentiated requirements. 4. Member state domestic deployment. Any operation within member state territory would absolutely require that states explicit affirmative consent regardless of other approval metrics, preserving fundamental territorial sovereignty through unambiguous requirement regardless of collective interest arguments or majority preferences. 5. Islamic principle determinations. Decisions involving interpretation of Islamic principles applicable to security operations would require consensus among religious authority representatives, maintaining spiritual authenticity through appropriate authority allocation contribution or other factors. Regardless of state. These domain-specific requirements transform general framework into appropriately nuanced system through contextual sensitivity. By establishing special threshold requirements for particularly significant or sensitive domains, the architecture ensures appropriate decision legitimacy through deliberate design rather than procedural uniformity regardless of matter significance. Non-participation and constructive abstention. To prevent decision paralysis while respecting sovereignty, sophisticated non-participation options would complement threshold mechanisms. 1. Constructive abstention protocol. Members could formally abstain from supporting specific decisions while allowing them to proceed without unanimity, preserving individual sovereignty through non-participation without blocking collective action despite consensus preference. 2. Selective implementation options. States could decline participation in specific operations while allowing other members to proceed under alliance framework, enabling differentiated involvement through selective engagement despite maintaining alliance membership and general support. 3. Opt-out mechanisms with conditions. Specific decisions could include structured opt-out provisions with clearly defined consequences, allowing sovereign choice through formalized options rather than binary participatory block dilemma despite collective framework. 4. Deferred participation pathways. States could postpone implementation involvement while decision proceeds with willing members, creating temporal flexibility through phased engagement rather than forcing immediate binary choice despite evolving domestic circumstances. 5. Redline protection frameworks. Members could register specific fundamental concerns receiving special protection without comprehensive veto, protecting core interests through targeted safeguards rather than general blocking power despite participation in collective framework. These mechanisms transform potential consensus obstacles into sophisticated choice architecture through option creation. Rather than forcing binary support block decisions potentially paralyzing collective action, the system creates graduated choices reflecting sovereignty nuance, enabling collective progress while respecting individual state concerns through institutional innovation rather than sovereignty compromise. The May 2025 Decision Model Validation. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated practical insights regarding differential decision models. 1. Escalation threshold variation. Pakistan successfully implemented graduated decision thresholds during crisis escalation, using broader consultation for strategic response determination while employing streamlined approval for tactical implementation despite same overall crisis context. 2. Territorial operational distinction. Clear differentiation between decisions affecting Pakistani territory versus supportive external operations demonstrated threshold variation, showing how territorial sovereignty concerns justifiably create different approval requirements through consequence-based distinction. 3. Religious operational integration. Throughout operations, Pakistan maintained distinct approval channels for technical military decisions versus actions potentially affecting religious sites or decision principles, demonstrating compatible parallel systems through domain separation despite operational integration. For ally consultation calibration, Pakistan implemented sophisticated consultation variations with Chinese, Gulf state, and Central Asian partners based on decision significance, showing how external relationship management benefits from threshold differentiation through proportionate engagement rather than uniform consultation regardless of decision nature. 5. Population impact consideration. Decisions potentially affecting civilian populations receive distinct approval processes with additional civilian authority involvement, demonstrating how human consequence appropriately modifies decision threshold through impact-based adjustment rather than procedural uniformity. These observations from the May 2025 crisis provide practical validation for differentiated threshold systems within security architectures. Pakistan's effective employment of various decision models calibrated to matter significance, consequence, and domain demonstrates the practical feasibility and operational advantage of sophisticated governance frameworks, confirming theoretical design through crisis implementation despite the complexity inherent in multinational decision systems. Veto considerations and emergency provisions. The veto question represents perhaps the most sensitive governance dimension within any security alliance, balancing sovereign protection against collective paralysis through institutional design rather than merely philosophical preference. The proposed Muslim security architecture would implement sophisticated veto frameworks that protect legitimate sovereign interests while preventing procedural obstruction, creating balanced system through careful scope limitation, emergency override provisions, and accountability mechanisms rather than simplistic veto grant or denial regardless of context. Islamic principles regarding individual and collective rights. The proposed veto framework draws legitimacy from sophisticated Islamic jurisprudential balance between individual and collective rights. 1. Haq Allah and Haq al-Ibad, rights of God and rights of people. Islamic jurisprudence distinguishes divine rights governing collective welfare from individual rights, creating theological framework for balancing state sovereignty protection with collective security through established religious concept rather than merely secular diplomatic compromise. 2. La dara wa la dira, no harm principle. The Prophet's guidance against both suffering and causing harm establishes mutual protection obligation, providing theological foundation for both protecting individual states from involuntary harm and protecting collective from individual obstruction through balanced religious principle. 3. Maslahah amma, public interest. Islamic legal tradition emphasizes collective welfare in appropriate domains, establishing theological basis for limiting individual state veto when threatening collective security through recognized religious concept rather than merely utilitarian calculation. 4. ADL, justice, requirement. Quranic emphasis on justice creates obligation for balanced systems protecting both individual and collective rights, providing theological foundation for proportionate veto frameworks through religious principle rather than merely political compromise. 5. Daruriyat and Hajiyat, necessities and needs. Islamic jurisprudence differentiates essential needs from complementary ones, creating theological basis for emergency provisions overriding normal constraints during necessity through established religious framework rather than merely expedient exception. These Islamic principles collectively establish sophisticated theological foundation for balanced veto frameworks distinguishing fundamental sovereignty protection from procedural obstruction. Rather than adopting Western security models or embracing unlimited consensus requirements, the approach grounds governance mechanisms in authentic Islamic tradition, demonstrating how classical religious concepts provide nuanced frameworks for contemporary security governance through theological depth rather than simplistic application. Differentiated veto domains. The architecture would implement domain-specific veto frameworks rather than uniform application. 1. Core sovereignty protection. Any member state would maintain absolute veto regarding operations within its territory, employment of its forces outside collective defense obligation, or actions directly threatening its fundamental security, protecting essential sovereignty through unqualified right regardless of collective preference or majority opinion. 2. Religious site jurisdiction. States with custodial responsibility for Islamic sacred sites would maintain special veto regarding operations affecting those locations, protecting religious heritage through appropriate authority allocation regardless of collective security calculations or majority priorities. 3. Direct impact limitation. States would possess qualified veto regarding operations with direct and significant impact on their territory, population, or critical interests, creating proportionate protection through calibrated authority rather than general blocking power regardless of impact significance. 4. Strategic direction influence. Major capability contributors would maintain special influence without absolute veto regarding strategic direction decisions, acknowledging contribution reality through appropriate authority allocation without creating comprehensive blocking power regardless of specific decision relevance. 5. Implementation methodology consultation. All states would maintain consultation rights without veto regarding implementation approaches to authorized operations, ensuring voice without paralysis through appropriate influence calibration regardless of contribution disparity. This differentiated approach transforms veto from binary presence-absence to sophisticated domain-specific framework through contextual calibration. By matching veto authority to legitimate interest protection rather than establishing uniform blocking power, the system protects sovereignty where truly essential while enabling collective action through nuanced design rather than blunt instrument regardless of matter diversity. Emergency override mechanisms. To prevent paralysis during critical situations while maintaining legitimate sovereignty protection, carefully designed emergency provisions would complement normal veto frameworks. 1. Imminent threat override. When facing demonstrable imminent attack against member state requiring immediate collective response, emergency mechanism could temporarily supersede normal veto requirements, enabling timely action. through calibrated exception rather than procedural paralysis without eliminating subsequent accountability. 2. Sacred site protection activation. Demonstrable imminent threat to Islamic sacred sites would trigger special response capabilities overriding normal procedural requirements, prioritizing religious heritage protection through predefined exception rather than procedural delay regardless of normal decision thresholds. 3. Genocide prevention provision. Credible intelligence indicating imminent genocide or mass atrocity against Muslim populations would activate modified decision procedures, enabling timely intervention through humanitarian exception while maintaining appropriate authorization through special rather than normal process. 4. Activation threshold clarity. Emergency provisions would require clearly defined evidence threshold certified by both intelligence and religious authorities, preventing mechanism abuse through rigorous qualification rather than subjective determination regardless of perceived urgency. 5. Post-action review requirement. Any emergency override activation would trigger mandatory comprehensive review upon situation stabilization, maintaining accountability through guaranteed assessment rather than consequence-free exception regardless of outcome validation. These emergency mechanisms transform potential paralysis situations into managed exceptions through sophisticated design. Rather than forcing binary choice between sovereign veto and collective paralysis during critical situations, the system creates calibrated override possibilities, protecting both essential sovereign rights and collective capability. Through institutional innovation rather than philosophical absolutism regardless of context urgency. Veto accountability frameworks to prevent veto misuse while respecting legitimate sovereignty protection. Sophisticated mechanisms would complement veto rights, accountability. 1. Justification requirement. Any veto exercise would require formal written justification specifying precise objection basis, enabling meaningful assessment through explicit rationale rather than unexplained obstruction regardless of diplomatic sensitivity. 2. Islamic principles compliance. Veto justification would require demonstration of compatibility with Islamic principles and alliance founding documents, establishing legitimacy standard through religious framework rather than purely national interest regardless of sovereign authority. 3. Alternative proposal obligation. Veto exercise would require accompanying alternative proposal addressing legitimate collective security concern, transforming obstruction into constructive engagement through solution requirement rather than merely blocking power regardless of security need. 4. Temporal limitation option. Certain veto categories could include temporal limitations requiring renewal through affirming continued objection, preventing perpetual obstruction through expiration mechanism while preserving legitimate protection through renewal option. 5. Isolation cost framework. Persistent veto exercise without compelling justification could trigger proportionate consequence mechanisms including resource allocation adjustment or representational limitation, creating appropriate costs through calibrated response rather than consequence-free obstruction regardless of collective impact. These accountability mechanisms transform veto from absolute right to responsible authority through sophisticated constraints. Rather than establishing unchecked blocking power or eliminating legitimate protection, the system creates balanced framework requiring justification, compliance, and constructive engagement, optimizing both sovereignty protection and collective functionality through institutional design rather than philosophical absolutism. Federation sovereignty balance models. The security architecture would draw inspiration from diverse political systems balancing central authority with constituent unit sovereignty. 1. Islamic governance traditions. Classical Islamic political frameworks including the early caliphate demonstrated sophisticated balance between central authority and regional autonomy, providing historical models for measured sovereignty retention through religious tradition rather than merely modern political theory. 2. Malaysian Federation Model. Malaysia's successful balancing of federal authority with sultanate sovereignty regarding religious and cultural matters offers contemporary Muslim governance example, demonstrating effective shared sovereignty through practical implementation rather than merely theoretical framework. 3. Swiss canton system. Switzerland's sophisticated balance between cantonal sovereignty and federal authority presents non-Muslim model with potential adaptation value, showing stable equilibrium through institutional design rather than merely power distribution regardless of historical and cultural differences. 4. European Union Qualified Majority Framework. The EU's evolution from consensus requirements to qualified majority voting in specific domains while maintaining unanimity for core sovereignty matters demonstrates transitional approach, showing potential evolutionary pathway through graduated development rather than immediate comprehensive system regardless of initial hesitation. 5. United Arab Emirates Consensus Autonomy Balance. The UAE's combination of emirate autonomy with federal coordination presents Gulf-specific governance model, offering culturally familiar framework through regional example rather than exclusively external models regardless of scale difference. These diverse models provide practical governance examples balancing collective functionality with constituent sovereignty protection. By drawing insights from multiple successful systems rather than imposing single framework, the architecture would develop contextually appropriate balance, creating Muslim-specific governance innovation through comparative learning rather than model transplantation regardless of apparent theoretical elegance. The May 2025 Emergency Management Lesson. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated practical insights regarding emergency governance and sovereignty balance. 1. Calibrated consultation implementation. Pakistan successfully implemented different consultation requirements for various decision types despite same overall crisis context, demonstrating how domain differentiation maintains both effectiveness and legitimacy through sophisticated design rather than uniform process regardless of decision diversity. 2. Time sovereignty relationship management. As crisis intensified, Pakistan adjusted consultation speed balance through predetermined frameworks rather than ad hoc exception, showing how prepared emergency provisions enable both timeliness and legitimacy through institutional preparation rather than improvisation. 3. Partner veto accommodation. Pakistan navigated Chinese partner concerns through targeted accommodation without comprehensive procedural transformation, demonstrating how specific sovereignty protection proves compatible with overall operational effectiveness through nuanced adjustment rather than binary veto acceptance or rejection. 4. Islamic authority integration. Throughout crisis decision-making, Pakistan maintained appropriate religious authority consultation despite compressed timeframes, showing compatibility between emergency response and Islamic principle compliance through institutional integration rather than domain separation. 5. Post-crisis accountability implementation. Following immediate crisis resolution, Pakistan conducted comprehensive decision review despite operational success, demonstrating how accountability mechanisms enhance rather than undermine emergency provision legitimacy through learning orientation rather than punitive focus. These observations from the May 2025 crisis provide practical validation for sophisticated veto and emergency governance frameworks. Pakistan's successful navigation of urgent decision requirements while maintaining appropriate sovereignty protections and accountability mechanisms demonstrates the feasibility of balanced systems, confirming that emergency effectiveness need not require sovereignty sacrifice through institutional design rather than false dichotomy regardless of crisis pressure. Chapter 43. Collective defense. Implementation. The believers in their mutual kindness, compassion, and sympathy are just like one body. When any limb of the body suffers, the whole body responds to it with wakefulness and fever. Hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari. The implementation of collective defense represents the practical manifestation of the theoretical framework established in previous chapters. While conceptual design provides the architectural vision for Muslim world security integration, the implementation mechanisms determine whether this vision translates into operational reality capable of addressing contemporary security challenges. The collective defense implementation framework proposed in this chapter establishes the specific procedures, protocols, and systems that transform defensive commitments from diplomatic declarations into coordinated military capabilities capable of deterring aggression and responding effectively when deterrence fails. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated the practical value of credible defense capabilities backed by clear implementation mechanisms. Pakistan's sophisticated response to India's Operation Sindoor revealed not merely technological capabilities but the institutional frameworks necessary to coordinate complex multi-domain operations under crisis conditions. These implementation mechanisms, spanning command transfer protocols, graduated response options, and clear triggering thresholds, provide the model for broader Muslim world security integration through frameworks that balance sovereignty concerns with collective effectiveness. This chapter details the specific implementation mechanisms required to operationalize collective defense across the Muslim world, drawing on Pakistan's demonstrated capabilities while adapting them to the unique requirements of a multinational Islamic alliance. The resulting framework addresses the fundamental challenge facing the Muslim security architecture, converting abstract commitments into concrete capabilities that potential adversaries must factor into their strategic calculations. Triggering mechanisms for collective response. The effectiveness of any collective defense arrangement depends fundamentally on the clarity and credibility of its triggering mechanisms, the formal processes that activate mutual defense obligations in response to aggression. Ambiguity or hesitation in these mechanisms undermines deterrence by suggesting potential gaps attackers might exploit, while excessive automaticity may create escalation risks through unintended activation. The Pakistan-led Muslim Security Alliance must therefore develop triggering mechanisms that balance deterrent clarity with prudent deliberation. Graduated activation thresholds. The Muslim collective defense architecture implements a sophisticated graduated threshold system that matches response levels to aggression intensity. 1. Level 1 – Monitoring and consultation activated by concerning developments below the threshold of armed attack, such as unusual military deployments near member state borders, inflammatory diplomatic statements suggesting potential aggression, or intelligence indicators of preparations for hostile action. This level triggers enhanced intelligence collection, diplomatic consultations among member states, and preliminary military readiness measures without public announcements. 2. Level 2 – Enhanced readiness triggered by more concrete indicators of potential aggression, such as mobilization of adversary forces, cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, or state-sponsored terrorist activities against member states. This level activates contingency planning cells, limited defensive deployments to threatened areas, and formal diplomatic communications warning potential aggressors of collective consequences. 3. Level 3 – Defensive positioning activated by clear and imminent threat of armed attack, including adversary forces in attack positions, documented attack plans obtained through intelligence channels, or limited probing operations against member state territory. This level triggers defensive force deployments to threatened areas, activation of joint command structures, and final diplomatic warnings to potential aggressors. 4. Level 4 – The active defense triggered by actual armed attack against a member state's territory, forces, or critical infrastructure. This level activates the full collective defense provisions, including military response operations, intelligence sharing, and logistical support from all member states according to predetermined contribution plans. 5. Level 5 – Strategic response reserved for existential threats to member states, including use of weapons of mass destruction, large-scale invasion threatening territorial integrity, or comprehensive multi-domain attacks against critical national systems. This level potentially includes nuclear consultation mechanisms under Pakistan's leadership as the alliance's nuclear guarantor. This graduated system prevents both dangerous delays in response and premature escalation by matching collective actions to threat levels through clearly defined thresholds. The approach draws directly from Pakistan's sophisticated crisis management during the May 2025 confrontation, where measured response demonstrated both capability and restraint. Verification and assessment mechanisms. To ensure triggering decisions rest on sound factual foundations rather than misperception or manipulation, the alliance implements robust verification mechanisms. 1. Joint assessment teams, specialized multinational units with expertise in forensic investigation, intelligence analysis, and international law deploy to alleged attack sites for objective fact-finding and evidence collection. These teams provide credible, multinational verification that legitimizes subsequent collective response. 2. Technical monitoring systems, shared sensor networks, including border surveillance systems, maritime domain awareness platforms, and aerospace monitoring capabilities provide objective technical data on incursions or attacks through multiple independent sensor systems to prevent false alarms. 3. Third-party verification protocols, agreements with trusted neutral observers from non-member states or international organizations to provide independent verification in contested situations, enhancing the credibility of triggering determinations through external validation. 4. Multi-source intelligence requirements, established standards requiring confirmation from multiple intelligence disciplines, HUMINT, SIGINT, IMINT, etc., before triggering collective defense mechanisms, reducing vulnerability to deception operations or technical failures in single collection systems. 5. Legal evidence standards, clearly defined evidentiary thresholds aligning with international law principles on armed attack and self-defense, ensuring collective response actions maintain legitimacy under international legal frameworks while providing clear guidelines for assessment teams. These verification mechanisms address a critical lesson from past collective security failures: the vulnerability to both false positives, responding to non-existent threats, and false negatives, failing to respond to actual aggression. By implementing rigorous multi-layered assessment processes, the Alliance ensures triggering decisions rest on solid factual and legal foundations. Decision authority and timeline. Effective collective defense requires not just verification but timely decision mechanisms that balance deliberation with necessary speed. 1. Primary Decision Authority. The Council of Defense Ministers, comprising defense ministers from all member states, holds primary authority for Level 4 and 5 activation decisions, ensuring political accountability and sovereignty respect effectiveness while maintaining operational through predetermined response options requiring minimal deliberation during crisis. 2. Delegated Authority Provisions. Predefined circumstances where initial response authority devolves to the Supreme Allied Commander, Pakistan, for immediate defensive actions pending Council confirmation, addressing time-critical scenarios where Council deliberation might create dangerous response delays. 3. Fast-track consultation systems, secure communications infrastructure enabling emergency council sessions within 60 minutes of attack indication, supporting rapid collective decision-making through technology rather than simplistic automatic triggers that might undermine sovereignty concerns. 4. Tripwire Force Authority, special provisions for alliance forces deployed as tripwires in vulnerable areas, granting local commanders limited initial response authority under specific parameters to ensure immediate defensive action pending higher authorization. 5. Timeline requirements, mandatory decision deadlines preventing deliberate delay tactics, with specific time. Limitations for each decision phase: for hours maximum for Level 2 activation, 2 hours for Level 3, and 90 minutes for Level 4, ensuring timely collective response while maintaining deliberative integrity. These decision mechanisms address a fundamental tension in collective security arrangements: the need to balance sovereignty through deliberative processes against the requirement for rapid response to fast-moving threats. The framework resolves this tension through technology-enabled consultation systems and clearly delegated authorities rather than sacrificing either deliberation or timeliness. Force deployment protocols and command transfer. The practical implementation of collective defense requires not just decisions to act but effective mechanisms for deploying and commanding multinational forces. The Muslim Security Alliance establishes sophisticated force deployment protocols and command transfer mechanisms that maintain both sovereignty and effectiveness. Force designation and readiness system. The Alliance implements a systematic approach to force designation that balances national control with collective capability. 1. Tiered readiness categories. member states designate forces within 3 readiness tiers: Immediate Response Forces (IRF), maintainable at 48-hour deployability, Rapid Response Forces (RRF), at 7-day readiness, and Main Defense Forces (MDF), at 30-day preparation standards. This tiered approach allows tailored response matching threat levels while distributing readiness burdens equitably among members. 2. Rotational Assignment System (IRF) responsibilities rotate among capable member states on 6-month cycles, ensuring continuous availability of high readiness forces while distributing the associated costs and operational tempo burdens across the alliance rather than disproportionate responsibility on any single member. Placing. 3. Capability-based designation. Force contributions focus on specialized capabilities rather than simple numerical requirements, allowing each member state to contribute according to comparative advantages: advanced air defense from one nation, cyber expertise from another, special operations capabilities from a third, creating complementary rather than duplicative force packages. 4. Verification and certification process. Regular readiness inspections and certification exercises validate designated forces' actual capabilities against declared standards, ensuring paper commitments translate to operational reality through standardized evaluation criteria applied by multinational assessment teams. 5. Prepositioned equipment sites. Strategic prepositioning of heavy equipment, munitions, and logistics support materials in potential flashpoint areas reduces deployment timelines while minimizing peacetime transportation requirements, addressing both readiness and cost efficiency concerns. This designation system creates a continuous collective capability without requiring permanent assignment of national forces to alliance command, addressing sovereignty concerns while maintaining credible response options. By focusing on readiness, specialization, and verification rather than permanent structures, the system achieves operational effectiveness while respecting national prerogatives. Command transfer mechanisms. The transition from national to collective command represents a critical vulnerability in many alliance systems. The Muslim security architecture implements clear command transfer protocols that minimize transition frictions. 1. Dual-hatted command preparation. Key national commanders maintain secondary alliance responsibilities during peacetime, receiving regular training in multinational operations and participating in alliance planning processes to ensure seamless transition during crises through established relationships and procedural familiarity. 2. Phased transfer procedures. Command transitions occur through clearly defined phases rather than abrupt transfers, beginning with liaison exchange, progressing through coordinated parallel command, and culminating in unified command under alliance structures, allowing progressive integration that maintains operational continuity. 3. Digital command harmonization. Compatible command and control systems with standardized data formats, communication protocols, and visualization tools enable rapid integration of national forces into alliance command structures without technical barriers that might create dangerous operational gaps during transition periods. 4. Practical authority delineation. Precise pre-crisis agreement on command authorities at tactical, operational, and strategic levels prevents ambiguity during implementation, with clear distinction between transferred operational control, tactical employment, and retained full command, disciplinary and administrative authority, addressing sovereignty concerns. 5. Regular transfer exercises. Frequent command transfer drills during peacetime exercises build procedural familiarity and identify potential friction points before crisis situations, creating institutional muscle memory that facilitates smooth transitions under actual emergency conditions. These command transfer mechanisms directly address lessons from the May 2025 crisis, where Pakistan's internal command coherence provided critical advantages. The transfer protocols extend this coherence to multinational operations by treating command transition as a sophisticated process requiring dedicated systems rather than a simple legal formality. Deployment support architecture. Beyond force designation and command, effective deployment requires comprehensive support systems that the alliance systematically develops. 1. Joint Movement Control Centers, regional coordination facilities integrating air, land, and sea transportation assets from multiple member states into unified movement systems that optimize deployment timelines through centralized planning while employing decentralized execution through national transportation assets. 2. Host nation support standardization, formalized agreements establishing standardized support packages from nations hosting deployed alliance forces, including bases access, local logistics, administrative support, and legal frameworks that facilitate rapid deployment without requiring lengthy bilateral negotiations during crisis periods. 3. Strategic lift pooling, shared access to limited strategic transportation assets, large transport aircraft, sea lift vessels, specialized rail equipment, through formal pooling agreements that prioritize alliance requirements during contingencies while allowing national use during normal conditions, addressing the critical deployment challenge facing many member states with limited organic strategic mobility. 4. Integrated logistics database, centralized visibility of available support resources across member states through secure information sharing platforms, enabling efficient matching of requirements to capabilities while identifying potential shortfalls requiring mitigation through prearranged commercial augmentation or third-party agreements. 5. Deployment Exercise Program, regular multinational deployment exercises testing actual movement of forces across international boundaries, identifying procedural, infrastructural, or regulatory barriers requiring resolution before crisis situations while building practical expertise among transportation planners and operators. This deployment architecture addresses a critical vulnerability in many security alliances, the gap between theoretical force availability and practical deployability. By treating deployment as a complex system requiring dedicated infrastructure rather than a simple transportation problem, the alliance ensures that designated forces can actually reach threatened areas in operationally relevant timeframes. Graduated response options. Effective deterrence and defense require not just deployment capability but appropriate response options matching the nature and scale of aggression. The Muslim Security Alliance develops a sophisticated spectrum of graduated response options that provide both flexibility and effectiveness against diverse threats. Conventional force employment concepts. The alliance develops multiple conventional response concepts matching different contingencies. 1. Forward defense operations, predetermined plans for rapid deployment of alliance forces to threaten border areas, creating defensive positions that blunt initial aggression while demonstrating collective resolve through physical presence. These plans include detailed force compositions, command arrangements, and support requirements optimized for specific geographic areas based on terrain, infrastructure, and potential adversary approaches. 2. Counterattack capabilities, operational concepts for limited counteroffensive actions to restore territorial integrity following aggression, including specialized combined arms formations capable of penetrating enemy defenses to retake seized territory through sophisticated integration of fire support, maneuver elements, and tactical enablers drawing on Pakistan's demonstrated operations. Expertise in combined arms. 3. Area denial frameworks, layered systems integrating air defense, anti-armor capabilities, and anti-ship systems to create protected zones where numerically superior adversaries face prohibitive costs for continued operations. These frameworks emphasize defensive technologies leveraging Pakistan's expertise in asymmetric capabilities that neutralize conventional advantages. 4. Strategic strike options, precision targeting capabilities against critical adversary military systems while minimizing collateral damage, including advanced missile systems, aircraft-delivered precision munitions, and special operations capabilities that create strategic effects without mass destruction through selective application of force against key nodes. 5. Resilience operations, defensive concepts emphasizing absorption capacity and continued functionality despite initial setbacks, including dispersal strategies, redundant systems, and rapid reconstitution capabilities that prevent adversaries from achieving quick decisive victory while alliance forces mobilize. These conventional concepts emphasize quality over quantity, implementing the book's central thesis that superior organization, technology, and doctrine can overcome numerical disadvantage. Each concept adapts Pakistan's demonstrated asymmetric capabilities to broader alliance implementation, creating options that deter aggression through credible defense rather than offensive threat. Domain-specific response integration. Beyond conventional land operations, the alliance develops integrated multi-domain response options. 1. Maritime security operations, naval task groups composed of contributions from multiple member states providing maritime security in critical waterways, including anti-piracy operations, freedom of navigation enforcement, and protection of sea lines of communication essential to member states' economic security through coordinated employment of naval assets under unified command arrangements. 2. Aerospace defense integration, coordinated air defense systems linking national radar networks, interceptor aircraft, and surface-to-air missile systems into a comprehensive detection and engagement capability that protects alliance airspace against both traditional aircraft and emerging threats including cruise missiles, drones, and hypersonic vehicles. 3. Cyber domain operations, defensive cyber capabilities protecting critical alliance and national infrastructure against digital attacks, including multinational rapid response teams capable of providing assistance to member states experiencing cyber aggression, and potential counter-cyber options for proportionate response to significant cyber attacks. 4. Information environment management, coordinated strategic communication capabilities countering disinformation campaigns, propaganda operations, and psychological warfare targeting alliance members, particularly during crisis periods when information manipulation might seek to undermine alliance cohesion or create pretexts for aggression. 5. Space domain awareness, collaborative space monitoring capabilities providing early warning of potential threats, communication support during crisis operations, and enhanced intelligence collection through shared access to space-based systems operated by technologically advanced member states, particularly Pakistan and partner nations. This multi-domain integration creates defense capabilities exceeding the sum of individual national contributions by addressing the full spectrum of modern security challenges. The approach recognizes that contemporary conflicts span multiple domains simultaneously, requiring integrated rather than compartmentalized responses. Non-military response options. Recognizing that effective collective defense encompasses more than military dimensions, the alliance develops coordinated non-military response options. 1. Economic defense measures, coordinated financial, trade, and investment policies providing collective economic security against coercive measures targeting individual member states, including predefined packages of economic countermeasures, alternative financial channels, and burden-sharing mechanisms to distribute economic costs of resistance. 2. Diplomatic response coordination, predetermined diplomatic positions, messaging frameworks, and international engagement strategies ensuring the alliance speaks with unified voice during crisis situations while leveraging the collective diplomatic weight of the entire Muslim world rather than allowing adversaries to isolate individual members. 3. Legal defense cooperation, shared legal expertise, documentation systems, and international law engagement supporting legitimate self-defense claims in international forums, ensuring alliance actions maintain legitimacy within international legal frameworks while effectively countering lawfare tactics that might seek to constrain defensive options. 4. Critical infrastructure protection, collaborative approaches to protecting essential systems including energy infrastructure, transportation networks, and public health capabilities against both kinetic and non-kinetic attacks through shared best practices, vulnerability assessments, and mutual assistance capabilities. Most significantly, the nuclear umbrella extension mechanisms leverage Pakistan's unique nuclear capability to provide ultimate security guarantee for the broader Muslim world without physical proliferation, sharing deterrent effect rather than weapons themselves. This extension occurs within comprehensive Islamic ethical frameworks that ensure responsible governance exceeding technical controls. The implementation approach draws directly from Pakistan's demonstrated excellence during the May 2025 crisis, where sophisticated multi-domain operations revealed not just technological capabilities but the institutional frameworks necessary to employ them effectively. By extending these capabilities through alliance mechanisms, the framework creates collective security genuinely commensurate with the Muslim world's numerical strength rather than allowing that strength to remain fragmented and thus strategically irrelevant. The resulting collective defense implementation transforms the fundamental equation facing potential aggressors against Muslim states. Rather than calculating relative power against individual nations, adversaries must instead evaluate their capabilities against the collective weight of the entire alliance, a calculation invariably favoring deterrence rather than aggression. This transformation represents the practical manifestation of the book's central thesis, that quality, properly organized and institutionalized, consistently defeats quantity through superior frameworks rather than mere numerical mass. Chapter 45. Intelligence Integration. Framework. And this is my path, which is straight, so follow it, and do not follow other paths, for they will separate you from his path. Quran 6:153. Intelligence serves as the foundational element of effective security operations, providing the awareness, insight, and forewarning that enable both strategic decision-making and tactical responses. While conventional military forces may leverage intelligence as one input among many, the asymmetric approach central to this book's thesis, quality defeating quantity through superior organization, doctrine, and motivation, places intelligence at the very center of effective security architecture. The intelligence integration framework proposed in this chapter establishes the institutional mechanisms, operational protocols, and technological systems that transform disparate national intelligence capabilities into a unified Muslim world intelligence enterprise capable of providing decision advantage against both state and non-state threats. The establishment of a Joint Intelligence Fusion Center, JIFC, as the core of this framework represents a qualitative enhancement beyond traditional intelligence sharing arrangements. Drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated intelligence capabilities developed through decades of asymmetric conflict, the JIFC would serve as the nexus for collection coordination, analytical integration, and product dissemination throughout the alliance. This institutional foundation would be supported by comprehensive counterintelligence capabilities protecting the integrity of intelligence processes, secure communication systems enabling protected information exchange, and standardized analytical methodologies ensuring consistent assessments regardless of national origin. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated the decisive advantage provided by intelligence superiority in modern conflicts. Pakistan's ability to anticipate Indian moves, identify false flag operations, and distinguish genuine threats from deception revealed sophisticated intelligence capabilities that proved decisive despite conventional force disparities. These capabilities, when institutionalized and extended through the proposed intelligence integration framework, would provide the Muslim Security Alliance with comparable advantages in addressing diverse threats throughout the Muslim world. This chapter details the specific structures, processes, and systems required to transform national intelligence capabilities into integrated enterprise commensurate with the transnational nature of modern security challenges. The resulting framework addresses the fundamental intelligence requirements for effective Muslim world security cooperation, providing the awareness, insight, and warning essential for both deterrence and defense against adversaries exploiting the current fragmentation of Muslim intelligence capabilities. Joint Intelligence Fusion Center structure. The institutional foundation of the Alliance's intelligence integration framework would be the Joint Intelligence Fusion Center, JIFC, established as a core component of the broader security architecture. This center would serve as the primary mechanism for intelligence fusion, analytical integration, and product dissemination throughout the alliance, creating intelligence exceeding what individual nations could produce independently. Organizational design and leadership. The JIFC would implement a sophisticated organizational structure optimized for both effectiveness and inclusivity. 1. Multi-level command structure. The center would operate under a three-tiered leadership model comprising a director general, appointed from Pakistan initially given its leading intelligence capabilities, a multinational deputy directors council representing major alliance regions, and functional division chiefs selected for expertise rather than nationality. This structure balances operational effectiveness through clear leadership with inclusivity through representative governance, addressing the tension between efficiency and legitimacy that frequently undermines international intelligence cooperation. 2. Rotational leadership system. While Pakistan would provide the initial Director General given its sophisticated intelligence capabilities and experience, the position would rotate among qualified member states on a predetermined schedule. This rotational approach ensures capability-based leadership while preventing perceptions of permanent dominance by any single nation, addressing sovereignty concerns while maintaining operational effectiveness through merit-based selection criteria. 3. Functional division organization. Rather than organizing along national or geographical lines that might reinforce existing divisions, the JIFC would establish divisions based on functional responsibilities, strategic intelligence, operational intelligence, technical collection, human intelligence support, counterintelligence, and intelligence technology. This functional approach facilitates integration across national boundaries while ensuring comprehensive coverage of all intelligence requirements through specialized expertise in each domain. 4. Matrix management implementation. Personnel would maintain dual reporting relationships to their functional division and to their national intelligence service through a formal matrix management system. This approach ensures integrated operations while maintaining appropriate national oversight, addressing the fundamental tension between collective effectiveness and national sovereignty through institutionalized dual loyalty structures rather than informal arrangements. 5. Civilian-military balance. The JIFC would maintain balanced staffing between civilian and military intelligence professionals, recognizing the distinct perspectives and capabilities each brings to comprehensive intelligence production. This balance ensures the center addresses both military threats and non-military security challenges including terrorism, economic security, cyber threats, and strategic influence operations, providing truly comprehensive security intelligence rather than narrowly military perspectives. This organizational design addresses the inherent challenges of multinational intelligence cooperation by creating formalized structures that balance integration with sovereignty concerns. By establishing clear organizational parameters rather than relying on informal relationships or ad hoc arrangements, the JIFC would create sustainable integration beyond the personalities or relationships of particular leaders. Analytical centers of excellence. Within the JIFC structure, specialized analytical centers would provide focused expertise on critical intelligence domains. 1. Strategic Warning Center. A dedicated unit focused exclusively on identifying indicators of imminent threats to alliance members, employing specialized methodologies for early warning including pattern recognition algorithms, anomaly detection systems, and structured analytic techniques specifically designed to identify emerging threats. This center would address the persistent intelligence challenge of distinguishing genuine warning signals from background noise, maintaining vigilant watch for emerging threats while avoiding both warning fatigue and strategic surprise. 2. Asymmetric Threats Analysis Unit. Specialized capabilities focused on non-conventional threats including terrorism, insurgency, hybrid warfare, and gray zone operations that frequently challenge traditional intelligence methods. This unit would develop and employ analytical techniques specifically designed for asymmetric threats, including network analysis methodologies, behavioral pattern recognition, and nonlinear threat evolution models that identify emerging challenges before they manifest as kinetic operations. 3. Technical Intelligence Coordination Center. A centralized capability for managing technical collection assets across the alliance, including satellite systems, signals intelligence platforms, cyber collection, and technical surveillance operations. This center would optimize collection through deconfliction, eliminate redundancy, and ensure comprehensive coverage while providing technical analysis integrating collection from multiple platforms into coherent intelligence products rather than platform-specific reporting. For Economic and Resource Security Division, analytical capabilities focused on economic security threats, resource competition, sanctions vulnerability, and financial system risks that may target alliance members. This division would address the increasing convergence of economic and security domains, providing intelligence on economic warfare, resource competition, and financial system vulnerabilities that traditional security intelligence might overlook despite their strategic significance. 5. Emerging Technology Monitoring Group, a specialized unit tracking technological developments with security implications, including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, and advanced weapons systems. This group would maintain awareness of technological trends potentially creating new vulnerabilities or capabilities, ensuring the alliance maintains technological awareness essential for both defense against emerging threats and development of countering capabilities. These centers of excellence transform the JIFC from merely a coordination mechanism to a genuine intelligence production enterprise, creating analytical products exceeding what individual national services could produce independently. By developing specialized expertise in critical domains and applying advanced methodologies, these centers would provide qualitative enhancement to collective intelligence capabilities rather than simply aggregating existing national products. Governance and oversight mechanisms. To ensure both effectiveness and appropriate constraints, the JAFC would implement robust governance structures. 1. Ministerial Intelligence Oversight Council, a formal body comprising intelligence oversight officials from member states that establishes strategic priorities, reviews operational parameters, and ensures compliance with agreed standards. This council provides political governance essential for legitimacy while maintaining appropriate separation from operational details that might compromise intelligence activities, creating accountability without micromanagement. 2. Ethics and Compliance Division, a dedicated component responsible for ensuring intelligence activities remain consistent with Islamic ethical principles, international law, and alliance agreements. This division would review operations, validate compliance with established parameters, and investigate alleged violations, institutionalizing ethical constraints as integral components of intelligence operations rather than external limitations imposed after the fact. 3. Priority Setting Process, a formalized methodology for establishing intelligence priorities based on collective security requirements rather than individual national interests, with specific mechanisms for both consensus development and rapid adjustment during emerging crises. This process ensures intelligence resources address genuine collective priorities while maintaining flexibility to respond to changing circumstances, preventing both strategic drift and inability to adapt to emerging threats. 4. Resource Allocation Framework, transparent systems for aligning intelligence resources with established priorities, including both allocation of JIFC assets and coordination of national contributions to collective requirements. This framework creates accountability for resource utilization while ensuring allocation reflects actual priorities rather than institutional inertia or national preferences, addressing the common disconnect between stated priorities and actual resource allocation in intelligence organizations. 5. Performance Measurement System, objective metrics evaluating intelligence effectiveness against established standards, including both process measures, timeliness, responsiveness, and outcome indicators, warning effectiveness, decision support value. This system creates accountability for actual results rather than merely procedural compliance, driving continuous improvement through regular evaluation against meaningful performance indicators rather than bureaucratic checklists. These governance mechanisms address the fundamental challenge of ensuring intelligence activities remain both effective and appropriate within established parameters. By creating robust oversight structures that maintain necessary operational flexibility, the JAFC would establish legitimate governance without compromising the agility essential for effective intelligence operations in rapidly evolving security environments. Collection Capabilities Coordination. Beyond analytical integration, the intelligence framework would coordinate collection activities across the alliance to maximize effectiveness while preventing both gaps and redundancy in information gathering. Multi-source collection strategy. The alliance would implement a comprehensive approach integrating diverse collection disciplines. 1. Capability-based division of labor. Member states would contribute collection assets based on their specific technical capabilities, geographical access, and operational strength rather than duplicating efforts across all disciplines. This specialization creates efficiency through focused excellence rather than diluted efforts across all domains, allowing member states to develop genuine expertise in specific collection disciplines while benefiting others' complementary capabilities through the alliance framework. From 2. Collection Requirements Database, a centralized system translating intelligence priorities into specific information requirements, tracking satisfaction status, and directing collection assets against outstanding needs. This database creates transparency regarding both requirements and collection efforts, ensuring assets target genuine priorities rather than habitual targets or convenience, while providing objective metrics for evaluating collection effectiveness against actual needs. 3. Dynamic tasking protocols, formal procedures enabling rapid redirection of collection assets during emerging crises or based on new intelligence, with appropriate safeguards ensuring both responsiveness and proper authorization. These protocols address the frequent tension between timely collection against emerging requirements and appropriate governance of sensitive capabilities, providing predetermined paths for urgent tasking that maintain both speed and oversight rather than forcing a choice between these imperatives. 4. Technical human collection integration, deliberate coordination between technical platforms, signals intelligence, imagery, cyber, and human sources to maximize the value of both through complementary collection against common targets. This integration addresses the frequent disconnection between technical and human disciplines in many intelligence communities, creating genuinely multi-INT collection rather than parallel efforts operating in isolation from each other. 5. Non-traditional source incorporation, formal mechanisms incorporating information from non-traditional sources including commercial imagery, open-source intelligence, academic research, and private sector information into the collection architecture. This approach recognizes the increasing availability of intelligence-relevant information outside traditional classified channels, leveraging these resources to enhance the alliance's information advantage without compromising security through appropriate validation and integration mechanisms. This multi-source strategy addresses the reality that comprehensive intelligence requires diverse perspectives from multiple collection disciplines. By creating deliberate integration rather than merely aggregating separate collection streams, the alliance would develop genuine multi-source intelligence providing deeper insight than any single discipline could achieve independently. Unique national contributions. The intelligence framework would deliberately leverage the unique capabilities of specific member states. 1. Pakistan's human networks. Pakistan's sophisticated human intelligence networks throughout Central and South Asia, developed through decades of regional engagement, would provide invaluable insight into regional dynamics, terrorist movements, and emerging threats. These networks represent capabilities that could not be replicated by other alliance members, offering unique perspective based on Pakistan's historical relationships and cultural understanding throughout these critical regions. 2. Gulf states' technical infrastructure. The advanced signals intelligence and cyber collection capabilities developed by certain Gulf states, building on significant financial resources and strategic partnerships, would enhance the alliance's technical collection potential beyond what most individual members could achieve independently. These sophisticated technical platforms provide collection capabilities against targets inaccessible through other means, complementing human intelligence with technical precision. 3. Turkey's regional expertise. Turkey's historical experience, cultural connections, and intelligence presence throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, Balkans, and Black Sea regions would provide critical insight into these strategically significant areas. This regional expertise offers perspective unavailable to members without Turkey's historical engagement in these regions, providing context essential for understanding complex regional dynamics with security implications for the broader Muslim world. 4. North African maritime awareness. The maritime intelligence capabilities developed by North African member states, particularly regarding Mediterranean shipping, migration patterns, and naval activities, would enhance the alliance's awareness of this critical domain. These capabilities address the strategic significance of maritime spaces frequently overlooked in traditional land-centric security paradigms, providing essential awareness of activities that might threaten approaches. Alliance members through maritime. 5. Southeast Asian cyber expertise. The sophisticated cyber intelligence capabilities developed by Muslim-majority Southeast Asian nations, particularly Malaysia and Indonesia, would strengthen the alliance's digital collection and defense capabilities. These cyber competencies address the increasing importance of digital domains in both intelligence collection and security threats, providing capabilities essential for modern intelligence operations that might be less developed in other alliance members. This approach to national contributions recognizes and leverages the reality that different member states maintain distinct intelligence capabilities based on geography, historical experience, strategic priorities, and resource allocation decisions. Rather than imposing artificial standardization, the alliance framework creates structured mechanisms for integrating these complementary capabilities into a comprehensive whole exceeding what any single member could achieve independently. Intelligence collection deconfliction. To prevent both dangerous operational conflicts and wasteful duplication, the Alliance implements robust deconfliction systems. 1. Geographical responsibility delineation, clear assignment of primary collection responsibility for specific regions to particular member states based on capabilities, access, and expertise, with formal coordination mechanisms for operations in shared spaces. This delineation prevents both coverage gaps and unnecessary duplication while ensuring activities remain coordinated even when multiple members operate in the same region through established protocols rather than ad hoc arrangements. 2. Technical Collection Coordination Cell, a specialized unit specifically focused on deconflicting technical collection activities including signals intelligence, cyber operations, and technical surveillance to prevent both operational compromise and collection interference. This cell addresses the particular challenges of technical collection, where uncoordinated operations by different entities against the same target might compromise all collection through detection of activities or create technical interference preventing effective collection. 3. Source Registry System, a secure database tracking human source operations at an appropriate level of detail to prevent multiple agencies unknowingly targeting the same individuals while protecting sensitive source identities. This system addresses the critical danger of source overlap without creating unnecessary operational vulnerability, providing sufficient deconfliction information without compromising source protection through careful balance between transparency and security. 4. Operational Coordination Timeline, standardized procedures for advanced notification of significant collection operations that might impact other alliance members, with escalating coordination requirements based on operation sensitivity and potential consequences. This timeline ensures appropriate awareness of activities that might have broader implications while maintaining operational security through carefully designed notification protocols matching information sharing to genuine need to know rather than universal transparency. 5. Crisis deconfliction protocols, emergency procedures for rapid deconfliction during developing crises when multiple collection assets might converge on emerging situations without normal coordination timelines. These protocols address the reality that crises frequently generate convergent collection requirements without time for standard coordination processes, providing predetermined deconfliction mechanisms for emergency situations rather than forced choice between coordination and timeliness. These deconfliction systems address a critical vulnerability in multinational intelligence uncoordinated activities operations, the danger of creating either operational compromise or physical danger through unintended interactions. By establishing formalized mechanisms rather than relying on informal relationships or ad hoc arrangements, the alliance creates sustainable deconfliction beyond particular personalities or bilateral relationships. Analysis, integration, and product dissemination. The core function of intelligence integration resides in analytical processes that transform raw information into actionable intelligence and dissemination systems that deliver this intelligence to appropriate decision makers. Common analytical standards to ensure consistent quality regardless of which member states contribute to particular products. The alliance establishes shared analytical standards. 1. Standardized confidence metrics, unified terminology and criteria for expressing analytical confidence levels, probability assessments, and degrees of certainty in intelligence judgments. These standardized metrics create common understanding of analytical confidence across the alliance, preventing the confusion frequently arising from different national systems using similar terms with different meanings or distinct terms for identical concepts. 2. Source evaluation framework, common methodology for assessing source reliability, information credibility, and evidence quality using consistent criteria across the alliance. This framework ensures intelligence consumers understand the foundations of analytical judgments regardless of which member state produced them, creating transparency regarding the quality of underlying information supporting specific assessments rather than opaque judgments without visible evidentiary basis. 3. Structured Analytical Techniques Protocol, formalized requirements for employing specific structured techniques, analysis of competing hypotheses, red team assessments, key assumptions checks, on designated high-priority intelligence questions. This protocol ensures rigorous methodology for critical assessments regardless of which member state leads the analysis, preventing both analytical shortcuts and unidentified cognitive biases through procedural safeguards rather than depending on individual analysts. Discipline. 4. Alternative analysis requirements, mandatory development of alternative assessments for high-consequence intelligence judgments, with specific processes for ensuring these alternatives receive appropriate consideration rather than perfunctory development. These requirements address the persistent challenge of confirmation bias in intelligence analysis, institutionalizing genuine consideration of alternative perspectives rather than merely acknowledging their theoretical possibility while proceeding with preferred judgments. 5. Joint Analytical Training Program, a comprehensive curriculum providing consistent training in analytical methodologies, cognitive bias mitigation, and structured techniques for intelligence professionals throughout the alliance. This program creates genuine standardization through shared professional development rather than merely declaring standards without building the capabilities necessary for implementation, establishing common analytical culture through practical skills development rather than abstract principles. These common standards address a frequent weakness in multinational intelligence cooperation, inconsistent analytical quality creating uncertainty regarding the reliability of assessments from different sources. By establishing genuine standardization through both procedural requirements and capability development, the alliance ensures intelligence consumers can trust analytical products regardless of national origin. Multi-level product structure. To ensure intelligence reaches appropriate audiences in usable formats, the alliance develops a sophisticated product structure. 1. Strategic Assessment Program, comprehensive analyses of major security trends, emerging threats, and long-term developments affecting the Muslim world, produced on regular schedules with both recurring and special topics. These assessments provide strategic context essential for policy formulation and long-term security planning, addressing the frequent intelligence focus on immediate threats at the expense of strategic perspective through institutionalized strategic analysis alongside operational intelligence. 2. Current Intelligence System, daily and weekly product summarizing recent developments, emerging situations, and short-term forecasts in standardized formats tailored to senior decision-maker requirements. This system provides consistent situational awareness essential for day-to-day decision-making, creating reliable information flow without overwhelming consumers through carefully designed product formats balancing comprehensiveness with accessibility. 3. Threat Warning Architecture, a specialized product line specifically designed to communicate imminent threats requiring immediate attention, with distinctive formats, delivery mechanisms, and escalation procedures ensuring appropriate awareness. This architecture addresses the critical challenge of ensuring genuine warnings receive necessary attention amid the constant flow of intelligence information, creating clear distinction between routine reporting and urgent warning through both product design and dissemination protocols. 4. Technical Analysis Exchange, detailed technical products analyzing weapon systems, military capabilities, technological developments, and infrastructure vulnerabilities for specialized audiences within defense establishments. These products provide essential technical detail for military planners and technical specialists without burdening senior policymakers with unnecessary complexity, recognizing that different intelligence consumers require different levels of technical specificity based on their responsibilities. 5. Special Access Program, highly classified intelligence on particularly sensitive topics distributed through separate channels with enhanced security measures and strictly limited access based on both need-to-know and predetermined clearance requirements. This program addresses the reality that certain intelligence requires exceptional protection due to source sensitivity or operational implications, creating appropriate security without defaulting to excessive classification through careful distinction between genuine sensitivity requirements and routine intelligence. This multilevel structure addresses the reality that effective intelligence must reach diverse audiences with different needs, responsibilities, and clearance levels. By creating deliberately designed product lines rather than ad hoc reports or one-size-fits-all dissemination, the Alliance ensures intelligence reaches appropriate consumers in formats supporting effective utilization rather than creating either information overload or awareness gaps. Decision support integration. Beyond producing intelligence, the framework would establish mechanisms integrating intelligence directly into decision processes. 1. Intelligence Policy Liaison System, formalized relationships between intelligence producers and policy consumers at multiple levels, with designated liaison officers facilitating both appropriate intelligence support and necessary operational separation. This system addresses the fundamental tension between intelligence policy integration and inappropriate politicization, creating structured engagement that maintains both relevance to policy needs and analytical independence through institutionalized relationships rather than either isolation or subordination. 2. Decision-specific product tailoring, protocols for rapidly developing customized intelligence products addressing specific decisions facing senior leaders, with formats and content designed for particular decision requirements rather than generic reporting. This capability ensures intelligence directly supports specific decisions rather than providing general information that decision-makers must themselves translate into decision-relevant insights, enhancing intelligence impact through deliberate alignment with actual decision processes. 3. Red Cell Operations, specialized teams providing alternative perspectives, challenging conventional wisdom, and identifying potential blind spots in both intelligence judgments and policy assumptions. These operations institutionalize constructive challenge essential for avoiding groupthink and preventing strategic surprise, creating legitimate space for alternative viewpoints through designated challenge functions rather than depending on individual courage to question prevailing perspectives. 4. Wargaming and simulation support, intelligence support scenario development, alternative futures examination, and consequence analysis through dedicated capabilities integrated with planning processes. This support enhances decision quality by exploring potential outcomes, identifying decision points, and testing assumptions before actual implementation, providing insight impossible through static intelligence products alone through dynamic exploration of possible futures. 5. Rapid response cells, dedicated teams providing immediate intelligence support during crises, with predetermined activation triggers, composition requirements, and support protocols ensuring seamless intelligence integration during emergency decision-making. These cells address the reality that crises create both heightened intelligence needs and compressed timelines, providing surge capacity specifically designed for crisis support rather than attempting to adapt routine processes to emergency conditions. These decision support mechanisms transform intelligence from an information source to a genuine decision advantage by integrating intelligence directly into decision processes. By establishing specific mechanisms for this integration rather than assuming it will occur naturally, the Alliance creates systematic decision support rather than depending on individual initiative or relationships for effective intelligence utilization. Counterintelligence cooperation. Intelligence integration requires not just collection and analysis but protection against hostile intelligence services that might compromise these capabilities. The Alliance establishes comprehensive counterintelligence cooperation addressing these threats. Defensive counterintelligence systems to protect Alliance intelligence capabilities against external penetration. The framework implements defensive measures. 1. personnel security integration, harmonized security clearance standards, investigation protocols, and continuous evaluation systems ensuring consistent personnel security across the alliance despite different national systems. This integration addresses the reality that personnel security represents the foundation of counterintelligence defense, creating genuine standardization rather than superficial alignment through detailed procedural harmonization and mutual recognition based on verified equivalence. 2. Technical